Among Us.
Okay, yeah, because like you guys keep referring to it as the Among Us stream, and I'm like,
It is the Among Us.
But
it's the climax of it.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Sheev Talks about the Acolyte with Jollert and Andrew. Southpaw is also in the title. He's not here yet, though. He'll be here in like an hour, probably. He's still at work. Actually, he'd be just getting off work right now, so he's going to be home in like half an hour. He'll be here. Don't worry about it. He's not dead.
He's getting off at work.
He's not buried off of I-89. Right. So, Jolly, Andrew, my dear friends, what did you think of episodes 3, 4, and 5 of The Acolyte?
I thought it was amazing. I don't have any notes. It was incredible. A true cinematic experience. The kind of Star Wars for television we've been crying out for. And yes, I am being sarcastic. It was fucking horrible. Please kill me.
It's clearly peak.
Well, yeah, I mean, as long as Yord lives, the show...
Ow, don't bring it up, dude.
I'm sorry, Yord Horde. I have bad news.
As long as they keep on cultivating these nuanced and good character dynamics that we've been building for 4 episodes. Oh, they're dead.
Oh, there they go.
All right.
Who's going to tell us Padawan?
I saw
Where is she?
I don't know. She's back on the temple, I guess. I saw a tweet before episode 5 aired where someone was like, all right, I'm going to go to work. No one spoil it for me, but like, can't wait to see more of Jackie. I hope they keep her safe. And then like 4 hours later, they're like, no. What have you done?
Didn't you quote tweet that with "I have terrible news"?
It was like, hey guys, I'm gonna go to work. Keep close eye on Jackie for me. And then I have bad news.
Where is Jackie? Is she safe? Is she all right?
I just realized I should probably advertise that this stream is happening on Twitter and in the Discord. So you guys keep going while I post about it.
She forgot the Discord again.
I always forget the Discord.
She has a Discord server. I don't know if you know this.
I feel like
Discord server.
Someone could delete the server and not tell him, and he'd be like, "Oh yeah, the server exists somewhere." I don't know.
No, okay. In defense of me, at the very least, I'm never really active in the server, but like that's always like the default one that I set myself to. Whenever I'm like on Discord, I'm like, all right, cool, I want to be in this server, and if any activity happens, I'll just like see it.
I'll ignore it totally and leave the Discord to its own devices.
A self-governing society.
Yeah, like she's like joined my Discord. I don't actually monitor it. It's just an elaborate experiment in self-governance. I want to see.
There's no mods.
It's like Lord of the Flies. Yeah, it's just Lord of the Flies, but online.
The Minecraft server is fucking wild.
Yeah, it's like currently I hold the conch. I hold the conch currently, so only I get to speak on the Discord server.
And post.
It's like Mando season 3. I have the talking hammer.
Go into the
I'd completely forgotten about that fucking talking hammer.
You forgot about the beautiful writing device that was the talking hammer?
And then big boy Mandalorian's like, I hate this guy, but let's side with him.
I like it how this is just such a broken franchise that I can completely forget some kind of completely mad bullshit, only for it to be brought up on a stream a year later. Like, hey, you remember that crazy thing that happened? I'm like, oh my god, no, I forgot.
My Wi-Fi is already doing bad. Holy shit. This is not going to be a good stream, is it? We're doomed.
It's up. It's over.
It's
whatever. We tried, guys.
It's Yord over.
Oh, Southpaw's in the chat with a super chat. I'll get to super chats in a minute, but before we start talking about anything, linked in the live chat and pinned, and also linked in the description, I have a GoFundMe that you guys can all check out and donate if you'd feel so inclined, and if it's not, any financial burden on your part. Been having some medical issues, nothing too serious, just something I'd rather get taken care of quickly, and while also being able to make my rent and pay all my bills in time. If you'd feel so inclined, I'd be super appreciative of that. Thank you very much. Well, Madvocate's going to be hosting a fundraising stream for me on Tuesday at 5 p.m. Central Time. So all of you should tune into that when we do that. That'll be fun. I'll be there. These guys will be there.
Yeah.
Among Us.
We're all gonna be we'll be taking down a video together, and then we'll be playing a group game of Among Us because we're gonna have a pandemic little flashback moment. See how the game's changed in 3 years. Apparently, it's gotten worse. I don't know.
I told
I'll
Jolly
look
about
my
my
notes.
experience playing it like a year ago to see if it's changed, and it's not very good.
I think it'll be. Thing is, I think it'll be a lot of fun watching us running around trying to murder each other. And
Yeah.
doing a terrible job of pretending that we're innocent.
I purposely do a terrible job of acting guilty because like I just troll and I just stand over the vents just casually, even if I'm innocent. I'm just like, hey, I'm here.
I like the idea you're gonna do the gambit. You're gonna do like the reverse gambit of like even when you're not the imposter, you're like, okay, guys, I'm gonna confess right now, I'm the imposter, and just
Guys,
send the
it was
entire
me.
room into a tailspin of paranoia.
His name is Gambit. Remember it.
But yeah, everyone in the chat, please do, if you can, contribute to Sheev's medical fund stream and his GoFundMe page. Like I've said this many times, the American health system is a Lovecraftian abomination. It is a nightmare that should be inflicted on no civilized society, and particularly in these increasingly worrying times. I think all we can do really is like stand together and try and support one another as a community. Whether you're a YouTuber or just a part of the fan base, like we're all in this together ultimately. So if you can, obviously, like if you can't, that's totally fine. But if you can spare a few dollars just to help Sheev,
I mean,
cover these monstrously unfair
if you
costs,
can't,
then please do.
If you can't, then you're dead to me. But it's fine. Okay.
Yeah, if you don't join his Discord, that he never goes on, then you're also dead to him. Sheev is a demanding master.
I'm there in spirit. Okay.
Much like the real Palpatine, you're only there to haunt it until you can find a new body.
We got people in the chat talking about the Doctor Who finale.
Oh no!
Oh my god, that fucking finale! Yeah. Well, I mean, this thing. Oh,
very bad.
Oh, Andrew, was it bad? Was it bad?
I don't watch
I don't
Doctor
know.
Who. That's for nerds.
Is Ebola bad?
Is Ebola?
It depends.
It depends on who you ask.
You know,
yeah, if you ask the virus.
In my experience, Ebola is not inherently bad.
It's like Chimera, like the virus is like, I just want to live and be free to use my power how I want to.
I want to live in a world where the doctors don't decide the rules.
You know that American dad joke where the dad is talking to his son, and you can tell I've never seen this show. I've just seen a clip of this.
American dad?
Yeah. He's talking to his son, and he's like, this is before doctors invented cancer.
Okay. Well, so the other thing I think we're gonna just to clarify for everyone, we are gonna be covering episodes 3, 4, 5, but because Sheev and I already spent a very long time doing a discussion stream about the ways in which the episode 3's like changes to the lore broke things, we've already covered a lot of episode 3 accidentally. Well, not accidentally, but you know what I mean, like as in its own separate stream. So
we've already.
If you want to know about the lore, what we think about the lore changing stuff, that's already covered. We are going to like quickly run through it now to talk about some of the character work and some of the presentation,
structuring
and, like,
of the episode and everything. Yeah, mostly broad stroke stuff. Though I don't want to spend too long on episode 3 because there's so much about episodes 4 and 5 that needs to be gone over.
Oh boy, yes, there is. But yeah, so we're only going to be using what part of episode 3 we need to like, set up the context for 4 and 5 really. If you otherwise go and check out that other stream, which I promise you is a good stream. I like those discussion streams actually. They're normally quite productive. So yeah, they're good stuff. Well, on that note, I guess it's time to start.
Well, let me read off these super chats real quick. I don't want to fall behind. I got one from Southpaw for $5.
Kill my vibe. That's cool.
Yeah, fuck you, Jolly. Actually, the fuck do you think you are? The Acolyte is a masterpiece. We need a CW live action The Acolyte TV show. Boy, do I have news for you.
Here's the thing. I think we might have even mentioned this before on a previous stream. Would it be worse if it was a CW show?
I think when Mando season 3 was coming out, like probably Southpaw or someone made that exact same joke, and we were like, I think honestly the CW might have done the show better.
Yeah. I think if anything, like less money would actually have made this a more coherent show, which is a strange thing to say.
Yeah, they would have been forced to, like, instead of just throwing out their over bloated budget on things that are stupid and superfluous, like they would have been forced to like actually hone in on like, okay, this is our limit. These are the resources we have. Let's tell a story. So like maybe honestly, one from Sam Montgomery for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Still haven't watched the show. Already had my brain turned to dust from the finale of the new season of Doctor Who. I guess that's why people in the chat were talking about the finale of Doctor Who.
I guess, yeah.
Big doggo.
Yeah, I mean, like much like with Doctor Who, Sutek is actually sitting on top of my head right now. He just chills there. It's just a thing he does.
Yeah, what do you think has been causing my health issues? He's just been actively like from the shadows this whole time for 40 years.
Yeah, occasionally, like his invisible hand like comes over and like claps over your nose, and you're like, I can't breathe. And he's like, ha, ha, ha.
Actually, how long has it been, like timeline wise, for the Doctor since the supposed defeat of Sutek? Has it been like 1,000 years or something?
God, yeah, it's been longer than that. So he defeated Sutek during the fourth Doctor's run when the Doctor was 700 and something, and the Doctor's now like 2,500 and something. So Sutek's been hanging around for a while. But fuck that finale and everything. Fuck that finale and the horse it rode
So
it
basically, for more than half of the Doctor's, well over half of the Doctor's life,
Big Space Doggo has been running around on his TARDIS.
Big Space Doggo has been his actually longest running companion.
His constant companion as a giant evil space dog.
The one who waits.
Man, they weren't kidding. He waited a while. I don't know why he waited.
What was he waiting for?
Shut up, fucking. Anyway, we're getting sidetracked.
Yeah. The Acolyte, episode 3. This was an episode that was entirely dedicated to flashbacks. We got to learn about May and Osha's upbringing as children in this like witch coven on the planet Brendok, which the first 2 episodes like alluded to. There was like some kind of fire, whatever. We learn about. I want to say we learn about what happened, but no, we really don't.
No.
Yeah, so I guess that's the thing to say off the bat, right? Is like a lot of people were looking, because we've only got 8 episodes, so if you're going to dedicate an entire episode to flashbacks, it needs to be there for a purpose. And the problem is, like, if this was just a straight up, this is what happened, we don't really learn anything at all that we didn't already know. And if it isn't, it's strongly implied that we're missing key context, or this is like a false memory or something. But if that's the case, what a weird way to spend 1/8 of your total runtime.
It's just insane because, now either they have to dedicate an entire other episode to flashbacks and then actually fucking tell us what happened, or they're just going to have to intersperse them throughout the rest of the show. There's only 3 episodes left, so.
Yeah, we also had the incredibly cringe online response to it as well, because no one can criticize anything properly anymore.
But did you know that the lesbian witches
made... The lesbians, no.
I like it. I like how that's what people focus. During the waiter analogy I use of like people are like, oh, the waiter who brought me this plate of shit was black. What's up with that? Like, can we talk about the plate of shit? It's kind of like that because it's like, so we've just established that these.
A white waiter wouldn't have brought me a plate of shit, so that's why it's relevant.
Oh my god. No, I'm gonna die. But like, it's like we just had someone be like, okay, this coven of witches can create beings out of the Force whole cloth. And the people are like, yes, but did you know that the people who did that were lesbians? And you're like,
no,
okay, all right.
I don't care. You know what? Fuck you. Maybe the Force is lesbian. I don't care.
The Force is female. Force is gay.
The Force is a lesbian female who created Anakin. So you know what? That was always a part of the lore.
Oh my god. Anyway, enough of this. Back to the.
That's basically what we went over in the other stream. We basically talked about the Immaculate Conception, everything to do with the fact that Osha was brought in by the Jedi, because we still haven't been given a reason why they decided to train her, despite her age and her emotional baggage, and just everything to do with that, when, those were like the 2 main things that were like their reservations for Anakin and him being trained. So we have all that. The only other thing I'll say is that, like, it is pretty obvious based on trailer footage and just the fact that this episode by itself was incomplete that, like, we are going to see more flashbacks. We know that for a fact. I just hope that this time they actually fucking tell us what happened. And I hope whatever they tell us isn't stupid. But I know it will be. So, fuck it. Stop hoping.
It'll fix everything. Don't worry. I like how this episode is also still the longest episode of the show, and it gives us no new information.
The episodes on the show are just weirdly short, like mercifully short, mind you, but like still, it's like you could tell more story if you just made the episodes longer. Like, I don't know. The thing is, I always point to The Bear, because like The Bear season 1 has relatively short episodes for a streaming show, and like, the episode's never going to be longer than it needs to be, and that's fine. That's what you want to see. Like, the best episode on that show, from what I've seen, is the penultimate of season 1. I don't know if I know Jolly's seen it. It's the one. It's the like the lunch rush episode, and they're all fucking. It's the cameras chasing them all around, and they're all stressing, and it's basically just like one long take. And and it's really intense, and it's great, and it's only like 20 minutes, but like that's exactly how long it needed to be, and it's one of the greatest episodes of television I've seen in the last few years. So, you know, I don't know. I'm just saying that like there's no reason for a show to have any particular length of episode one way or another, but like these ones do definitely feel weirdly short in ways that like it's like, you know, you could convey more information that we desperately need and only have a certain amount of episodes to get that information across in. So
yeah, you have to be very careful as a showrunner. Like time is always your most valuable asset as a storyteller, knowing how to use your time effectively.
Yeah.
Which the show does not by any means. I guess shall we start off with the characterization, because we all let's do that quite quickly, right? So Osha is characterized as like distant.
She doesn't want to be a
coven.
witch. She doesn't really like that every single waking moment of her day is spent like attached to the hip with her twin sister. She kind of wants her own independence, and you know, fair enough.
Well, we get lots of lines explicitly where Osha's like, I don't want to share your life, May. I don't want to be like you. I want to have my own things. I want to have my own space. I want to have my own life. And this is important because, again, like it's going to come up for episode 5. The haircut point that I've made all the way in episode 1. Because people were like, oh, you know, it's to honor her sister. Like they had it as children. And I'm like, okay, but we're told as children that she didn't want to be like her sister, didn't even like her sister that much. And then later in the episode, her sister tried to murder her. At least according to Osha, you know, this may be a false memory, but Osha believed that for all this time. And yet Osha went back consciously to wearing her hair in the same style as the sister she hated and was trying to get away from.
Does she hate May? I don't know, because the fucking episodes won't tell me what she thinks about May.
Well, I mean, like, May and Osha have the world's most inconsistent morals. It's kind of funny.
They flip-flop so much. It's to the point where, like, at the end of episode 5, when they have that reunion, you're like, I guess this is a decision that Osha's making right now. I could have seen it go either way, just because, like, I don't know anything about this character or what she thinks of her sister, really.
Yeah, I don't really know what May thinks of Osha either. Other than she's weirdly... Like, she's obsessed with her, but also in this episode, she wanted to kill her. Again, like, this might be a false memory, but, like, May was like,
she's so
you're going to
clingy,
leave? I'll kill you.
And so, I guess, codependent on Osha as a child, that she's like, you can't leave. And basically, I guess it's like, if I can't have you, then no one can, which is like, why? I don't understand this.
And by the way, if this is a false memory, this is straying into episode 5 territory, because like Osha brings us up to May, like, you tried to, you know, you set that fire and tried to kill us. And May doesn't deny it. May's just like, oh, they've brainwashed you against me. They've turned you against me. And I'm like, oh, okay, so we're being deliberately ambiguous.
Against me.
Well, yeah, first of all, thanks for stealing from episode 3, guys. Good stuff. But also, yeah, like, it's such a weird reaction, because like it's the reaction of a writer trying to preserve ambiguity, not of an actual person. Like if I'd been separated for decades from my sister, and the first thing she said to me upon turning up was, "You fucking maniac, you tried to burn me to death," and I hadn't actually done that, I probably would have said like, no, I didn't.
I would
do
have been
that.
like, the
what
fuck?
The
what are you talking about?
Excuse me?
What do you mean? So either May did do it and is just being an ambiguous,
just a really
asshole.
bad liar. She's like, no, I did it. That's not true.
Or like almost like you shouldn't be taking it so personally. They turned you against me. It's like, you tried to murder me. But yeah, so that's the thing. That characterizes Osha and May's relationship. May is clingy and wants to stay. Osha is keen to get the hell out of Dodge. The witches don't want her to leave. They want to send the Jedi away. And yet they also keep on...
I'm so confused by Mother Anastaea's characterization, because in some scenes she's like, Osha, you don't know what you want. You're young. You'll figure it out later. You're going to be a witch. Tough shit. And then sometimes she's like, you know, but the choice is yours. And like, you know, if the Jedi, you know, if you want to go with the Jedi, that's up to you. But also when they test you, fail the test so that they can't take you from me. But also they need my like consent to even test them, so I could just say no. I don't fucking know. Sometimes it's Osha's choice, and even when it is Osha's choice, she's like, I'm going to talk to the rest of the witches and see what we decide. And it's like, so it wasn't her choice.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of weird things like that. I'm trying to think of what the other thing to say here about. Oh yeah, the other thing is like for people who don't want the Jedi to take her children, she keeps on giving like really weird information away to the Jedi that you probably wouldn't want them to know. Like top of which is like they were born of no father. Which, why? Why are you telling them that?
Where's their father? They have no father. Excuse me? That sounds
See, I think-
interesting.
Sorry?
I think someone on the disagreement stream was saying that she didn't understand that the Jedi would find that significant, which is like, first of all, anyone would find that significant,
No.
even if they don't understand like that there's a chosen one prophecy, because they understand how humans are born, and they'd be like, that's not how that works. But then also, the witches clearly know that that is something the Jedi would find significant, because they're actively like, wait till they find out how these twins were created. Like, you know, you don't want that.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Yeah, they know that like being a witch group that has been deemed as dark magic / like dark force users, and then like you make a kid with the force, obviously they're gonna see that as interesting and want to know more about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just very strange things. On a side note, the presentation stuff is really funny. Like it's been memed to death, but that chant, oh my goodness, what a decision that was.
Did you see they made some like pop song about it? Have you listened to that?
I refuse to on principle
did.
because I want to preserve the integrity of my eardrums.
It's so bad.
It's, you know what, I'm gonna be honest. Whenever I was watching the episode with Jolly, like he was going, "Oh, this is cringe," and I was just kind of like, "I don't mind it. I don't care. Let them be cringe. Let them be free."
Chanting.
Yeah.
Well, the thing that, because I want to be very specific about what my criticism of the cringe-worthiness of it is like, because a lot of people have made this defense, right? They're like, oh well, you know, a lot of religious chants are cringe. And I'm like, you know, Catholic schooling, I sat through many a hymn practice. Trust me, I know. But the issue I have is like, if we're trying to have these witches taken seriously as characters that we should care about, that the deaths are things that we should care about, making them into a source of comedy is a very strange decision to have, because it undermines, I think, a lot of the gravitas of their later deaths. If all we've seen of them really are indecisive fucks who occasionally dance around like clowns, singing a very silly phrase over and over again.
I said this to, I think I said it to you, Jolly, or someone, but I remember like when she was like, we have a power that the Jedi would deem as dark, but we're not evil. And then you had like one of the witches give the most like stereotypically evil witch laugh, and it's like, oh, that doesn't. These are mixed signals I'm getting twice. Here. It does, yeah. But like the one that happens like immediately after she says that, where I'm like, sure, you're not.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess, and then the other thing we have to talk about is the characterization of the Jedi in this episode.
Well, yeah, which I guess it's worth getting into, like the way the witches are depicted. It seems to be that the episode is saying there's nothing intrinsically wrong with them or what they do. The Jedi are the intruders who are basically trying to impose their ideas about the Force onto every religious sect, and impose all these laws and whatever that the Republic have. And so like they're the oppressed and the Jedi are the oppressors. And I think they're even trying to tie that into the theme of whatever the hell Chimir's deal is, because like there's theories going around that he's not actually a Sith. And is in fact some dark side user who the Jedi might call a Sith because they don't understand the nuances or whatever. I don't fucking know. All I'm saying is like I'm seeing that kind of a theme prop up in both of these episodes, where I'm like, you have Ki-Adi saying like, I just want to be free, man. Like I just want to kind of like do my thing, but like I don't make the rules, the Jedi do, so I just got to play ball in it. And it's like, what is the show trying to say about the Jedi and about what they like, how they enact their will?
Yeah, I mean, I know from interviews and stuff like the Leslie Headland and other people involved in the show were like, we want to show the Jedi as like, you know, this is part of their decline, right? This is part of the Jedi's fall, is that they've essentially become incredibly dogmatic and enforce a very restrictive perspective of the Force onto everybody else. Like, you know, we have the right answers, everyone else is wrong, and we're not going to examine our own beliefs, which can impose them under the guise of a kind of, you know, it's a kind of insidious altruism, or an insidious, almost like
we're peacekeepers, right? Like that's our job, is to guard the Republic, and so we'll do that by any means necessary. And if we deem you as hostile, then fuck it, you're hostile.
Well, ironically, for a matriarchal cult, sorry, not for matriarchal, because the Jedi are matriarchal, but like ironically, for a gender-neutral cult, I guess the Jedi are acting in a very paternalistic fashion, like almost British Empire style. They're like, oh, we know best, and you uncivilized people need to be taught better. Like, we know the Force, and you don't. So you have to shut up and listen to us. And the thing is, I'm totally fine with them portraying the Jedi like that. I'm totally fine with them having the Jedi be this not fully corrupt, but like a corrupted organization that is politically self-involved and unnecessarily hostile and lacking in lacking in introspection. That's all fine and dandy. That's part of the arc of the Jedi that they go on to reach the prequel stage of where they're at.
Yeah.
What I do have an issue with though is like, so far we haven't been given any kind of like reasoning for why they're like this. We haven't been given any kind of like explanation for exactly how they're like that, beyond the idea that they just turn up and go like, we want your children. But then Osha and May are a special case explicitly, so this is not necessarily they do something they do everywhere else. Like there hasn't been enough detail given to me about why exactly the Jedi are supposed to be interpreted as these kind of like oppressive forces, other than like a bunch of people, one of whom is objectively a maniac, keep saying they are.
Yeah, and the thing is that like if you're trying to paint it as though these are not like malevolent witches, like these are witches who are just trying to live and do whatever, then like I don't know, because they're also being depicted as they're forcing this young girl who clearly is not into this and doesn't want to be a part of this coven into like, you're young, you don't know what you want, you're going to do this ritual now and pledge your entire life to service to our organization at 8 years old, and you have no choice in the matter. And once you've taken this oath, like you just can't not take, like you can't leave. You have like Osha and May's bedroom door is locked from the outside, which implies so many things that I don't even want to get into. And so it's just like, are the witches actually good, or is the show trying to depict them as good, or are they trying to go for sort of a nuanced gray area where neither is fully good or fully bad? I don't know what the show's trying to do. That's the thing about this episode, is it really just hasn't given me any information about anything.
Well, this is almost the problem, right? Because like either it's they want to be like the Jedi represent this kind of like the Jedi have made it a black and white issue, whereas actually the Force is this more complex, grey, nuanced thing. In which case they've just done a bad job of portraying that. Or they want to be trying to or to give them more credit, they're trying to pull the subtle like, no, everyone's kind of bad and good and equal in not an equal measure, but everyone's kind of bad and good to different degrees. And the nature of a cult is that when you're brought up within it, you can't see its blind spots. Like May is obsessed with the witches and thinks that they were good, and she can't see their flaws. Osha did, but Osha apparently can't see the Jedi's flaws, where apparently someone like May can. But the problem with that is that if you're going to do that, you can't then show the Jedi to be objectively much better than the witches, because they are. Because the witches are like, yeah, you have to stay here, you have to be exactly like your sister, you get no free will or independence, and you pledge yourself to us forever.
Yeah, meanwhile the Jedi are like, you can join us if you want, but like no pressure, you can stay here. Yeah, that's fine.
You can leave if you want, whenever, because literally she did, right? She left. And also we're not going to brand you with a tattoo on your fucking forehead. Mm-hmm. Which, by the way, remember that tattoo. It might be relevant in episode 5.
The other thing about the cult, like the show does feel like they want to paint them in a more grayish light, but the way they describe the Force with the thread, and how they just go about their day, like with their philosophies, they are, I mean, I would say it's a pretty bad interpretation of the Force in terms of like relative to the Sith.
The thread is not to be used. Also, let me teach you how to use the thread to attack people and block attacks and stuff.
Yeah, and they also mentioned like you
possess
can
people's minds and attack them from within.
Yeah, and it's just like it feels like almost like a Falcon and Winter Soldier thing, where it's like we want to show these people as good, but actually they're pretty bad. And not good people, because they're like, oh, destiny, but we can also manipulate destiny. It pretty much just sounds like the Sith's interpretation, like they manipulate the Force to do their own will. That's pretty much what they're doing with the thread.
The destiny thing is also something that I found very weird, because like the basic tautology is like we all have like a thread, we have like a set path, and that is our destiny. But like you can just make choices that avoid the destiny. So it's not really your destiny, is it, if you just choose not to do it, right? Like I don't really know how that's supposed to work.
Well, I guess without going into like Eastern philosophy, this could be like a Dharma situation where like technically you have a destiny, but you are free to ignore it. It's just that it's a bad idea to do that.
It's like campaign mode, but you're fully allowed to just go and do side quests.
Yeah, essentially, like it's not like a prescriptive you have to be this. It's more a descriptive like this is what the universe wants for you and what you should be doing. This is where you belong in the universe. This is where you fit, but you are free to ignore that. I guess that's what they're going for. That's kind of the way Destiny's always been portrayed. Well, apart from in the prequels, that was the way that Destiny was portrayed in the original trilogy. So maybe the problem is that like
in the originals, I always assumed that like they referred to destiny more as like less as like a cosmic thing that dictates what you should do or like where you should go, and more just like this is kind of what you're going to have to do if you want to accomplish this thing. Or like in Vader's case, when he says you'll meet your destiny, that's literally just another way of saying you're going to die. Like I never interpreted the term destiny in the original trilogy as like any specific set path that you have to take, or like that you can take if you want, but you can choose otherwise.
I guess the other thing we should talk about here is the continued hints towards dyads and the idea that the dark side and the light side are two halves of a whole continues to be a thing. Like this cult have the yin yang symbol all over them. They even brand it into May's forehead.
Kelnacca has that symbol like brandished on his wall for some reason.
Yeah, exactly. May and Osha are obviously like two halves of the whole, like literally like with two souls. One soul born in two bodies, one of which is dark and one of which is light.
Power of two, power of many.
The power of many.
The power within. Power within.
It's oh god, stop it before I die. There's also the incredibly funny line from Soul, just because I've got it down in my notes, which is like the Jedi do not take children. I'm sorry. So, and then later in the episode, he's like, the Jedi took me from my family when I was 4.
Also, can we not skip over the fact that their names are Mayho and Varosha, respectively?
Mayho, I kept on thinking of mayonnaise. I know that's really unfortunate.
Mayonnaise on an escalator, going upstairs. I'll see you later.
That thing that you pointed out, Jolly, of how Soul says that the Jedi don't train children, and then he outright contradicts that the next episode. It reminds me of something that Mavkit pointed out about the Flash season 4, about like how the writers would just like forget what they just established on the same page of their script.
Yeah,
anyway,
there's a lot. Hey, Southpaw.
Oh yeah, I'm here too.
Hello.
There's a lot of this is something that, like, obviously we kind of touched on this already with the inconsistent character motivations, but this is something that these episodes plot wise also do a lot, which is the writers don't seem to remember what they wrote 2 pages ago. This is just like a running theme, like, but they don't remember where characters were, what items characters had, where things were placed.
You say that, I'm a little more cynical about it. I think they do remember, but they're like, we need this thing to be here now, so a scene has been sandwiched in between the last scene that established where that thing was, so now we can just say it's here, and fuck you, it's ambiguous. You don't get to say that doesn't make sense, and it's like, well, it doesn't, though. Like, you particularly get that impression with the opening of episode 5, as we're going to get to.
Oh, God, yeah. Like, things are just all over the place at the start of that episode. I don't know how anything got anywhere in that. Man, that episode is bad. It's really bad. It's really bad. It's
the worst one, by the way, everyone. I know everyone hates on episode 3 for very good reason, but no.
I'm just trying to see if there's anything else in the episode 3 notes that we haven't covered already in the stream.
I wanted to kind of touch on, like, so Indara never finishes saying what she was going to say, but apparently there's some kind of, like, Republic law that I guess dictates that if you're not a Jedi sect, you're not allowed to have children in your clan. Is that what they're saying? Because, like, you know, the Night Sisters obviously contradict that, but...
Yeah, well, that's the thing. What she says is, like, that within the Republic, only the Jedi are allowed to train children.
Which, first of all, Brindok's not in the Republic, and the witches even point that out.
Yeah.
But for some reason, and so Brindok's not part of the Republic, but then Indara's like, we have a right to test these children with your permission, of course. So it's like, A, you need their permission, and B, no, you don't have the right because you're not in Republic space. You don't have jurisdiction here. I guess the idea there is like they're overstepping their bounds and just kind of being like, yeah, we're not doing what we're supposed to do, but what are you going to do about it? We have 10,000 and you have what, 30?
I think that is very much the implication, right? Because the witches even discussed this. They're like, well, we could, like, Coral's like, well, we could go and kill them, and there's only 4 of them. Which, okay, 4 Jedi are still quite a lot. Like, I don't know how powerful these witches are, but probably not powerful enough to take on 2 Jedi Masters.
Mother Anastasia just fucking took Torben's entire body over. without even
Right, but
trying. So I don't know.
That in itself is a kind of bullshit. We can touch
Well,
on that.
sure, but it happened. So that tells us that
All
these
right.
witches have that kind of power over even Jedi. So
Yeah, that's okay. Like, yeah, I'll concede that, but also like it shouldn't be the case. That's nonsense.
May take me.
yeah.
Sorry.
But yeah, Coral's like, oh yeah, we could just kill the Jedi, and they're like, no, if we do that, they'll bring the whole order down on us, and
Yeah.
we can't fight them. So there is very much, I think, a threat of like we can bully you off the map here. But then, like you pointed out, if that's the case that you can't train children, why is Dathomir allowed to carry on being?
Yeah, because the thing
is,
and I had this issue with the Clone Wars as well, which I didn't mention it in my video, but there were so many issues I had with that show that I didn't mention in my videos. Obi-Wan makes it very clear that he knows, like the Jedi know full well like what the Night Sisters actually are and how Dathomir is run, even if there are some like pretenses for like how the world actually is that like, you know, on the surface, like the Jedi know, and it's kind of an open secret, but then also they kind of just allow them to exist. So
yeah,
Grievous wiped them out in an afternoon with like a small army. So
yeah, of robots.
Yeah. So it wouldn't have been that hard for the Jedi to take care of them, I think.
This kind of feeds back into like why are the Jedi on Brendok specifically? Because there's also like it has to be like May and Osha have to have been known as special already to the Jedi, otherwise their being here doesn't make any sense. For a whole bunch of reasons. But we cover that in our stream, so we'll not cover it again here. Anything else in episode 3 that we need to talk about?
I believe that's everything. Again, other than just like, I guess I kind of want to run through how everything happens at the end from the perspective of Osha and like all the information that we're missing, basically. Like, because basically she's in her bedroom with May, and she's like, "I'm gonna leave. I'm packing up right now." And May's like, "Okay, I'll fucking kill you." And then she takes her little book that I guess the Jedi gave her, slams the door shut, locks it because they have a bedroom door that can be locked from the outside, burns the book, and then we don't see what happens, but then suddenly there's just a fire like all around the corridor where May was, and she's not there now. And so then Osha like climbs through the walls to try to get out of her room and escape the fire. And I think this is when she like looks overhead and there's like an explosion and you hear a bunch of witches like screaming. And then she comes out into like the power generator area and May is out there. And am I missing something? Oh yeah. So and then she goes up on the bridge and then there's like this shot of them like each of them on either side of a broken bridge, and it's, I guess the symbolism there is like
visual metaphors are subtle and fun.
Visual metaphors are a literary
device.
And so then she's like, "What did you do?" And then May's like, "What did you do?" And I guess that's meant to imply that like more happened that Osha doesn't know about, and she's blaming May, but then May is telling her that this is all her fault. Then the bridge collapses. Soul runs in. The Jedi are just here. Don't know what's going on there. He catches Osha with the Force, but doesn't catch May, so May falls to her death. And then he pulls her up, and then he picks her up, and he takes her back to the Jedi ship, and they like a shot of them running past all these dead witch bodies. None of them look to have been burned, so clearly they died some other way. And then when she wakes up on the Jedi ship, like he says that May started a fire and that all of her family are dead. So clearly a lot of missing information. Don't know what to make of that yet. Probably will be revealed in the next episode or something. I don't know.
By the way, may I just say, based on what we see, I agree with Sol. May is dead. I don't care that she's in the later episodes. Yeah. There's no way she survived that.
Yeah, that really
she's
funny
not Gollum
in episode 4. Where Vernestra pulls Sol aside and she's like, "Why didn't you tell me?" And he's like, I did tell you. And she's like, "No, why didn't you tell me that there was a chance that May could be alive?" And he's like, "If I thought for even a second that she might have survived that, I would have told you."
I like that he just stares at her deadpan and goes like, "She fell into Mount Doom. She fell like hundreds of feet into fire. She's no." I want to know how May survived that, but apparently she did. Also, why didn't Sol just catch both of them with the Force? I don't know. Why?
Well, I don't think
he couldn't have done.
Did he
Sol.
catch Osha with the Force? I thought he just grabbed her
catches
hand.
her. He grabs her with her hand, but like you've got a spare hand for it, and you can use the Force, and you can pick up things that size. So, maybe grab her. I don't know. But yeah, he doesn't. And then you think, by the way, this comes into episode 5 as well, but like, so he's already learned his lesson once, everybody, about checking whether May is actually there or not. Just, he's already made that mistake once and it's kind of come back to bite him. So the next time that happens, he's definitely going to fucking check that she's there, right? Right?
I do have a potential defense for what I think you're referring to in episode 5, but I'll run it by you when we get there in like
I think I know what your defense will
4
be.
hours.
Because I considered it myself and then promptly dismissed it as horseshit.
Okay. Okay.
But we'll see when we get there. That's episode 3. So episode 4 picks back up after the flashback. Like, forget the flashback. It picks up right after episode 2, basically, which is May and Chimera are on their way to Khofar to kill Kelnacca. And meanwhile, Sol and the gang
have gone back to Coruscant on Vernestra's behest because fuck warning Kelnacca and actually apprehending these guys in a timely manner.
Well, as we're about to find out, time doesn't matter. So
true.
But yeah, so Vernestra is like, okay, rather than warning Kelnacca, I want you guys to come all the way back to Coruscant for a confab because we need to have a little meeting about everything that's gone on. And that's where we start off in this episode.
Yeah, because so she mentioned at the end of episode 2 that she was convening a small council to go over everything that's been going on. And we were like, in the coverage of the first 2 episodes, we were like, where the fuck is Yoda? Where the fuck is the Jedi Council? Why are we only just now convening a council? And why is it not the High Council? Turns out there's a reason for that that's told to us in this episode.
Oh boy.
Do we want to go over that? Because there's a couple scenes before the.
Let's go in chronological order. I think that's the best thing to do. So we start off on Khofar and we see Kelnacca making soup. Oh, that looks like a tasty soup. Good old boy Kelnacca. Or is it salad? I can't tell. Like it's hot, whatever it is. It looks delicious. Swallowed.
Indeed.
And all over his walls, as she alluded to earlier, is the yin yang symbol from Brendok, which foreshadowing is a literary device in which then we have Snap to Coruscant and another unnecessary title card for Coruscant. And I'm like,
yep.
I didn't know where we were, so it's okay.
I didn't know either. I don't know where the Jedi Temple is usually.
I was like,
I'm lost.
Is this Mustafar?
I don't have object permanence, you see.
I think
so when they show me that temple again, I've forgotten where it was. Jeki's in a training class. We pick up there. Jeki's in a training class with some other Padawans.
Swinging around a little wooden sword.
Yeah, I was just watching. That wooden sword, man, that puts the Anakin Obi-Wan practice into perspective, doesn't it? What were they doing?
I had that thought in this episode as well as in the episode of Ahsoka where she was training Sabine, because they were using wooden practice sabers, and I was like, yeah, that makes a lot more sense, doesn't it, than just sparring with real lightsabers
with lit plasma blades.
I mean, it's not just the Anakin Obi-Wan practice duel as well. It's the younglings using lightsabers in Attack of the Clones as well,
and swinging them around while they had blinders over their eyes.
Yeah, apparently there was a policy change in the Jedi Order after the Acolyte. They were like,
it's okay to just give the children about these plasma blades. It's okay. They need to learn somehow.
If you can dodge a lightsaber, you can dodge a ball.
Hello, Master Obi-Wan. Chops off someone's head.
Liam, the shade.
Just behead someone. But yeah, so that's happening, and this is worth, other than the funniness of the saber, this is worth noting for a very particular reason, which is they have had enough time since they travel all the way back to Coruscant. So that's the travel time between what the hell's the last planet called? Olega and Coruscant to consider. So they had the travel time during which May and Chimera are on their way. Then they had enough time to get in. Jackie attended a training class. Sol attends a council, and Osha gets her pip droid serviced.
Well, okay, let's get a timeline going, because I'm assuming based on how episode 2 wrapped up that the Jedi left Olega immediately after Vernestra told them to come back to Coruscant. So they would have left that night instead of actively pursuing May. And then she and Chimera left Olega the morning after. So there is a bit of a head start that the Jedi have. It appears that by the time Chimera and May arrive on Khofar, the Jedi are about to start their meeting, which implies to me that they got to Coruscant around the time that Chimera and May got to Khofar. So relatively.
I'm sorry. Someone in chat is claiming that the youngling lightsabers are training sabers, and that it's been established. Where?
Okay,
Well,
that's a
but
thing
hang
in
on,
the
let's just-
EU, but like we're talking. First of all, we're goofing. It doesn't really matter. But second of all, like that's not established anywhere in canon, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, that's not made
Definitely
clear
not
in
in
the
the
movie.
shows or in the film. So
By the way,
Yeah.
if that was a thing that you could, I don't know how you set up white, a tens of thousands of degrees hot plasma blade to a safety setting. I don't know how that works. But presume, even if you want to argue that there are training sabers, then why are they using the wooden sticks?
you just
What's
turn
point
the
of wooden
safety
sticks?
on your lightsaber, and then you just like can just slash it against things, and it bounces off like a baseball. That's why Kenobi's lightsaber was
Yeah,
ineffective
they don't-
against
It makes so
Stormtrooper
much
armor.
sense.
I'm sorry.
He accidentally
if
kept the safety on.
if you don't fucking show that like the like them dueling with the training sabers and then one accidentally whacks the other but they're fine, if you don't establish that in the same way that like in Dune when they are showing how the shields work, they outright show like the like if you hit it fast or hit it quickly the blade won't go through the shield. If you don't have a shot like that, I'm sorry, it doesn't fucking count. I don't care what the EU says.
Well,
The
but
EU
regardless,
is God,
hang on.
so-
But regardless, like yes, you're completely right. If you're going to establish like we have two things that look exactly the same, but they have different effects, then yes, you do need to explain to the audience why they're having different effects. Otherwise, we're going to get confused about the stakes. But that aside, there's also the funniness of like if that is true and these are training sabers and training sabers are a thing that exists, then why are we using wooden sticks? Why is Jackie swinging a wooden stick around? What's the point?
Well, you see, Jolly, that's an issue with the Acolyte and Ahsoka.
No,
because
I agree, but my point is like you like, oh, we solved the problem here by creating ones elsewhere. Like, oh, okay, so we haven't solved the problem then.
I genuinely don't think it matters. Like, if I'm going to criticize Kenobi, and trust me, I have. I'm not going to talk about the. No, I haven't actually. I'll get around to it eventually. I'm not going to talk about the fact that Anakin and Obi-Wan are using real lightsabers in their sparring match. Like, that is so low on the list of criticisms that I could make about that show that I just wouldn't even bring it up.
These like as you said, we were goofing. Like, this is not a serious criticism. Like, it is funny. It is a mistake or an inconsistency or whatever you like to call it. But like, it's not a. It's really in the grand scheme of things, it's not relevant.
Reva was stabbed with the safety.
No, the Grand Inquisitor was stabbed with the safety on.
No, the Grand Inquisitor's two stomachs had safety on.
No, Sabine was stabbed with the safety on.
Sabine was whatever. We're not going to go into
Anyway.
Sabine stabbing is fine. It's fine.
Timeline. So yeah, what I'm assuming is that the Jedi arrived on Coruscant around the same time that Kymir and May showed up on Khofar. It's also worth noting that Kymir knew specifically where Kelnacca's home was, so he would have probably parked closer to it than the Jedi did, because the Jedi just landed at like a port, I guess, like a tiny little village or something, and like that's where Kelnacca was last stationed. But then he went off into the woods and was God knows where, which is stuff we're going to get to in terms of how they're able to track him, because everything to do with that is funny.
Let's wait until they arrive on Khofar to do all the timeline stuff, because it is broken. But like, just for now, yeah, the timeline is already looking a bit suspect at this point. Anyway, Jackie's training class finishes and she has a small conversation with Osha, which is neat. I like this conversation. I think Daphne Keane in particular does an excellent job of imparting nuance to her performance to make Jackie a likable character here. So
my cynicism comes from the fact that they're setting up this kind of like friendship with Osha and Jackie that I know isn't going to go anywhere. And also isn't going to be meaningfully developed before it goes, before she dies. So,
absolutely. So, like, well, again, let's save that discussion for when she passes from this mortal coil in episode 5. But for now, it's like, okay, this is a nice bit of acting. We're setting up this like nuanced little relationship between Jackie and Osha. We even have the comments from Daphne Keane where she's like, "Oh, I tried to play it off like Jackie almost has a crush on Osha." And I'm like, this is all sweet, nice, and it's good. Cool. I like this.
Pretty
and then
woke,
she's like,
it's fine.
Oh my fucking woke. Jesus Christ. Osha's about to slip off. She's like, I can't be a part of this hunt for May. I've got too much baggage and I don't want to get involved. I'll leave this to the Jedi. And Jackie's like, well, have you told Sol that you're leaving? And she's like, no, I've caused him enough problems.
I have thoughts about this. So I guess the thing is, like, I just don't know enough about Osha as a character because the show refuses to tell me anything. But, like, does it not come off as kind of weird that she doesn't want to continue this mission to find her sister? Like, she's just going to leave?
Well, I guess this comes down to the already mentioned character inconsistency, because in episode 2, when they were waiting to ambush May, she wants to leap out and confront her, and Saul's like, no, you're full of anger, you don't want justice, you want revenge, and that's why I'm keeping you away from this. Like, Osha wants to jump in and be a part of this. Saul's like, no, don't. You need to. You're not in your right state of mind for this. I guess apparently Osha came to this realization off screen as well and agreed with Saul, because now she's like, yeah, no, Saul's right, and I shouldn't be involved.
Well, okay, even if she shouldn't be involved, like maybe stay at the temple for a bit, and then once the Jedi have like successfully captured May, then you could at least, talk to her, right? Like once she's confined or imprisoned or something. Like, I don't know. Like, I just feel like she would want closure after 16 years of thinking she was dead and then finding out that she's come back and started murdering Jedi that she knew personally. Like, I don't know. It's just weird.
There's also the strange thing of like, we still haven't established any reason why she's still not really a suspect.
Yeah.
She didn't kill anyone, but there's no reason, like, it's entirely possible that she and May are working together. And if you're Vanessa even has a really funny line later on where Saul's like, oh, we need to give May something she wants to get her to surrender. And Vanessa's like, do we have anything that she wants? And I'm like, are you stupid, Vanessa? You have a sister.
You're using her as bait.
Vanessa is an idiot.
Okay, yeah. So we kind of went over this with episode 2, but like, yeah, you did have Yord mentioning how like, even if the twin thing is true, like there's no way of knowing that Osha and May aren't in league with each other. But then he followed her and found that she didn't kill Torben, which means she's totally innocent now, and he believes her. And it's like, oh, okay.
And for some reason, Vanessa has also come to this conclusion that there's no possible use to be gained from Osha.
Well, what I'm wondering as well about in terms of what Vernestra thinks about Osha is like, we find out later that she wants to keep all this completely under wraps, like to the point where she doesn't want to tell the Jedi Council, because the Jedi Council would apparently be inclined to tell the Senate, and that would tip off their political enemies, which is, suboptimal.
Nonsense.
That's all nonsense, and it's stupid, and we'll get into that. But like, in terms of what that means for Osha, it's like, so you should want her like under lock and key, basically. Like, you don't want her just wandering around the Jedi Temple. You don't want her just leaving whenever she wants to, right? Because she might blab about the fact that there's a fucking assassin running around killing Jedi and working for this really powerful dark side user who trained her, this mystery person. Like, you don't want her to tell anyone. So why is she just walking around freely? Why was she not like arrested as soon as they arrived on Coruscant?
Not a clue. Your guess is as good as mine.
She's just, Vernestra, she may be corrupt and like shown to be so corrupt in episode 1 that she's willing to just basically like make an example of Osha to sweep this under the rug and keep it from her political enemies. But like, she's such a swell gal, and she just doesn't want to do anything that would be unfair for me.
Yeah, it's it's all broken. May and Kylie then arrive on Khofar. And we have a little. This conversation is largely incidental. Nothing really important is said here, other than Kylie. No, sorry, not Kylie. May says, "Okay, we've only got 3 hours of sunlight left to get to Kelnacca."
Clock
so
that.
That's the clock that they've arrived. They've got 3 hours until it's dark.
Well, this scene does also set up that she's apparently having doubts now that she knows Osha's alive about like her mission and whether or not she wants to work for the Sith. Don't know why.
Apparently now.
Maybe the show will explain once she finally does come to a decision. I'm sure they will, because that's how
I can't wait
writing
for that
works.
explanation. Then we have what I'm choosing to call the small council meeting.
Guess who's here?
Oh, it's our,
Guess who's in the room?
Boy. It's our buddy.
Our boy.
Yeah.
Ki-Adi-Mundi is
So
in the room, everyone.
it was confirmed in the credits, because Jolly and I, when we were watching, we just thought that was another member of his species.
Syrian.
Obviously, he's a Syrian. But like, no, that actually is him, according to the credits. And of course, because nobody wants to fucking criticize the show correctly, a lot of people are criticizing his appearance here for the wrong reasons, when there are plenty of reasons to be upset about this that we'll get into. But so, yeah, in the EU, the non-canon continuity, he was born in 93 BBY, and his species was said to live to about 60 to 70 years. So obviously, like, going by that metric, there's no fucking way he's alive by this point, 100 years before the Phantom Menace, because that would make him, what, like 140 by Phantom Menace? And like 160 by the time he dies. So like, no. That's not canon, though. And like, there was nothing in canon that established his age or the lifespan of Syrians anywhere, not in a source book, not anything. So there's no issue there. But of course, people got mad and were like, nope, Wikipedia changed. It was so weird. It was so bizarre looking at this because you'd see people being like, Wikipedia changed things, see? And they'd show a screen cap of his Legends article and then a screen cap of his Canon article. And it's like, you see that it says this is the Legends page, right? And that this is the I know you're being deceptive on purpose because there's no way you fuck that up on accident, but like the people like seeing these screenshots and sharing them around, they're not catching this. They don't see that because it's very obvious. There's like a tab that says you are on Legends. Click here to go to Canon.
Yep.
So it's like it's not hard to find. They haven't cropped that out or anything because you can't crop that out without it being really obvious that you're doing a lie. So I don't know. It's just everything about this is just so bizarre to me.
Could you highlight Manostian's comment? I don't mean to single you out, Manostian. I just think it's worth talking about because this is a thing I've seen a lot. From when people push back, because I did this on Twitter. I was like, it doesn't matter when he was born. Get over yourselves. And people were like, well, it's the principle about they just changed, what everyone understood for no reason. I'm like, okay,
for no reason.
I guess the first thing to say here is there is no obligation that Disney continuity has to adhere to world continuity. No.
Well, I take it a step further, right? Let's say that there's something that's established in the EU that is fine on its own, but you as a writer for the new canon are like, I have the power to change this because it's not established as canon yet, and I have an idea that would be really good, but I wouldn't be able to do it if I strictly adhered to the EU just on principle. What do? Do you just not do that idea? At that point, what's even the point of doing a new continuity? You might as well just continue Legends and not, which I know a lot of EU fans out there want, but what I'm saying is that you have to accept that this is a new continuity that's allowed to make changes where they think it's necessary. And again, I have issues with the fact that Ki-Adi-Mundi shows up here, but the fact that they quote unquote retconned his age is just not one of them because they didn't do that.
Right. So I guess the thing is they don't need a reason to change things. Is the kind of if the way they had done this, right? If we had just had him as a fun cameo, that bit when Osha's about to leave the temple and Sol catches her and there's a whole crowd of people milling around. If Ki-Adi-Mundi had just been in the background walking past, I wouldn't have, nothing would have been wrong with that. People could be like, oh, they just changed that for no reason, and you're like, okay, but who cares? They're allowed to do that. Yeah.
So I don't want to quote the Acolyte defenders who like to write off every criticism as superfluous nonsense, but I'm sorry, Ki-Adi-Mundi's birth year and lifespan was never in any way integral to the lore, ever, and it's okay to change that.
The Ki-Adi-Mundi's being older, being alive in the Acolyte is not a problem. The problem is which room he's in and what conversations he's present
what
for.
information he knows and what he would do with that information now that he knows it.
Yeah, and that's the important thing because there are, as Cheese just said, there are genuine reasons to get annoyed with the way in which Ki-Adi-Mundi was utilized by the writers, and therefore on a meta sense, there's the reason they brought him in just to have him as it's fair to criticize the way in which he was utilized by the writers, their decision to bring him in for this. But the idea that part of the problem is just that the writers, altered not continuity, or rather, deviated from the old continuity when creating the new one, is a non-starter. That's just a bad argument, and I would be thrilled if we could jettison it to concentrate on things. It'd
be like if I was reading the new Ultimate Spider-Man run that just came out, and I was like, but it was established in this comic 20 years ago that this event happened, and it's but that's a different continuity. Yeah, you can't just pretend that matters somehow.
Yeah, it's it's the same with Arcane. Arcane's definitely different than the games in terms of its lore.
I still don't know if we're trying to say Arcane and League of Legends are part of the same canon. I keep getting conflicting answers on that.
When Arcane was made, it was not made with the idea in mind that it was going to be canon, but now it is canon apparently.
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense.
Well, but as in that's an example of they deviated from the source material of the game to make the show, and they made creative decisions that were I think objectively better in that regard than what the show had, than what the game had established. And as a result of it just being better and being much better received, the game makers were like, well, we can change the game's continuity to match the show's. That's actually a much better decision. So that's what happened. But the essential point we're making here is when you change continuities, you are under no obligation to have to provide a reason for deviating from an old continuity.
I want to be clear as well. Like you guys fucking know. Any of you who've been following my channel for any substantial amount of time know that I will fucking raise hell anytime they contradict the smallest thing about canon books. You know, like the Canon comics or Cobb Vanth's story and Aftermath, like things like that. I'll be like, that's dumb, and that's an issue. Like if it was canon that Mundi was born in 93 BBY, and like they retcon that, like I would be like, hey, you retcon that, and that's bad, fuck you. It would still be lower on the list of criticisms that I have, but I would still mention it because you guys know me and you know that I will always, you know, be a ride or die for the books and the continuity.
Yeah.
So when I tell you this isn't an issue, like seriously, it's not a fucking issue. They haven't retconned anything.
Oh my god, Sheev's appealing to his own authority. Get him!
No!
Oh, Sheev, how the mighty have fallen. You're coping for Disney Star Wars now.
I mean, yeah, that's the ultimate through line. Like, if this had been canon, we would be annoyed that they had changed the canon. It wasn't, therefore, that's not the issue. The issue now is
I would
just
be
like,
rather miffed.
Yeah, because the thing is, the things that we do find annoying about it are the changes this makes to continuity in terms of context, right? Of
Right.
Like,
So
what
let's get into
Ki-Adi-Mundi
that.
knew for the Phantom Menace. Well, hang on. Let's talk about the actual scene first and what they say, and then we can talk about what Mundi then knows as a result.
Well, it all kind of goes together, so it's hard to even know where to start. But like, because you have them basically being like, all right, cool. So this is May. We have a hologram video of her. She was trained by some mysterious dark side user. Oh, splinter group of Jedi. And then you have like one Jedi go like, oh, well, if there was a splinter group, surely we'd know about it. Which I think kind of bolsters what Jolly and I were saying in the first episode's coverage, where we were like, yeah, like any Jedi who leave the Order are probably pretty well monitored, or at least you'd imagine. But apparently there's like a gray spot where they still think Osha might have gone and killed Endara. I don't know.
Well, they even explain, one of the Jedi say while watching a recording of May fight, they say, oh, she fights off like based off emotion. It's like, I wonder if the Sith do that.
Well, okay, yeah. Like the let's get meta here for a second. Like the defenses that the Acolyte fans like to make and are still making, despite what happens in episode 5, is that just because you're a dark side user and you use a red lightsaber and you draw on the dark side and you feed off of emotion, whatever, doesn't mean you're a Sith. And that is true. However, there's a very big difference between the Sith and just a regular dark side user that, like, even if you look at the Phantom Menace, like they kind of make that distinction. You have Qui-Gon saying that Maul was trained in the Jedi arts, and so based on that alone, his only conclusion can be that he was a Sith Lord. That implies that, like, this isn't just any old dark side user. Like, he knows his shit, and he's very powerful. And the Jedi are skeptical about that at first because Ki-Adi-Mundi says the Sith have been extinct for a millennium, and, like, you know, Windu's like, I don't believe that the Sith could have returned without us knowing. But by the end of the film, Windu himself says there's no doubt the mysterious warrior was a Sith Lord. And why else? Like, what's changed? The only thing that's changed between then and now is that Darth Maul, by himself in a 1v1 against Qui-Gon, a Jedi Master, was able to defeat him and kill him. Which implies that as far as the Jedi are concerned, if you are a Darksider who is powerful enough to take on a Jedi Master by himself, you must be a Sith. Even if you're not a Sith, because that's something we'll go over too. As far as the Jedi are concerned,
is that your fighting is based in the Jedi arts, that you're trained in the Jedi arts specifically, not just any kind of martial arts generally. And B, that you are there, that you have become powerful enough to pose a threat to a Jedi Master, implies that you are a Sith strongly, like to the point that there's no other reasonable conclusion. And the problem is that May has already killed 2 Jedi Masters, one in actual combat, and the other.
But to be fair, that one was a cheap shot.
Yeah, but they don't know that.
Oh, they don't know that. That's it depends on what the bartender was able to tell them.
Well, you think the bartender was like, "Oh yes, she killed her with a cheap shot." It was
the bartender might have said she threw a knife at me. The Jedi turned and caught it, and then she was distracted and then got stabbed. And then the Jedi might be like, "Oh, May killed her with a cheap shot."
Maybe. I mean, I still think, like, you know, she's killed 2 Jedi Masters, an escaped soul, like and a big Jedi trap. Like Vanessa even points it out, right? Like, she's already escaped soul. Like, they send a Jedi Master to deal with her. They're like, this girl is a serious threat, a serious problem. On top of that, Vanessa at the conclusion of this meeting is like, oh, she was trained by a Jedi. There can be no other conclusion. You know, because, like, you know, she's like, any fool can tell that from the hologram that she has been trained in the Jedi arts. You're like, oh, so she's really powerful and trained in the Jedi. So she's a Sith.
Which this is what I think the writers and then the fans and defenders are going to try to say is like the reason that they don't believe that this was a Sith plot like by the end of the show, because like they're all so quick to just be like, oh, she was trained, she's like a Jedi or like a Jedi offshoot or like some kind of rogue Jedi, you know, broke away from the order and trained this person, and we don't know who that was, but it was someone. And then, of course, you have the fact that Vernestra decided not to tell the council for the reasons we went over, which so fucking stupid. First of all, the Jedi council wouldn't tell the Senate something that would compromise their standing in political. Like, we know that from Attack of the Clones.
It's the same Jedi, because Yoda is the one who says like, you know, we can't do that. It'll multiply our enemies in the Senate.
Yeah.
And Yoda is at present in the Acolyte, the Grand Master of the Jedi Order. So
yeah, so well, who fucking knows where Yoda is and what he's doing?
Okay, he's around and he's on the council. At the very least. We know this is canon.
Do we? Because if you're referencing the books, shut up. Books, you know, they don't care about the books. Well, all I'm getting at is like, so yeah, there's no reason to believe that the Jedi Council would tell the Senate if it's believed that would compromise them politically. So like, but like that's the excuse that Vernestra gives, and so that's why the council aren't made aware of this at this time. But the problem is Ki-Adi-Mundi is here and knows about this, and obviously he can't die here because he's in the Phantom Menace. That's the thing. It was revealed by one of the writers of this episode that they put Ki-Adi-Mundi in this show because they wanted to get Yoda here, but they couldn't get a hold of him. So they instead they just made it Ki-Adi-Mundi. So they really did want a prequel Jedi to be in this scene.
It reads very much like, oh, they want Thing here because Thing's in prequel, and we want Thing here so that people recognize it.
I'm gonna be more cynical. I don't think that's the reason. I think this is a really ham-fisted attempt to be like, look how inept the Jedi and corrupt they were, that they don't see what's right under their noses. Like, oh, they had us in front of them before, and so when it turns up again, it makes sense that they were immediately dismissive of it, which, A, is a fundamental misread and misremembering of what happened in the Phantom Menace, because they do take it very seriously in the Phantom Menace. But also, yeah, it just creates problems, because, yeah, if...
So let's actually talk about how the fucking dialogue plays out in the Phantom Menace. I already went over, like, why Qui-Gon concluded Maul was a Sith, why the Jedi were reserved about that, but why they eventually came around to the idea. But, like, really think about this for a second, right? Let's just say that by the end of the show, Ki-Adi-Mundi's like, okay, that probably wasn't a Sith, but like there was this really powerful dark side user who killed all these Jedi and got away in the end, or maybe he died, whatever. By the time the Phantom Menace rolls around and Qui-Gon encounters Darth Maul and says that to the council, you'd think he'd be like, yeah, by the way, remember that one guy from like 100 years ago? That was in living memory for a lot of us in this room, by the way. You know, he wasn't a Sith. So, like, what makes you think that this mysterious attacker on Tatooine was a Sith? And then, you know, that would be like a discussion point, and that'd be like a back and forth. Like, that would have been the point that was raised, is what I'm getting at. But it wasn't, and that tells us something.
Yeah, or the reverse, which is that, like, if Qui-Gon's assessment is held to be correct, they're just skeptical of, like, that like, Qui-Gon might be overstating things. But, like, you know, the idea that if Qui-Gon is correct and there is a guy trained in the Jedi arts who can take on a master, therefore a Sith is a correct one, then Mundi should right now be thinking that May is either a Sith or being trained by one, if that's all there is. And that this actually goes slightly further, because one of the justifications that's used for why this is all going to turn out with the Jedi not concluding that Chimera and Co were Sith is that, or even if it turns out that Chimera really isn't a Sith, I don't know how they'll play that one, but that's a theory going around. But Chimera says his own line to Soul is like, you would call me a Sith. And so if the thing they're going for here is like, oh, the Jedi have no nuance and just call any Darksider of severe power as a Sith or equivalent, then what are you talking about, Kai, that the Sith have been extinct for 1,000 years? If all this, any Darksider who meets these criteria are a Sith,
there'd be all these Darksiders that have run around the last 1,000 years that apparently you consider a Sith because you don't understand nuance. And so, like, what do you mean they haven't been around?
It also contradicts this own show, because they have dark side users in the show that aren't considered Sith. Like, they have the witches.
Yep.
So it's like, what do you
yeah,
saying?
They didn't call the Sith witches. They didn't call the witches Sith, because they don't call the Night Sisters Sith.
be really funny if it turned out the Sith is just like a slur for dark side users. Like the Sith are like, you shouldn't call us that. It's really offensive, actually. only we get that's our word. Only we get to use that word.
If we were to get into like the actual EU lore of the origins of the Sith, like the Sith were a species.
Name, right?
Yeah, the Sith are a species that exist on Korriban. That's where they're from. When the Dark Jedi who broke away from the Jedi landed or like were exiled to Korriban, they basically became their masters and referred to themselves as the Dark Lords of the Sith. And so now, like in shorthand, they're just referred to as the Sith Lords, that sort of thing.
Ah.
So like again, like Sith very specifically means like something like something specific to this religion. Like, and the Jedi understand that. But again, that's also not from a canon source, as far as I'm aware. So kind of like with Ki-Adi-Mundi's birth, I guess they could change that if they want.
I'm kind of sick of the fans going back and forth on their fences and contradicting themselves. Because if you remember, the justification for why Kylo can't be called a Sith is like, well, you know, he's just a dark side user. He's not actually a Sith. Like, to be a Sith means like having specific religious beliefs and beliefs about the Force. Mm-hmm. I'm like, well, apparently that's not true anymore. Apparently, just being a dark side user and powerful is enough to be called a Sith.
With Kylo and Snoke specifically, I'm gonna take the Mauler approach, where it's like, you can tell me they're not Sith, but like the films themselves have not meaningfully distinguished them from Sith, so I'm going to refer to them as Sith. Fuck you.
Well, especially because Sidious turns out to be the one who's actually trained Kylo.
Yeah.
So Kylo is a Sith. He just didn't know it.
Yeah. Imagine that. You become a Sith without even realizing it.
What, like May?
Oops.
Or Climate, for that matter. Like, oh goodness. Well, we'll get to that when we get to that. But yeah, this whole they wouldn't tell the council thing is just bullshit. Also, you're telling me that Yord, who is an incredibly by the books Jedi, is okay with just being sent on a mission the council don't know about?
Yeah.
To capture a dark side user who's killing Jedi Masters?
Let's take this a step further, right? Because you had Vernestra making unilateral decisions in episode 2 that Sol was basically using as justification of the Jedi are siding with me on this and we're doing this. So I do wonder if Sol's basically like, the Jedi have told me that we're going on this mission, and Yord's like, okay.
I guess the problem there is like, are we still to be led to believe that no other Jedi at this meeting wants to tell the council about this to be like to the point where they're willing to like go behind Vernestra's back? Because if that's the case, that Vernestra is leading some kind of internal faction of Jedi that are more loyal to her than they are to the council, then my God, do I need set up for this? Like, that is a really important and interesting thing that we need to be discussing, is the internal, like the idea that the Jedi themselves have like sub factions that are like having like playing politics with each other internally. Should be something that we're talking about.
Was Yord in the room during this meeting? I don't remember.
No, he's not.
He's not? You're sure?
Yeah, he's definitely not.
No, it's only Sol,
Masters.
Right?
I mean, you'd think that like I understand that he's not a master, but you'd think his testimony might go a long way, considering he was witness to a lot of what May was doing.
Well, I mean, Vernestra doesn't seem to agree with you. That's all I can say. This is the thing. Like, if you're going to introduce something as plot relevant as the idea that entire hierarchies of the Jedi Order are being cut out of the conversation about possible dark side users running amok, mass murdering masters, you need to do a lot more to set up why that would be the case. Because right now, I don't believe you. I don't believe that no Jedi in Vernestra's circle is skeptical of the decision to cut the High Council out of this.
But that's why I like to bring up the fact that the writers said that they like put Ki-Adi-Mundi in the scene because they couldn't get Yoda, because that tells us that they wanted a prequel Jedi in this room, which means you don't even get to say that the Jedi Council just never found out about this, because like people are unironically saying Mundi took this shit to his grave, and it's like, why? Why would he do that? And even if he never told them in that 100 years, the second that like Qui-Gon brings up Maul, he should have been like, guys, I have something I probably need to
hey guys,
say. I've needed to get this off my chest for like a century.
But like Windu's like, I don't believe the Sith gonna return without us knowing, and then he just looks up and Kai's like, Ki-Adi-Mundi's looking really shitty.
Sweating. He's like
sweating. He's like, oh no.
Yarel Poo's like, what do you know?
In exactly the same Robot Chicken voice. I was like, what is this prophecy? Why don't I know about this?
But then like Vernestra is actually still alive, and she's like looking in like through the doorway and like glaring at him, and he's like,
slowly drawing her finger across his throat
on him.
No, she put a
Just a
fucking
red-
bomb like on his heart, and she's like, if you even say the word Sith,
A
you'll
red dot
explode.
just shows up on his giant forehead.
It's like impossible. The Sith have. He's like, impossible. Those rapscallions have been extinct for a millennium, and they're like, why won't you say the word Sith? He's like,
That's the bad word. It's their word. We've been over this. Only
Their
they get to
word,
use
guys.
that word. Oh,
yeah, I just like this idea that he took this to his grave. It's like, why? Like, imagine everyone else in this room died, and Mundi is the sole survivor who knows about all this. Like,
Mundi has dementia. That's
he just
the explanation.
he just forgot. Yeah, while Mundi kind of forgot about the Iron Fleet.
Oh, do you remember when we watched this episode and you pointed out to me this was Mundi in the credits, and then I was like, there was a Keldoran Jedi. Please tell me that's not Plo Koon. And for a moment,
thank God
we found we found an article that speculated that it was. It isn't. It's not him. But we found an article that speculated that it was, and
that was saying it
signed up on
was like
this.
as a confirmation, and that it was done specifically to appease Filoni, and we were like, no.
And you're like, Plo Koon fought a Sith and never mentioned it.
He's just like, what are Sith? I don't know what these people are. They carry red lightsabers. He's like, oh, guys.
He's like, fuck, guys, I should have mentioned this.
guys.
Just snaps his fingers like, I knew there was something that slipped my mind. Damn it.
Plo Koon's
Anyway,
a
so
little slow, but we love him.
Council meeting adjourns with Vanestra being like, Master Harvin, who is a strange lady person, you're going to go and take in May. By any means necessary, and then Sol is like, whoa, let me go get May. Like, May's really important. She's got information. We can't risk that Harvin might kill her. Which Harvin's standing right behind him, and that's kind of insulting to Harvin. Like, yeah, we can't trust Harvin. She'll probably just chop May's head off, and Harvin's like, oh, come on. But Sol's like, yeah, no, send me, and we've got Osha, so we can use Osha as like leverage to get May to surrender, because like May is obviously interested in being reunited with Osha. And then Vanessa's like, okay, you can go, but you have to get Osha to agree to this, otherwise I'm sending Harvin. Which point, what's the next scene? Oh yeah, we cut back to Khofar, and May and Chimera are hiking through the woods together, and they're having this really awkward, stilted conversation that is. This kind of reminds me of episode 2, right? Like, when like they were like, "Oh, we're trying to make Chimera seem suspicious,but they went too far," and everyone was like, "So he's the Sith." Like, there's just no other conclusion. It's that kind of thing, right? Where all his dialogue is incredibly on the nose, and like sketchy, and it's almost like overacted. And Manny Jacinto is a great actor. Don't get me wrong, but like this just comes across like very awkward. Where he's like, "Oh, I met the master. He just kind of collects people. Oh, look, the forest. Change the conversation, please."
That's how he is with their first interaction when they land there, and he was like, I forget the line, but he said, "Oh, did you, I think Osha said, oh, not Osha, May, said like, oh, are you trying to protect me from the master or something like that?" And then he's like, no. Like really long. It's like, oh, so you are him. Like you're just him, dude.
I would never protect you from me. Him. I'm
him.
What,
I mean, the forest.
Look behind you. Look, the trees.
Yeah, it's really funny. It's like, have you seen his face? It's like, I told you I haven't. Oh, look, there it is. The perimeter. So
that's the perimeter, guys.
So you're definitely him then.
Yeah. And then we have this little conversation where they're talking about Osha and whether Osha's changed things for May, and May's like, "Oh, I can't believe my sister's Jedi scum." I'm like, "Oh, okay, so May still feels really strongly against the Jedi here." It's worth noting because she might feel this way in about 2 minutes, but for now, she remains hating the Jedi and incredulous that Osha could possibly have joined them and betrayed her in her eyes again. This is something to note down. Anyway, we cut back to Coruscant, and we found out that Osha managed to find some time to get her pip droid serviced, which I presume took at least a while. And she's on her way out, and Sol catches her on the door, and he's like, "Okay, I really need you to come with us. And you're gonna come back and confront May with us because it's we're gonna do this together. We really need to. May still has love for you, and you're gonna be the one who can pull her back." And I was just like, "Fine, but I won't wear one of those silly civilian robes." And then they do a funny and about 20,000 sets of inverted quotation marks transition where she's in the civilian robes, and okay, that's enough why that's the thing, but yeah, she is. And Yord is giving a presentation on the ship as they travel to Khofar to like 8 Jedi, or 7 other Jedi, right? Himself included, it makes 8. As well as Osha and this little kind of otter person called Basil, who is their tracker. We also get this like again, just to build up the kind of like Jackie characterization here. Like we have this little scene where Basil takes exception to the pip droid and gets sprayed with water, and then Osha has a conversation with Jackie, being like, "Oh, what is he with us or they? I'm not quite sure." And Shiva and I were watching that line unfold, and we're like, immediately we know that the anti-woke crowd on Twitter are going to go nuts about her saying like, "Oh, or is it they?" And I'm like,
Yeah.
this isn't the woke thing. She just doesn't know how the species works. She's never encountered it before. For all she knows, this guy's a female. She's just assumed he's male and then gone, "Oh, maybe I don't know." But yeah, it's a nice little moment. Jackie's really friendly again with Osha, and they have a little moment where they kind of like tease Yord for being overly serious about the presentation. So it's nice. I like it.
Yeah, it's good character stuff. I hope they don't ruin it.
Yeah, I hope this is all building to something meaningful, and that we're going to get more on these characters as they unfold, because that would be nice to have actual characters in the show. God knows we need them.
I think it's interesting how Yord is giving the brief, and like Soul isn't. I feel like Soul knows more about the situation. I felt like they just needed something. They just needed Yord to do something. Like, Yord, you do this. I'm surprised he's not like piloting the ship or anything.
Well, I mean, do they even need a pilot? Because they can just put it on automatic, right? Like, like the prison ship was. But let's assume that Soul. Actually, is Soul in the room? He might be in the room for that scene. But let's assume
he is in this room.
Oh, okay, right. Well, in that case, yeah. Like, I don't know why he's not giving the briefing, seeing as he's leading the mission. Why isn't Osha weighing in to tell them about what her sister's like and what to watch out for? Why isn't Yord and Jackie, who witnessed her fighting firsthand, also weighing? It's just Yord leading the briefing. Yeah. It's a bit strange. But minor point. But moving on. We then get to they arrive on Khofar, and it's still daylight.
So this can mean one of two things. Either they did their meeting and got everything together and like got a civilian badger thing in on the mission with them, and then flew all the way to Khofar within the span of like 2 hours, because there's still like an hour's worth of daylight at least. And they arrived on the same day, which is what I'm assuming has to be the case, considering what like how everything else plays out in this episode. Or they got there an entire day later, give or take, because there's only a couple hours left of sunlight at the most. And then they, I guess, just parked way closer to Kelnacca's home than the Sith did, even though the Sith actually knew where it was, like literally exactly where, whereas they had to like kind of guess.
Yeah, ask the natives, try and guess based on that. They had to have a tracker to try and find Kelnacca, which, by the way, they have a piece of Kelnacca's clothing, a tracker to smell. And I'm like, hasn't Kelnacca been in like exile for years?
He's been MIA. Well, so he was stationed here and then has been MIA for over a year. That's what they say in the briefing. So I don't know how they have his scent available for Basil to like sniff and follow his trace.
Yeah, I mean the most charitable way to reconcile this time difference is that the Sith, even with the knowing where Kelnacca was, it was a really long distance and they had to camp overnight and we just didn't see it. And this is a completely different day when the Coruscant lads arrive.
We do have a line later where she says, after trekking through the forest for a really long time, which implies that it's been much more than 3 hours.
Or she just thinks 3 hours is a long time because she's impatient. Who knows? She should comment on one of our streams. That'll teach her the meaning of length. But yeah, so that's a possibility, which I'm kind of fine with. But then the problem is that means the Jedi by coincidence happened to land closer to Kelnacca than the Sith who actually knew where he was.
Well, I'm assuming they landed where Kelnacca was last seen to be. Like, I guess this is like the village he was stationed in or whatever. So like, I guess Kelnacca just didn't venture very far once he went into the woods to go live as a hermit.
Even so, it's because the problem is like the Sith are ahead of them. However you slice it, the Sith are well ahead of them. So in order for them to get there roughly the same time, which they do later in the episode, the Sith have to have either got really, really lost, or the Jedi have to get really, really lucky. And either way, it's a contrivance. That contrivance still only exists. Sorry, Southpaw, but that contrivance still only exists if we assume that there's a whole day here that we haven't seen. If there isn't, then time is just screwed.
It's okay. I was just wondering. I don't know if I'm like just not paying attention to the show very well or whatever, but do they ever explain why it is that Kelnacca is a hermit now?
Well, I guess the assumption would be the same reason that Torben felt immense guilt for whatever happened on Bryndock and decided to self-isolate. Like, it's probably why. The thing is, I don't think he took the Barash vow like Torben did, even though he's actually following the dictates of it better than Torben was. Because he was apparently stationed there, and then he just fucked off one day. They don't explain why he did or when, like why that was when he chose to do it, but he just kind of left.
Because didn't they like phrase it as like he abandoned his post or something?
Yeah, pretty much.
So
you'd think the Jedi would have sent like an expedition out before a year has passed.
Yeah,
why
like,
you suddenly abandoned your mission?
Why have you not checked in? Like, why have we not heard from you? Let's send it to the Jedi to figure out what happened to him.
Abandoning one's post is usually like a pretty big deal. Like, I remember that one soldier, like that one U.S. soldier went like missing because he abandoned his post, and he returned to the States. It happened like 10 years ago or so. It's just like it is really weird that they established that he abandoned his post, and then but like the Jedi Order
no one did
hasn't been doing anything about for how long now exactly?
6 months.
How many months? But they do say it's been a little over a year, so yeah.
Yeah, bullshit.
Is, like, he may not have even abandoned his post. For all you know, he was like attacked and murdered. Don't you want to go find out what happened to him?
Yeah,
you'd especially think that. Well, you'd especially think that Ki-Adi-Mundi would be worried about that. Well, so
Wookiees specifically are like targeted by Trandoshans to be like kidnapped as hunted for sport or used as slaves by Trandoshans. Like, that's kind of a thing that we know that they do. So like maybe a bunch of Trandoshan hunters saw a Wookiee Jedi all alone and they were like, hey, let's fucking kidnap him. Fucking find out. Send some people.
Well, you see, we don't want the Senate to know that we're having problems with it.
With Trandoshan slavers.
Anyway, we then have a very strange scene where, because you might remember in episode 2, Osha had a stun blaster, which she missed when firing at May. But she has one.
Purpose.
Possibly. And Yorda's then like notices the blaster and is like, "Oh, you have to give that back now. It's I don't want you having that." And she's like, "Well, it's mine." He's like, "Well, actually, it belongs to the Jedi." And they have this little back and forth. And my question is like, why is Yord trying to confiscate this?
Yeah, I don't know. So the thing is, like, I haven't seen anyone use this as a defense, but the only thing I can think of is like it was meant to be playful banter, like he's joking. It wasn't delivered like that, but like I just really can't make heads or tails of it because like. He says here in a minute that he's not upset that she's here. He's just worried about her safety. And it's like, okay, so let her keep the weapon maybe that she has on her.
Yeah, it's not like he like distrusts her and thinks that she's going to use it on them.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, I don't know what he thinks of her because, again, he has good reason to suspect she might be in league with May, but then also concluded that she's not for reasons that were kind of arbitrary in episode 2. So I don't know if he's suddenly cool with Osha now and, like, willing to arm her with weaponry because he doesn't take the weapon, which he could have if he actually was serious about it. So, like, I just don't know what to make of this exchange.
Well, I think he's very strange.
Oh, go ahead, Southpaw.
Oh, it just seems like this is a constant pattern with this show. Well, I mean, I don't really want to go into this because this is going to spoil a later scene we have with May and Chimere.
Spoilers, so go ahead.
Well, it's just like when May basically betrays Chimere and leaves him hanging, pun intended. And like her reasoning for that is based on something that like this has just been pulled out of the writer's ass.
Yeah, like, so characters will kind of just act a certain way depending on whatever scene is happening currently. And like that may not be congruent with how they acted in the previous scene, but fuck it. Who cares? We're on a new scene now.
Yeah, right. The writers are just these characters don't have consistent character traits, so they're not really characters. They are just a collection of weird facades that the writers will pull whichever one is most convenient for their purposes out in whatever scene is required. They are not actually consistent people.
Yeah.
Sorry, just that meme from Succession, which is like, "I love you, but you are not serious people."
I would say this is trying to be consistent with what he said in episode 2 when he was against Osha getting the stun gun in the first place. He was like, "Oh, it violates like 13 civilian." Yeah, I would assume that's why he's doing it now. But I also take issue with him not like being more serious about it and just taking it from
take
her.
it from her then. Like,
Yeah.
actually take it then. If that's
Yeah, and
if he's
then-
so fucking worried about that.
Yeah, and
'Cause
then
that's the
later
thing,
he's worried about how, like, oh, I need to make sure you can protect yourself. It's like, well, she would be able to protect herself if you don't want like, why do you want to take the blaster then if you want her to
Also,
protect yourself?
She's a former Jedi.
In
so
fact,
she
give
doesn't
her
know
a
how to use-
better blaster that can actually
Yeah.
kill.
Yeah.
I guess again to kind of jump off of Andrew's point, if they're attempting consistency, maybe they're trying to go for Yorda's just incredibly rules like OCD.
Yeah.
The problem is like then he should be insisting on taking the blaster. He shouldn't be just shrugging that off. Like if you're going to set that up for the idea that later on when he does disobey the rules and to go back and help Sol at Osha's behest, that's a moment to be a moment of character decision and growth for him. Then you need to have that actually be like a thing that is a novel turn for him and not just have him be someone who's massively inconsistent about whether or not he cares about the rules.
He's Schrodinger's teacher's pet.
Anyway, yeah, they then head off on the panoramic Lord of the Rings walking over the mountain shot to go and find May and Kymir. And what's the next thing we have? We have a very strange scene where Osha is talking to Yord again, where she's like, okay, I don't know if I can actually take down May. I'm really conflicted about this. And so if I fail, I need you to step in and do what I can't, because May is really dangerous. And I need to be able to trust that you'll do that, because I can't trust myself right now. And Yord's response is slightly bizarre. And again, it's like, I don't think the writers remember what he knows and doesn't know. He says, like,
Yeah.
oh, I've known you since you were a child. May has always been your wound. And I'm like, you didn't know she existed until episode 2.
Yeah.
Like explicitly didn't know she existed until episode 2.
You kind of get a sense of like bad redrafting that the show has gone through, where like I'm almost certain that like in earlier drafts of the show, like Jeki was Yord's Padawan, because they kind of have that repartee. And you just have moments like this where like it's like the writers haven't like kept track of which parts or like which bits of information are from which draft, like which ones are actually established in this final draft here. So you'll have things like Yord knew about May as like a thing of conflict for Osha when they were kids, because he didn't know May existed until 2 days ago, but apparently he knew that.
The excuse I've seen for this is that, you know, what he's actually referring to is like, you've always had this trauma. I didn't know it was May at the time, but like you've always had this trauma as long as I've known you, and like obviously that's now revealed to have been your sister. But if that's the way, like what a stilted way of saying it. What a truly bizarre way of saying that.
Well, how do you think he should have said it, Jolly?
Not in a way that's incredibly confusing for an audience. Would have been my go-to.
Yeah, because like here's the thing about dialogue. One of the main reasons why you try to make it sound natural is because you really don't want it to like pull the audience out. You know, if I'm watching the show and someone says something where I'm like, hey, wait, he doesn't know that though. Why would he know that? Then I've been pulled out of the experience, because now I'm thinking about like, why did the character say that when they wouldn't have that information?
Well,
so even if that
Yord,
even if that technically makes sense, if you interpret it the way Jolly said it, it's like you've caused me as the audience to get sucked out of the experience, because now I'm like, okay, why did he say that? Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if we're having to stop our immersion in the show to actually try and like work out why he said it the way he did, then you've kind of messed up as a writer, because I'm already having to step outside the show and step into the shoes of a writer to be like, okay, but why did he say it that way? And at that point, like, I'm not viewing it as a story. I'm viewing it as a piece of work.
The thing is that Jolly and I already kind of are the same in the way that we watch shows, where like we kind of just, as we're watching them for the first time, will automatically think of like the writing decisions that went behind certain things, like why this happened in the plot, why this character said this thing, and how that's informed by their traits and their development and things like that. Like we're already kind of conscious of that in a way that I think most people just kind of aren't when they watch a show, because they're just sitting and watching it casually. Whereas I've kind of trained my brain to just always look at every single thing I watch that way. But even then, like I don't want to be pulled out of the show as I'm watching it to try to be like, why did he say that line? That doesn't make sense.
Well, also, so just before I start with this, because I actually have to talk about what comes right before you guys are talking about. So, are you guys finished with this, or is there more to say about this specific point? Because I want to talk about the dialogue came right before this.
Okay, I'm done. If you are, Jolly.
Yeah, I'm all right.
All right, so there's a part where, okay, so like right before this, Osha tells Yord that Sol believes that May can be saved. Yord says that Sol's a wise Jedi and he must have reason to suspect that May will listen to what Osha has to say. And then Osha says, like, well, if it comes to it and she doesn't listen to me, you need to stop her. And then she says that she won't be able to do it. Yord seems to protest, and then Osha says that she can't hesitate a second time, which makes me a bit confused about the what was it, like ending of episode 2, where
When she
like,
shot at her and missed.
yeah, like I'm so confused about whether that is meant to be purposeful or not.
I guess that's what we're saying, is that she like choked up, I guess, and like intentionally threw the shot so that May would get away, and like she can't trust herself to be the deciding factor in whether or not May gets captured this time around, because she knows she'll fuck up again. Which, funny enough, she doesn't. She does just straight up shoot her the second she sees her running away. So I guess you could trust yourself, Osha. Good job.
Yeah. Shoot her! Shoot her!
No.
Yep.
I refuse. We then have one of the worst bits of setup in the show so far, which is saying something, which is the light bugs. They're walking through the woods. There's a bunch of weird-looking growths on the trees. Osha touches one, and she's like, "Oh, this is weird," and then they move on, and behind her, this giant-ass woodlouse moth bug thing crawls off the tree and out of sight, and she turns around to see the conspicuous, massive, empty, gaping space where this thing is no longer at, and just looks around confused, like, not like, "Oh my god, that thing's gone." Yeah, maybe
run.
She's like, "Oh, that's weird. Half the tree just vanished."
There was a thing there a second ago that you touched, and it's not there now. Fucking run.
She even later says, like, "I sensed it was alive," and I'm like, "So why didn't you warn them?" Anyway, she then sees the bug like flying towards them, and she finally is like, "Guys, there's a thing!" And Sol pulls out his lightsaber and chops it in half. And they notice as he does so that it was attracted to the light of his saber, like it made a beeline for the saber. And they're like, "Okay, file that away in your back brain pocket for later."
These are bugs that are very attracted to light, and any light source that is active will make them come at you.
And then they carry on their way. Basil, the tracker, is leading the way, but they don't seem to be doing a very good job of keeping track of where their tracker is, because they keep losing it. Like Yord even says, "We need a tracker for our tracker."
I'm so confused by Basil, because I don't know why he, as a civilian, would ever want to like get lost from the group of Jedi that are there to protect him in case he, falls under any harm in this dangerous monster bug infested forest where they're tracking a Jedi murderer. Like, but he just keeps just getting ahead, I guess. I don't know.
He probably brings also, like he probably brings his year-old daughter with him on these missions too.
Basil's just so weird, because like throughout this and the next episode, he kind of just spawns in and out of existence wherever the writers want, and it's like, why? Yeah. What is the point of this? What are we doing? And why? Because the thing is, we find out later that he's within the distance where like he can just scream out and they'll hear him and come to him. So if he's like, "Oh shit, I've lost the rest of the group," shit, he should be like, "Hey guys, I'm over here. Please find me."
Yeah, because that's the thing. He's supposed to be leading them to the thing. Like, it's not good if he finds it and they're lost.
I don't know how the fuck that they lost track of him when they were following him.
I don't know. Also, like, these are beings that can sense other beings in the Force. How do you lose track of him when he's 2 feet in? I don't know. It's all very. it's all highly contrived, one might say.
It's just weird.
But while this is going on, May stops for a breather. Kind of like, "No, we're gonna keep going," and she's like, I can't. I know. This is an impossible task. I don't know if I can do this." And Kaima's like, "All right, well, I'll go and get you some water. You stay here." And he goes off. And May then sets up a little booby trap and fakes, screams in fake distress. Kaima runs back and is caught in a trap.
They're also really close to the Jedi because they hear her scream too.
Yeah, exactly. And Kaima's pulled up into a rope by his ankle. And May then says, "You know what I realized on my trek here is I don't actually want to do this anymore. I don't care about serving the master. I'm going to turn myself into Kelnacca so that I can be with Osha." And I'm like, I thought you blamed specifically Kelnacca as well, because he was there on Brendok.
Yeah.
Don't you blame the Jedi for murdering your whole family?
He hates the Jedi and wants revenge against them. Like, the thing is, I kind of interpreted it as like this was just a thing she already wanted, because obviously, and so then a Sith like preyed upon that darkness and was like, "Cool, I can help you get it." Like serving the Sith like is almost secondary at that point for her, right? Like you would think.
Yeah, and this is very like, I guess the thing is like, oh, now that she knows Osha's alive, Osha's all that matters, and she's now lost her taste for revenge. Which, like, I guess the other thing here is like, I don't know why May doesn't think that Osha is like part of the problem, because from May's perspective, Osha betrayed her, joined the Jedi as a child. The Jedi then killed all of her family. Presuming that May wasn't ultimately responsible by burning it down, assuming that's a false memory.
She blamed Osha, yeah.
Yeah. And like May definitely blames Osha, and like now she found out literally at the start of this episode, she's like, "Oh, my sister's now a Jedi scum." She's palling around with them. She shot a stunner at me. It's all like she should want Osha dead, or at the very least, like she should not be so blasé about like, yeah, I'll surrender to the Jedi and Osha just to see my little sister again.
Yeah, like what does she even think is going to happen, right? Because she thinks I can turn myself in, and I'll give over the information that I have about the Sith, which, mind you, isn't much because she doesn't know his identity. All she can really say is the Sith are back, and like they probably won't even know he's a Sith. That. Does she? Well, that's the thing. I don't even know if she does know that, but if she does, then like I don't see why they'd even believe her. So like, is she just trusting in like, well, Osha's there, so she'll kind of help me out, I guess.
Yeah, this woman who, from my perspective, just shot a stunner at me and tried to arrest me.
Well, this woman
and set up an ambush for me with the Jedi.
And if the flashbacks from episode 3 are to be believed, the woman who the last time we saw each other, I tried to fucking kill her, and declared that I was going to kill her.
Yeah, that's all fun and dandy, I guess. And then here's the other thing, because obviously the next episode reveals that the Sith master, well, the Sith who is her master is Chimera. So
what?
I know. God, how did we not see that coming? But hang on. So here's the thing, right? So at this point, from Chimera's perspective, Maya's now gone rogue. She's like, I'm going to turn over my master to the Jedi. Kill her.
Mm-hmm.
Kill her.
Like the next episode is literally like him trying to kill her anyway. So just kill her now.
Oh, is he? I couldn't. You could have fucking fooled me.
Okay, he definitely tries to. But like like he tries to kill her in the next episode, and his explicit motivations for killing her and all the Jedi is like, anyone who has seen my face has to die now. Like she was going to expose me. She broke our agreement. She revealed me to these Jedi. None of you can live. And so I'm like, right. So Maya's just betrayed you, and you've got the drop on her. Kill her.
Yeah, like I know you're hanging from the tree,
now.
But like fucking catch her by surprise as she's leaving by like throwing her into a tree and knocking her out. Cut yourself down and then fucking
grab your lightsaber from wherever it is, and throw it at her.
Yeah, he just hangs there, and then I guess as soon as she leaves, he cuts himself down, changes into his Sith garb. I guess he uses fucking force speed to get to Kelnacca's home before her, because by the time she gets there, he's dead.
Kelnacca's dead. Yeah.
Kelnacca's dead. He got fucking killed by the Sith off screen.
He floated there. That's what he did.
Well, we'll get to the floating when we get to it.
What's funny is like I would almost even accept the explanation that he like Kelnacca was already dead, like before this episode even started, because like actually never mind. I was going down we
saw him make soup.
That's what I was gonna say as like a counter to that, but even just going down that line of thought wouldn't have made sense anyway, because like as far as Chimera knew, they were there to kill, and like that May was going to try to kill Kelnacca, so like why would you kill him? But it doesn't matter. Never mind. That was going to be a dumb argument anyway.
Yeah, but we have a strange little thing where Soul looks off into the middle distance, and he's like, "Oh, I sense something familiar," and then they drop it, and they just carry on. And this will be brought up again in episode 5 as well. Of like this, Soul has some kind of familiarity with Chimera that I presume extends beyond the meeting in the shop in episode 3.
Well, does it? Because like the implication is that the familiar sense was, oh, I've already encountered this person before. Back on Olega. Like I don't know that we're saying that he and Chimera have ever interacted before that. Maybe.
I hope that they are setting up more, because if that's literally all it is, then we spent like a lot of weird scenes, like 2 or 3 scenes of him going, I know you from somewhere. It's like, yeah, you met him in a shop once. Cool.
It'd be weird too, because it's just like as he's walking back to the ship at the end of the next episode, he's like, I sense something familiar, and it's like, oh yeah, it's just that townsperson that like we talked to for directions.
It's that guy who made the joke about Yord, saying, I thought you knew him. I thought he was with you. We have to thing is, we'll have to talk about that shop scene in a second for the next episode when Chimera is revealed, because my god.
There's so much to say about Chimera being the Sith.
Yeah, but for now, Chimera got ahead and killed Kelnacca. May runs into the clearing where Kelnacca's house is and trips over because she's the world's most incompetent assassin. And like lands right in front of Basil, who's just there.
Yeah. Yo.
Did Kaimir run past Basil to kill Kelnacca? Was Basil just there?
Basil, I don't fucking know what Basil's doing at this point.
Maybe
Like
Basil is the Sith Lord.
maybe I don't fucking know.
The Sith Yord.
I bring terrible news, Master Windu. I think Basil is a Sith Lord.
A Sith Lord?
A Sith Yord.
Sith Yord.
But yeah, that's all funny. And then Basil screams because they found May. And by the way, May doesn't try and silence him or prevent herself from being captured or anything. She then runs into Kelnacca's home and is like,
I guess
Master
she wouldn't even
Kelnacca.
bother because she's already planning to turn herself in, right?
I guess. Yeah, but yeah, she runs in and Kelnacca's dead. Rip Kelnacca, we hardly knew ye.
I love how this Basil's like alert system is just him yelling. Like he's not gonna like pull up an iPad and contact Soul. He's just like
The idea is that he speaks.
He's that old man from A Quiet Place.
He speaks a very particular language that Yord speaks. So Yord is because he calls out and like to us it's gibberish, but like Yord's like, oh, he's saying he's found May. So like he understood what he was saying. It wasn't just him going.
Well, I mean, if it's
he's singing the poetry of his people.
If it's a creature that is known for getting lost, wouldn't you think that they would anticipate that?
How would it get lost? It has like a really good tracking sensibility.
Well, I guess it's not him getting lost, it's the Jedi losing track of him.
Somehow.
Yeah.
They should have put him on a fucking leash.
Yeah, they should have done what they did to Sutek and put him on a leash.
So inhumane.
It would be too, because it's like this guy's trying to help you. What? But it's also like, why is any of this happening?
Well, you say Basil's trying to help them, but Basil keeps on like deliberately losing them. So
yeah,
I don't know if Basil is trying to help
them.
them.
Actually, so what happened was Yord was like, I know a guy who can help us find him, and then he just fucking like picked a guy up off the street and was like, you can smell shit.
just grabbed him off the street.
He fucking put him in the civilian robe, forced him onto the ship, and then now like Basil's just been desperately trying to escape since he got there.
I like the headcanon that not only is that true that Yord just picked up a random otter person, but also that Basil actually is the Sith Lord. That Yord just by sheer coincidence Yord happened to grab the Sith Master off the streets of Coruscant.
Basil's just
profusely like, what the fuck? He was He was about to call his apprentice and be like, "All is going to plan," but then Yord just like picked him up and he's like, "Nah."
Can I also highlight, by the way, it's a bit hard to make from the screenshot, but there is smoke coming out of Kelnacca's wound, and it's clearly like already like it's still hot. So like Kaimir just killed him, like just killed him without, I guess, May hearing him slash him with a lightsaber, hearing his lightsaber on, or Basil,
I guess I would wonder like how long it would stay like on fire like that, or not on fire, but like you know what I mean.
It would not be long, no. Like as shown in like the Phantom Menace when Qui-Gon gets stabbed, or even after like Anakin's killing the Separatists on Mustafar. It's not like their wounds are on fire for like an extensive period of time. Like
I wonder because Kelnacca's a Wookiee, he's very furry. I wonder if he smells like burned hair too.
well, the burnt hair thing we'll get to when we get to. Also, I guess none of them sensed him dying, which is interesting.
That is weird, yeah. But also, like, this is a fucking Wookiee, and he's a Jedi, so like, I'm assuming he put up at least some kind of fight.
Remember when?
And if his death was like this recent,
remember when
the wound is still fresh, then like you would have heard that surely, like even if you were outside the hut.
Yeah,
I guess he ambushed Kelnacca, but then Kelnacca didn't sense him.
Yeah.
Remember when like during Order 66, Yoda was able to sense all the different Jedi Masters dying?
Yeah, well, you see, Yoda actually wasn't. He was just having really bad acid reflux, which was giving.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the canon.
Yeah.
He was having a little migraine.
Yoda phones up Obi-Wan in a panic, like all the Jedi are dying, and Obi-Wan's like, "No, we're fine. You just got acid reflux.
Yeah,
don't drink so much coffee."
Or I mean, not to mention like Obi-Wan, like sensing Alderaan getting destroyed as well in A New Hope.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess the idea there is like if it's like a mass genocide of some kind, like if a lot of people die all at once, then like the Jedi are gonna feel it. But I guess one little Wookiee, fuck it.
No,
who cares,
you say that. Yoda sensed Anakin killing the Tuscans from across the galaxy.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but like I'm sorry, like a Jedi Master that they're on the same planet of. In fact, like they're within a few hundred yards of at this point.
Yeah, it is weird that they don't sense Kelnacca's death.
I'd wonder what the limit though is, because like, you know, the Tuskens was obviously a massacre of its own right, like not nearly as big as Alderaan or Order 66 in terms of genocidal scale, but like
right, but
still
what
a lot
Yoda's
of
actually
people.
sensing is Anakin's pain, not the Tusken's deaths.
True.
So like, yeah, you know, like and also like they're not far. Like they were literally like the Jedi are within screaming distance of Kelnacca's house, and they don't sense Kelnacca being sliced into ribbons.
And not to mention, like Kelnacca wouldn't have like roared as well.
Yeah, you'd think if Basil can scream loud enough that they would hear him, that like Kelnacca screaming in his big, massive Wookiee roar would have been something they would pick up on.
I mean, again, to be fair, maybe Kelnacca got taken by surprise.
I think that's what this is going on, because he's just chilling in his chair and then he gets like smashed.
Well, it's not, I mean, he might have just been killed and then fallen back into the chair.
I'm sorry, but like, if he gets slashed, you would think that he leaves out like some type of yell as he gets slashed. Like, I mean, Newt Gunray did.
If it's gone through his lungs, then I don't see how he would.
It does kind of look to have gone to his lungs, based on the slash mark there. Well, the thing is, like, if there was any kind of fight, then like, as Wookiees do, he would have let out some kind of Wookiee cry or something, like as the fight was happening.
Yeah, so basically Chimera beats May to Kelnacca's hut somehow, and then is able to take Kelnacca by surprise, while also not like making basically any sound that neither May nor the nearby Jedi could hear, while the Jedi also cannot sense Kelnacca's death. And should May also be able to sense Kelnacca's death as well, given that she's force sensitive? Or,
I mean, you'd think she'd be able to sense some things.
Sure.
I guess the point is like Chimera is having to move at the speed of light for all this to be possible.
Because he's doing all this without being seen. Yeah, by anyone.
Well, as we know from the next episode, he does have the ability to teleport off screen whenever he wants. So.
That's true. Yeah.
Wow, Chimera should protect Central City or something. He'd be really effective at that.
He would stop to talk. He stops to talk so many times in the next episode.
Yes.
He's such a fool. Anyway, so yeah, the Jedi all turn up at Kelnacca's house. They all are outside and like, come out, May, with your hands up. We're here to arrest you. Osha, for some reason, is lagging behind the line of Jedi, like further back in the tree line.
Well, the reason for that is because Yord told her to stay behind them.
Oh, did he? Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, then behind her we have this what the filmmakers thought was a cool shot, but which I just cringed in my chair. Chimera, or Darth Smilo Ren, because we don't know it's Chimera yet. Smilo Ren floats down from the treetops and like glides like a Dementor across the forest floor behind her. All the Jedi turn around and they're like, "Identify yourself, creepy dude." He lights a red lightsaber. Like he's standing literally a foot away from Osha. Lights his lightsaber.
They're like within kissing distance.
Yeah, doesn't kill her, which note that because his actions in the next episode are going to make that very fascinating. Doesn't kill her, throws her to one side with the force, and then like lets out a force push that obliterates 8 Jedi.
Yeah, so 8 Jedi are running at him, all of whom are on guard and actively in like attack mode, and they all get sent flying back by one really powerful force push by this guy, which immediately establishes he's fucking powerful. Like he is no joke.
I guess before we go on to the next episode, let's talk about the power level. Because Chimera's power level is well, it's wildly inconsistent in the next episode. But like right now, this is too powerful. Like he should not be able to do this.
There's layers to this, right? People are theorizing that he's not actually a Sith, and the thing is, we've already talked about like, if you're a Darksider who isn't a Sith, you just shouldn't be nearly as powerful as the Sith. Like, you just shouldn't. Especially these Sith, because, like, we're talking the lineage of Darth Bane leading all the way up to Plagueis and Palpatine and then Vader. Bless you. And, like, the entire concept behind the rule of 2, like, by necessity is, like, each generation is going to be more powerful than the last because they have to beat their master in a one-on-one duel. And if they're powerful enough to beat them, they kill them, and then they become the master. So, like, just by that alone, the Sith, by this point in the timeline, should be very, very, very powerful, which means he has to be a Sith. But even then, Is someone like rummaging through their garage right now? What's happening?
Sorry, I just had to adjust my chair. Carry on.
I forgot that when you adjust your chair, it sounds like your entire house is collapsing. But even then, as powerful as the Sith should be at this point in time, there's no way Chimere's pulling this. I'm sorry, no.
Well,
think about like
I don't believe that
Palpatine
could do this.
Palpatine, Vader. I don't believe either of them could have done something like this, and they would be more powerful than him.
Well, yeah, Vader and Palpatine are by far the most powerful Sith who have ever lived ever. So I don't believe that
Unless
Chimere,
you
if
get
they can't
into
do this thing.
fucking EU lore again, which
If anyone brings up Valkorion, I'm gonna hit them with a stick.
I also fucking hate Valkorion, dude.
May I also just point out, by the way, how distracting it is? How like within like 40 seconds, basically, it's like there's still light out, and then it just like it's completely dark.
That's because this episode is called Day, and the next episode is called Night. Pay attention.
Night.
Oh,
yeah.
Like, look,
yeah.
It's absolutely like it's a nitpick compared to what you just pointed out, but like it's distracting nonetheless, and it reminds me of X-Men: The Last Stand, the rapid switch from day to night.
It's very odd, yeah. I remember that song. It was bad. Let's not sing it.
But it's from Moon Knight. That's its only appearance ever.
Oh shit! Is someone in chat referring to nighttime, daytime? I remember that.
But yeah, I guess this is the important thing, right? Because yes, Chimere as a latter Baynite Sith should be very powerful, but he should not be this powerful. And if he is, God, then
the way he's characterized implies that he's the apprentice and not the master, which means that the master is probably a lot more powerful than this. So, no.
Well, I guess we'll have to wait for David Harewood to turn up as Tenebris or Plagueis or whoever he is to find that out.
I don't even know what he is, because he's like, I am whatever. I just want to live my life, man. And it's like, what are you doing here?
Yeah, you'd think the Sith's goals would be a little more than that, but I don't know. The thing is, I don't know how true to like any of what he says in the next episode is, because of all the things that he says he wants to do, and then does the opposite or like prolongs doing it for no reason.
Let's get to that when we get to that. Like, yeah, just for now, the power level of a Sith who can push back 8 Jedi, 2 of whom at least 2 of whom are masters, and obliterate them. And as we see at the start of the last episode, actively killed one of them in the Force push. Like that is an insane level of power.
What masters are we talking about? So there's Soul and who else?
Harvin? Actually, no, Harvin doesn't actually come on the mission, does she? But like, I presume at least at least some of the other people on this mission are masters.
The implication is that they'd all be masters except for Yord and Jeki. They're only on this mission because they've already like been part of the story and they already know what's going on. Why would you send Jedi Knights or even Padawans to deal with this? Why would they not all be masters?
I mean, Yord has been.
Why would they not all be Venestra loyalists?
I literally just said the reason Yord is here is because he's already like in on the secret. He already knows what's going on. There's no reason not to send him. Yord and Jeki are the only ones who we know for a fact are not masters, but like they already know.
Yeah, I would assume you would just send masters with them. Or at least the most
you?
trained people you are capable of sending with them.
So the Keldor is there, and the Keldor was in the meeting with Ki-Adi, so it's reasonable to assume that the Keldor is a master at least. So
yeah, that's true.
I guess I guess there's the second confirmed master right there.
The thing is, even Jedi Knights, like these guys have to at least be knights. Like, don't fucking tell me they're Padawans, because I'll actually strangle you. I'm talking to you, the writers of Acolyte, episode 4.
Maybe. Okay, fine. They're not Padawans. They're younglings.
True.
I want to address something because again, like it's worth discussing. Kawibo in the chat has basically been defending the idea that like, oh yeah, of course Palpatine could have done this. You know, he murked 4 Jedi Masters in Revenge of the Sith, and like, I guess there's a bit of revisionism going on here because I remember being alive when Revenge of the Sith came out. I was a lad. People did not think that was believable. They were like, wow, those masters died really quickly.
That was a thing that I've seen criticized to hell and back. These are like supposed to be Jedi masters, council members even. All of them.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
3 of them.
Yeah, CC10 and Agent Kolar went out like little bitches. I'm sorry. Like
Kit Fisto and Agent Kolar and Mace Windu for that matter, but like those 2 specifically, they're on the council. and they go out like little bitches. So like we're talking like the highest ranking Jedi here.
I mean,
And-
Mace Windu doesn't go out like a little bitch, and at least Kit Fisto puts up like a tiny little fight, but compared to
Windu is
Agent Kolar and
exceptionally powerful.
CC2. Well,
Like,
yeah,
but Windu is like literally the most powerful Jedi in the Order, even more so maybe than Yoda, because like they
Likely,
literally have
yeah.
that. When Anakin talks about them in Attack of the Clones, the way he describes them, Obi-Wan is like, oh, he's as wise as Yoda and as powerful as Windu. So Windu is clearly held up as the powerhouse of this Order.
no,
and
it's
why
just,
wouldn't he be? Yeah, he's like much younger, and he's got a lot of talent and strength.
yeah, no, it's like that is not a testament to how powerful Sidious is, and to argue otherwise is like it's cope. I'm sorry.
It's just that's just bullshit in Revenge of the Sith, especially when you have the added context of like the respective Clone Wars shows, because you see all three of these Jedi, except for Agent Kolar, but like Kit Fisto and Stacey Tin, you see them pulling off like absolute feats, like actually doing shit, and it's like they went out like bitches.
Fisto bested Grievous.
Yeah, he bested Grievous, which is in the 08 series is fucking nothing. A bunch of Gungans could do that if they put their minds to it. But like, the point is, even Palpatine, having been able to pull off those like that feat in Revenge of the Sith, I don't believe he could do this.
Especially when
This
like it's
twice
so
as many masters, and he's
also,
pushing
are we
them
forgetting
all
how
to-
that duel ended? Like Windu
Yeah.
won.
Windu won that.
Well, also-
like, one Jedi Master, one.
Well, it's just like the fact that like it was so telegraphed from Palpatine as well, right? Like you can't argue that like, oh, when he does his like twirl scream thing, it scared them. It really like scared them. It made
They just were
Stacey
not
Tin and
expecting that.
Agent
They were
Kolar
like,
just
"What
like
the fuck
shit
was
their
that?"
pants. Yeah.
They're like, whoa!
You do
That's
get
what
kind
came
of
right
a
at me.
sense because, like, okay, in the prequels, right, there are very few Jedi who've actually fought a Sith. Like, you had Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon fighting Darth Maul. We've seen Anakin and Obi-Wan fight Dooku, and like throughout the Clone Wars, I'm sure several others have too. But like, most of them probably wouldn't have encountered a Sith ever in their entire lives, and especially not one as powerful as Palpatine. So when he fucking does that, like does that fucking spin at a prone position and like lands in front of them, they're like, "What the fuck am I supposed to do with that? Like, what the hell? I didn't sign up for this."
He takes them by. Well, the thing is, the reason he does that is because he knows he has to take them by surprise, because he knows he can't beat 4-on-1.
Well, this was foreshadowed in Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, when Anakin said, "I'll try spinning. That's a good trick."
Yeah.
The thing here, right, is like the reason Palpatine took out two of them in quick order is because he couldn't beat them all four at once. Like all four of them on guard attacking him, he wouldn't win that fight. In fact, he
Especially
doesn't win against
considering
Windu.
he was in close quarters, and like the only exit was being blocked, so like he was at every disadvantage. Which is you'd kind of think is weird of Palpatine to put himself in. Like if he knows the Jedi are coming, maybe he should have stood out like toward the window, maybe where there's a lot more room to maneuver.
But all that
I
Palpatine
guess he
did
didn't really
was
think that Anakin was going to do it.
I'm sorry, but like all that Palpatine did to was it Agent Kolar that he stabs first?
Yes.
Yeah,
I think
I'm
so.
sorry, but like yeah, so he just does a straight stab that Kolar doesn't even try to like defend him from. It's like you don't even know how to block that.
Yeah,
Really?
it's just dumb choreography. It's just down to like bad execution.
But like, there's the thing, like
Yeah.
forget the choreography, because like that's in a sense like what they're intending to do and what they showed well on screen is a slightly different thing. Like just look at the intentions of the creators and what they're saying about Palpatine's power levels in this. Like he took out the two of them in with the surprise attack because he had to thin the numbers. He had to thin the numbers to try and have a chance of winning. And even then, he lost to Windu and had to have Anakin save him.
I mean, we can call it bullshit in Revenge of the Sith, but that's what happened. So
again,
I'd say
that's
it's
why
fair to
that's
say
why I'm
Chimera
drawing
is pulling
attention.
off. Yeah, no, I'm highlighting this. Hang on. So I'd say it's fair to say Palpatine is pulling off shit. Like, I'm sorry, Chimera is pulling off shit that Palpatine couldn't do. You'd say it's fair to say Chimera is pulling off shit that Palpatine couldn't. So are you agreeing with us that he's overpowered? I'm confused now.
Well,
by
yeah,
this
because
comment.
Chimera should not be more powerful than Palpatine. My God.
Yeah, because again, what we're getting at is
Yeah.
that like even with this feat in mind, even if we're accepting it at face value, like it's still not enough. Like that's still not nearly on the same level as what Chimera pulls off in this moment.
I can't tell whether he's saying no, I think what he's saying is I don't think it's fair to say.
Okay, I didn't know if that was like a typo and he was saying "I'd."
No, I
Oh,
think
it's an abbreviation. I don't think it's fair to say. Yeah, no, it's fair to say that. Like Palpatine couldn't have fucking done that shit like that. And and the fact that's the thing. If they ever had like a scene where he does, I'd be like, that's bullshit. He can't do that. It's too strong.
Well, again, the important thing here is like you have to look at when you're looking at the prequels and the OT and even the animated stuff before all this, you have to look at what the writers were intending to portray. And even though like there are still inconsistencies because particularly in the Clone Wars, Dave Filoni and George Lucas went nuts and did stupid things. But if you look at like A New Hope and go, oh yeah, therefore based on the choreography we see between Ben and Vader, Vader's a really bad duelist and they're just old men and who are past their prime, then that's just like, no, you've misread the
execution is going to be somewhat limited based on like the resources that the filmmakers have, and like I don't think anyone's arguing that choreography wise the fight in A New Hope is anything to marvel at, because it really isn't.
Well, that's
Vader and go Jolly, I'm sorry.
Vader and Palpatine are supposed to be the absolute pinnacle, and like Vader, when he's like truly on form, when he's truly immersed in the dark side, is more powerful even than Palpatine. You look at like the kind of things he does in Fallen Order, for example, which is canon. No, Vader is like the absolute peak. Like Vader at full blast is the absolute peak of what a Sith should ever be capable of, and I do not believe he could blast 8 Jedi Masters into the middle distance. That's nuts.
This is like beyond Starkiller level shit. Like I'm pretty sure they can't even have Starkiller do this in the Force. well, okay. So I wanted to quickly highlight like Prolast Media saying to Kawibo saying, "You're right. By the standards of Star Wars, it makes sense that Darth Gaines was able to do this, and that we are exaggerating this." I disagree.
We're not exaggerating this.
No, I'm sorry. Can we please point to like an instance of a character in like I'm sorry, if Rey was able to pull off something like this, we'd be calling this overpowered.
And I think a lot of you guys would be agreeing with us, just saying.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess you could be like Rey is not trained, but like that doesn't really matter because the films say that Rey can do this, so there we go.
Yeah.
That's all that matters apparently.
Not to mention, Kawi was saying, plus he had the Cortosa shit. So the Cortosa shit doesn't mean that he can do this super powerful force push. Yeah, no.
Well, apparently it serves as a Magneto helmet, so maybe it does have some like
oh my goodness.
Bearing on like the Force and how it can be used. I don't fucking know. That was never established in the lore, but fuck it, maybe.
Notorious
the problem with this as well is that like if you're going to say we already think it's bullshit that Chimera is this powerful, but if you're going to say Chimera is this powerful, then you have to be consistent with that. The problem is that the next episode
they don't.
yeah, he takes out 5 Jedi. Well, the episode we're currently talking about, he takes out 5 Jedi Knights or Masters, whichever they are, in single combat all at once. But then he gets like beaten up by Soul and Jeki.
Yep.
Individually too. Soul goes wandering.
Prolast Media also says even Puffin thinks that Chimera's force push makes sense. It thinks that made sense, and he hates the show. So I don't know who Puffin is. I guess he's a Star Wars YouTuber.
In chat, I think.
He's in chat. Okay.
Puffin Crazy, I think.
Puffin Crazy. I'm sorry, I haven't noticed him. I really don't mean to like have a slight against you, dude. The thing is that like even this doesn't really like it's not really an argument because you can hate the show and still be wrong that something makes sense. Like you can think, oh no, this is probably like I mean a lot of people would say.
Okay, let me put this into perspective because I don't really want to argue with chat like
right
all day or anything, but like what Southpaw is trying to say is true. Like I'm not going to be afraid to call you guys out if I think you're wrong. Jolly and I have already been lamenting for so long about how so many people are criticizing this poorly. So like you can agree with us in broad terms, but there might be little details that we're just not going to agree on.
Oh, Puffin's saying that he never said it makes sense. So okay, so
well, there you go.
Okay.
Anyway, let's move on from this. We don't think it makes sense, but even if you want to say that this does make sense, then we're looking for it to be consistent. And let's have a look and see if it's consistent.
Wait.
Spoiler alert, it's not.
Wait. Before we get into episode 5, I've been putting off super chats for like a fucking hour and a half.
Yeah,
so.
that's a good.
All right. Do your super chats, and then I think
you were rushing into episode 5. And I had to fucking. Anyway,
no, that's a lie. You're retconning it.
Yep.
No.
Yeah, this one I'm about to pull up was sent in almost 2 hours ago. So sorry, man. But from SB for I don't know what that number, like what that symbol is.
That's 10 Canadian.
Oh, okay, 10 Canadian dollars. I see the abbreviation CA, and I think it's California, and I'm like, California dollars.
California dollars. The Cal exit has just happened. Yeah.
No, it's not dollars. It's not dollars. You've just been given 10 Canadians.
Oh, okay. When will they arrive?
Hey, man.
They're already in your house. Did you not notice?
Oh God, TK's here. Fuck.
10 TKs are behind you.
Oh no.
He said it was an interesting choice to dedicate a full episode to be to a flashback that gives us almost no new information. Indeed, it was an interesting choice. I don't know why they did that. I'm sure it'll all make sense in time. We got a few from Koibo, who we've just been arguing with, but this is again from hours ago. One for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. The problem with the council scene isn't Ki-Adi. It's that the Jedi suspect splinter groups over the Sith. We know they tracked former Jedi. This is continued. We know they tracked former Jedi, so we know that idea is ludicrous. The Sith were the OG splinter group. Qui-Gon's evidence from all being a Sith, he was trained in the Jedi arts. Yeah, so here's the thing about that. Jolly and I have talked about this before. We kind of think that, like, when writing The Phantom Menace, George Lucas kind of unfairly backed the rest of the canon writers into the corner where they were just like, you had Qui-Gon so definitively conclude, like, okay, he was trained in the Jedi arts, that must mean he's a Sith, even though this is an order that's been around for thousands and thousands and thousands of years and have had so many different people leave surely. Even Dooku in the very next movie is a former Jedi who's gone rogue, and of course we find out he's a Sith Lord, but still. So, like, the idea that, like, anyone who has any kind of Jedi training just, like, must be a Sith is a little ludicrous, but the problem is, yeah, like, that is what the Phantom Menace established. So now, like, going forward, you have to adhere to that because that's how continuity works.
Yeah, that's the problem. However silly we think it is, and we do think it's silly, the Phantom Menace has now conclusively established the standard that there are that the Jedi arts are so restricted that literally no one who isn't a Sith or a Jedi could know it. So if it's not a Jedi, it must be a Sith.
Yeah,
that's the standard that's been set. Unfortunately, you have to you have to deal with that as a writer in the canon now. That's just the standard. That's
because yeah, again, like, these splinter groups are going to exist because obviously they would exist. Like, it'd be weird if they didn't. So now you have to reconcile why the Jedi don't suspect them as a possibility when determining if Maul is a Sith.
Or why they don't exist anymore.
Well, like, even if they do, why they're not being brought up, like, in the council meeting where they're like, it could just be any one of these other groups that have knowledge of the Jedi arts because they were once part of our order.
I like they do that when Windu, like, phones up like my buddy Fred, who leads the splinter group. Like, Fred, was this you? He's like, no, it wasn't us, man.
Swear to God, like, man, yeah. I haven't sent an operative to Tatooine since the Sarlacc incident of '96.
I haven't sent anyone to Tatooine since yesterday. I mean, 20 years ago. I mean, shit, they're on us.
Fuck! Start shredding papers.
It's like, yeah, Windu. It's like it wasn't us, buddy. And Windu's like, why can I hear paper shredding in the background? It's like, we're doing a clear out of the office. Don't worry about it. Maul walks into shot behind him, like, doo-doo-doo-doo.
He's like, oh hey, Fred, who are you talking to? Pushes him like out of the room. And then we have one from Christopher Lawrence for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Sheev, have you seen the Power of Many rave remix by Arnold T101? Also wishing you good health. Arnold? I've never heard of that guy, and I have not, but I will check it out.
Aldani?
Another one from SB for $5 Canadian. Thank you for the super chat. Did you have something to say, Jolly?
No, don't. I was just gonna make a joke. It was gonna be a bad one though. So
it would have been a shit joke. So
yeah,
call me a bootlicker, but I think it's probably good for the Jedi. Part of the it's part of a democratic government to have a monopoly. It's probably to have a monopoly over. I mean, it's like, how do you regulate that fairly, though? Is the thing. I guess why give one sect like all the power in the world?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the Jedi themselves are not democratically accountable, so that's a bit of a problem. That'd be a bit like if you're like, well, call me a bootlicker, but I think it's a good thing that, like, the United States government has given all of the nation's health records over to Purdue Pharma. I'm like, oh, is it? I don't know if I agree with that. But like, yeah, possibly. I'm not, again, as a socialist, I'm not opposed to governments having control of functions of state, but I don't know whether I would agree that, like, it is intrinsically a good thing that the Jedi get to just boss around who has control and knowledge of the Force.
I think ideally, sure. Like if we were talking about the Jedi of old, or like the Jedi who most stalwartly followed the principles they were founded upon, like even then they shouldn't be imposing, but they should at least have like the monopoly over what sort of like religious practices are allowed in certain areas of space. And again, depending on how that's regulated and if it's fair, like then fine, maybe. But it's kind of too complicated of an issue for the show to just kind of gloss over.
I was supposed to say, isn't that a thing in the Revenge of the Sith novelization when they confront Palpatine and they're like, "You're a Sith Lord"? He's like, "So what?"
He's like,
There's
yeah, there's no laws against. There's no laws against the Sith Lords, Batman. I can be whatever I want.
like, it's that thing. It's like freedom of religion is a thing, and like, there's no rules. Ain't no rules. There's a dog can't play basketball.
Well, yeah, that like adds to like kind of the corruption of what Windu's doing here, because not only is he leading a political coup, but he's doing it in the name of religious ideals that aren't even like carried out by law. Yeah, he's just doing it because he wants to, because he's afraid of what will happen if he doesn't.
Yeah, he's like,
it's
we
a very dark
have
moment.
decided the Sith are bad, so we're gonna take down the state government to prevent you from getting in.
Yeah, and it's really interesting, and it's worth having a conversation. And if you're gonna introduce it in the show, I'd love for them to like explore it meaningfully. I don't know.
Yeah, that would have been great. to find out who these political enemies of the Jedi are in the Senate, and what the Senate has, what the relationship.
Why are they political enemies? What's been like causing them to have sort of a distaste for the Order? Have the Sith been manipulating that in any way?
What's the exact nature of the Jedi's relationship with the Senate? Like, obviously, they function as like state policemen in a sense, but like, what, like, do they get their funding from the Senate? Like, I presume they do. How's that controlled? Like, there's all these interesting questions that could lead into answers as to why the Jedi are behaving like in this incredibly monopolistic and or like, borderline paternalistically tyrannical way that it's just not addressed, and that undermines, I think, a lot of what the show is trying to go for.
I always like the idea of like the U.S. government sending Catholic priests to solve political disputes in foreign nations.
That's dude. That's just basically the history of Japan in like this 1500s. It's the Portuguese sending random religious people.
The Jesuits.
The Jesuits just like turn up, and all the samurai are like, who the fuck are you people?
There's a really good Martin Scorsese movie that dealt with that concept that I think was really good, called Silence. You guys should watch it if you haven't.
I definitely want to see Silence. Andrew Garfield and Adam Driver,
Adam Driver.
Mm-hmm. And Liam Neeson. They're looking for Liam Neeson. Yeah. It's a really good movie. Yeah. It's got a great cast.
We just need Andrew Garfield in Star Wars now.
Oh fuck no! Keep him as far away.
Yes.
he'll be Darth Revan. That's fine.
The thing is, like, I almost feel like they'd waste him. Like, he'd play a character of like no significance, and they'd be like, "Hey, Andrew Garfield was in the show."
Yeah, true.
I got one from Wisdom Minari for $5. Thank you for the super chat, Wisdom. Always happy to see you in chat. I really hate the Ki-Adi-Mundi was always wrong about the Sith being extinct. So what's changed? Arguments we've seen on Twitter. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, people are trying to say that the Jedi are stupid because they're arrogant, and those are the same thing apparently. So like, it's fine that Mundi was wrong about the Sith being extinct. It's okay that he literally knows that they're back 100 years beforehand.
I think it's just like it's so obtuse as well, because like it's simply his first reaction to what Qui-Gon says, but then
you almost read it more as like I'm saying it's not true because I don't want it to be true, not that like whatever information you present to me I'm just going to outright refuse to accept.
Well, this is just a standard thing where like people have a certain impression that things are fine, and then Qui-Gon comes along with information that he has, and people are in like denial a little bit. Like, what do you mean? Everything is fine. Like everything's been okay lately. So it's like, yeah, it's like it's a very standard thing when like new information is presented to you, where like you don't want to believe that it's true because it actually like forces you to significantly change your perspective.
The other thing as well is like it's easy enough to read what the council's reactions to what Qui-Gon said is like, okay, let's not be hasty now and jump to conclusions. Like, you might be right, and we're going to look into this. And they even say we're going to send people to like look into this and unravel this mystery. But like, let's not just fucking cry Sith without knowing definitively if that's true. Okay, let's be smart about this.
Don't be hasty.
there's also the thing of like Qui-Gon has previous as a bit of an agitator, so like I think the quite rule-abiding Ki-Adi-Mundi might have particular issue. Like Qui-Gon's just turned up and gone, not only have I just found the chosen one, but the Sith are back. And Ki-Adi-Mundi's like, I don't know, man, a lot. This seems like a bit of a stretch. I know Qui-Gon, I know you're a bit of a zealot about this whole chosen one thing. Maybe we should like find out a bit more first. I don't know if I can just I don't think we can conclude the Sith are back just because you ran into someone with a lightsaber.
Yeah. The thing is, like, it's a lot easier to believe because, first of all, I assume there's some kind of security footage of the fight that happened in the Naboo palace, right? Because why wouldn't there be? So, like, they were probably able to watch the fight for themselves and like go over and be like, okay, Maul is clearly like more than just some dark Jedi. Like those are Jedi moves right there, like Qui-Gon said. And look at that move. Oh my God, he must be a Sith.
Yeah. Why wouldn't cameras be set up in
It'd be weird if there weren't any.
Especially if this is like the what fucking room was it that they were fighting with the big fucking purple lights? No,
they started off in the hangar, and then this was like the place where I guess they mine the plasma, which is just right behind the hangar.
It's the refinery, I think. Yeah, plasma refinery.
Why is the palace set up like that? I've always wondered. Like, why it's like that.
I just thought it was some type of fucking like energy room, or I don't fucking know. The point is,
room. This is the room where I keep my energy.
That's really what it is.
This is our power generator.
Well, like honestly though, like there's a fucking control panel like right around where Maul flips from like the main like
you just
platform.
flip that switch and and all the lights in the palace go off and you just hear a bunch of screams.
I don't fucking know what the function of this room is. Like it's running on rule of cool, but the point is that like there's you would think that there would be cameras, especially if you got like what I presume to be a pretty important control console right here in this room. I'm pretty sure that there's one there.
Well, I guess if it's behind the hangar, which is still a really weird layout, like the idea is this is sort of the
gentlemen
off limits area.
I don't want to hurry us along, but we need to get through these super chats.
Oh yeah,
true. Yeah, we kind of did. Sorry. Another one from Kawibo for $4.99. The council scene makes Qui-Gon's assertion of a Sith more absurd than I think the writers intended. They wanted to justify Ki-Adi's line, but fucked it up.
It didn't need justifying, though. That's the point. Like, I completely agree that I think they were trying to basically bolster the idea of like, yeah, the Jedi are just a bit thick. But A, that's really damaging, and B, I don't know why everyone's now retrospectively interpreting Ki-Adi-Mundi as being unreasonable when he said the Sith aren't back. Like, that's a totally rational response from his perspective.
It's just the first thing that someone says. I'm sorry. He's not like being obtuse as like as.
Are you sorry though?
No. Yo, I'm not sorry. You're right, Jolly. I am not sorry.
If you're like you've gone to the hospital for whatever reason, and then the doctor comes in and tells you have cancer, your immediate reaction might be, "No, that can't be true. No,
that's impossible."
Yeah, it's one thing if it's like his initial response, but it's it's one thing if it wasn't his initial response after like really late into this, where like he is still in denial that the Sith might be a thing while like everyone else is on board with it. But that's not the fucking case.
No, he's exercising a reasonable doubt. He's like, I don't know we can conclude this.
It's such disingenuous cope from Acolyte defenders. It drives me crazy.
Yeah, again, again, people like to conflate stupidity and arrogance, and that's just a whole other thing. Because I wouldn't even call that arrogance on the Jedi's part. They're like, let's not be hasty, okay? They're being smart. Like, I don't understand why people are saying this characterizes them as stupid.
Don't be hasty, Master Meriadoc.
Yeah, they think that it might be like there's a because the Sith being back would be the worst case scenario, right? So they're thinking maybe let's not jump to that point. Yeah.
I guess the worst case scenario is that the Sith are in the room with them, but
the call is coming from the Sith is coming from inside the council room.
The worst case is like Yoda and Windu are the Sith.
like shit.
Yeah.
Reskov for $5. Thank you for the super chat. The two worms are hiding under Ki-Adi-Mundi's council chair, ready to poison him if he spills the beans.
No, Ki-Adi-Mundi's actually been dead for ages by this point, and the worms are just puppeteering his corpse like a muppet. They're like just piloting his mouth. They're like, oh, I don't think the Sith are really back.
Yeah, Mundi's actually been dead since around 10 years after the Acolyte takes place, and they've been weakened at burning his corpse this entire time.
Yeah, the two worms were Chimera Sith Master, and the series will end with them killing Ki-Adi-Mundi and puppeteering him around to avoid suspicion.
Yeah, see, Palpatine's rise to Emperor was actually the backup plan, and he was working for the two worms. But once they were out of the way, thanks to Anakin, he was able to sort of maneuver his way to the top.
Yeah, that's actually why Django used such a convoluted method of assassination. He was like, "That's really stupid. Why would I do that?" And Palpatine was like, "No, trust me, bro. Use them."
The worms are the key to all of this.
Another from Wisdom Minari for $20. Thank you for the super chat. I think the 3D Clone Wars has diminished the Sith threat. They're not Saturday morning bad guys. Planets burn and billions die when they're in power. The Jedi would start a galactic search on the mere idea of a Sith being back. That's exactly true. Yeah, the Clone Wars itself specifically likes to weaken Maul and Dooku and characters like that and just act like they're silly little whatever. And it's like, no, they're a big deal. They're something you got to pay attention to.
Yeah,
especially Grievous. I know he's not a Sith, but man, he is pathetic.
Yeah, there's a kind of, I mean, Star Wars has a power scaling problem. Let me correct that. Disney Star Wars has a power scaling problem. But yeah, the Chimera is just the latest iteration. This has been a long-running thing of the Sith being simultaneously galactic scale threats and also like pathetic armchair villains.
And then another one from Wisdom for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Last one. Okay. The writers never cared for the consistent characterization, innocent or otherwise.
Yep.
I'm just gonna embrace that so it doesn't get under my skin anymore.
You have to give Brand's response of like the things we do for content.
I had a joke I was gonna say with this joke, but I've now forgotten it, and I will spend the next 30 minutes desperately trying to remember it.
That's all right. You never really cared for that joke.
Yeah, that's
one from Firecats 101 for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Hey guys, I always ad block but feel bad, so here's some Skrilla. Spend it wisely. Y'all streams and vids have kept me from losing my mind from boredom at work countless times. Well, thank you very much, and I'm glad we were, able to be of service.
I am contingently very glad that we're keeping you entertained at work, provided your work is not like operating a nuclear power
he's
plant.
He's like a heart surgeon, and he's just like, instead of listening to the operators around him, he's like, no, Sheev and Jolly are talking about the Acolyte.
Like, doctor, quickly, he's bleeding out. We need to cauterize the wound. He's like, no. I want to wait to hear what they have to say about Dooku.
We can't. He can't hear us. He has AirPods in. No.
Like he as a surgeon, he just leaves his AirPods inside the surgical patient, and like once they patched him up, you can just hear our voices emanating from inside as the stream continues.
The patient wakes up. He's like, "Why are there voices in me?"
Why are they talking about Star Wars?
Why are they talking about Star Wars? Is this hell?
Wait,
Get out of my head! Get out of my
head!
They talked about worms. There are worms inside me. What's going on?
So we got yet another one from Wisdom and Nari for $10. Thank you, Wisdom. Book Palpatine says, my personal philosophical outlook is protected from persecution, and he even said there are laws in the Constitution Mace is sworn to protect. Chancellor Sheev is such a troll. I fucking love that. Like, that's some great world building, and I know that Revenge of the Sith, the film, didn't like have it said, because that would have just been time wasted on something we don't really need. But it's nice to like think about that. Like, Palpatine's like literally trying to be like, yeah, on a technicality, you're in the wrong here, and I'm going to be able to spin this. Like, trust me, dude, if I fucking survive this, you guys are fucking cooked. Like, it's just so cool.
And then Windu defeats him, and Palpatine's like, oh shit.
Yeah, Anakin just stands there and does nothing. And
no, this is not how it was supposed to go.
No, I had it all planned out.
He's falling. That's just
what I had it all planned out.
This is a strange comment. Moni. Who's Moni?
Moni Dick.
What are you talking about, Moni? Who is this Moni person, and why are they being mentioned?
Well, thank you, SP, for the $5 or $5 Canadian super chat
for the 5 Moni.
By the way, Neo Arcadia said that the Ki-Adi-Mundi line is supposed to convey that the Jedi have become complacent and dismissive of the idea of the Sith returning. It was not supposed to be taken literally.
That's not what that fucking I'm sorry.
Stop rewriting it.
I'm sorry. That's never what it was supposed to be in the Phantom Menace. Like, that's not an interpretation that you're allowed to have. No. ew, go away.
Well, you see, when Obi-Wan said that Vader was more machine than man, what he really meant was that he was really good at chess now, like a
What,
computer.
what he really meant is that he vapes sometimes, and so like really. I don't even want to humor that. Like, that's not what that. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Just no.
We need to. I say we like broadly. When we're analyzing media, we need to like actually try and be good faith in the sense of like what was the actual intention of these lines. Like, sure, a writer can later come on and later come along and try and recontextualize them. Though we have to actually see whether that recontextualization makes any sense, and it doesn't here for very obvious reasons.
The thing is, like, let's say that line from Windu at the end of episode 1, where he says, "There's no doubt this mysterious warrior could have been a Sith." Let's say that line's not in the movie, right? And then in Attack of the Clones, you have the Jedi being like, I still don't necessarily believe that was a Sith that fought Qui-Gon 10 years ago. And now this Dooku guy's coming in and doing this shit. Maybe he's a Sith? I don't know. And then I'd be like, yeah, that's the Jedi willingly just like ignoring basic information because they find the truth inconvenient. Like, that's fine. But that's not what happens in the movie, so I don't know. I'm sorry, you just can't have that interpretation.
Yeah, again, it's Ki-Adi's initial reaction to this news, and it's a normal reaction, and then later on, like, it is taken seriously as the story develops, like, by the council.
It's taken seriously in that scene. The Jedi are like, okay, like, maybe this is a Sith, maybe it's not, but either way, we're going to look into this, because this is obviously very serious.
Please rewatch the movie.
I rewatched it a few months ago and did a video on it, and you can all check it out on this channel.
I should say rewatch the scene. Don't subject yourself to the Phantom Menace for just this one moment, but just like rewatch the scene.
The Phantom Menace is a masterpiece. What are you talking about?
We need a CW live action, the Phantom Menace TV show.
The Phantom Menace,
which is you know what? Honestly, the Acolyte kind of is. We even have the
this is the CWized version of the prequels, isn't it?
It is.
It's got the same kind of like sterile sort of every scene in the Jedi Temple specifically looks like it has the color grading of Deadpool 3.
Yeah, not like the color grading of Deadpool 3, but also like the very basic bitch set design as well.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing. Jolly and I were really praising the set design in the first 2 episodes because I think it is pretty good overall, but like I don't like the way the Jedi Temple looks. I think they could have put a lot more work into it.
Yeah.
I commend the effort of making it an actual set, unlike all those weird, terribly CG backgrounds that like you see the Jedi in the prequels when they're walking down the corridors and stuff.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look good either, so I don't know. Make of it what you will, I guess. But anyway, that's all the super chats that we needed to go over, so Jolly stepped away for a minute, but I think we'll go ahead. Oh, perfect. Perfect timing. We were just about to start on episode 5.
I guess, yeah, just before we do that, just in case anyone's turned up since the beginning of this stream 2.5 hours in, but Sheev has a fundraising campaign going to cover some of his medical costs because he's been landed with a very unfortunately large medical bill out of the blue. Mm-hmm. If you are feeling kind and if you are obviously in a position to do so, and you would like to leave $1 or $2 to help Sheev out, that would
50.
That would be really, really cool of you. And we put the link in the description, and it's also pinned in the chat, I think.
Yes, and as I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, Madvocat's going to be doing a fundraising stream for me on Tuesday, and you should all tune in.
I've just looked at the page, by the way, and we are $200 away from the goal.
Yeah.
So let's get to it.
Right, so yeah, back to the start of episode 5, where Kaima's force push has just killed one of those Jedi, and he's now fighting 5 others. Sol and Jeki are who knows where.
Sleeping.
The only interpretation that, and this doesn't make sense, but I say this tentatively, but the only explanation that makes sense for why they're not here right now is that they got thrown really far during the initial force push and got knocked out, I guess. But then also, Sol was like really far away the next time we see him. So like he flew that far. Is that what we're saying?
I guess. I don't know how that works, but in fact, well, let me rephrase that. It does not work. But I guess that's what we're saying. That like Sol got flown massively out into the blue, and then I don't know, wandered around in the days for a while, and same with Jackie.
Yeah, so like that's what I have in my notes is that like because Osha. Like we're following the beginning of this episode from the perspective of Osha, who's just woken up. it seems like the writers are taking this as an excuse to be like, okay, we can just kind of have characters be wherever and assume a lot happened off screen. But like, if it's the case that they were fighting the Sith and then like one or both of them got knocked out somewhere else in a different area, why did he not just kill them after knocking them out?
I don't know. I mean, let's be fair here. What's actually happened is the writers can't have Sol and Jackie here for this, so they've been teleported out of the action.
Yeah,
that's actually what's happened here, and it's frustrating as all hell.
So yeah, you have first of all, one thing that was really funny was that like when Osha woke up, she also tripped in like the exact same spot as May, but this time it seems to have been over the corpse of a dead Jedi who was right there in front of her. She somehow didn't notice him. I don't know what it is with these twins, why they keep fucking tripping. What are we trying to say about them? Are they just both klutzes?
One was trained as a Jedi and the other was trained as a Sith, and yet they're both the most incompetent, flat-footed people you've ever come across.
See, that's real equality. Like, you can, it doesn't matter what walk of life you have, you can still trip over nothing.
You're equally shit.
Also worth noting, and this is going to be a thing that's brought up at the end as well, when Osha wakes up, you very faintly hear the Kylo Ren theme play.
Mm-hmm.
And that's very strange as a musical choice.
Well, I thought that was only like later in the episode when it ends. Is it that?
No, yeah. That's what I'm saying is that like if you pay
Okay.
attention to the scene where she's waking up, like it very faintly plays it, and like the last note is slightly off key, which I think is meant to imply that like she's not there yet. Like I guess like to skip ahead, the implication we're getting is that she might join up with Chimere, and they might have something to do with the Knights of Ren going forward. So like she wasn't at the point at this like she wasn't at a place character wise that she would have joined him at the start of this episode, but maybe by the end, even though throughout this she hasn't progressed at all, she hasn't developed as a character in any way, nothing has happened that would cause her to change her entire moral value system, but sure, maybe.
Yes. Anyway, we have the fight, and I guess there's two things to mention about the fight, which is one is the choreography, because a lot of people have praised it, and I think it's worth weighing in on now, which is it's bad. I don't really know how to sugarcoat that. The choreography, by which I mean the actual like directing of the movements and what movements they're making and when and how they're being made, is very poor. What is an improvement is that the actors are doing it with a lot more tempo, and they seem to be much more practiced in their movements than has been the case in previous shows.
Yeah, so like it's bad, but it's not on the same level as like Ahsoka versus Morgan Elsbeth, or which is also something that people said was good, like an exceptionally good fight compared to the rest of the show, and it's like, nope, that's bad too.
No. There's also the frankly inexplicable decision to have a lot of this fight hidden by various trees, so that like I can't really see what's going on.
I should mention that this was the fight that the creators of the show were saying was meant to kind of rival, if not surpass, the Duel of the Fates.
It does not. Not even close.
No.
Nope.
No, sir.
And it's the thing is, it's a real shame as well, because I've seen the behind the scenes footage of like Daphne Keane and Manny Jacinto practicing, and like they're both really good. And it just it almost makes me angry, because like with Rosario Dawson, like that's clearly just someone who is not very comfortable, particularly in her prosthetics, doing complex swordplay in the way that like Hayden Christensen is clearly like a natural at, and that's fine. Not every actor can be good at everything, but it is the case here that we had two actors, actually with Li Jungjia, three actors who are very, very well practiced, who are very on it, and like had they been given better stuff on the level of what Hayden and Ewan given, could have done something really special here. So it's a squandered opportunity, and that kind of annoys me even more.
You know how the guy who plays Toranaga in Shogun is like typically typecast as like, you're a very good fighter, so we're gonna have you be like a swordsman. Honestly, I'd love to see him as like a Jedi master of some kind. I think that'd be really good.
Oh my goodness, that'd be amazing. Yes, let's please
put him up against an opponent who can actually like stand their ground against him, choreography wise. But like, yeah, that'd be something.
I wonder. I mean, maybe this didn't happen. Maybe I'm just extrapolating based on the fact that he is so often stereotypically made as wise old swordmaster. I wonder if he might have even been approached to be Sol first, but he was busy with Shogun.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm trying to remember his name. I do know his name. I just can't remember, because he's in Westworld as well, and he's obviously in The Last Samurai and Shogun. He's excellent.
And he was in Lost.
Oh yeah, and he's in Lost very briefly. God, that's a show.
Yep.
Yeah, but like, yeah, this is the thing. Like the actors, actually, I can't remember the Yord's actor's name as well, but he's also in the behind the scenes. Looks like he's doing a pretty excellent job, and like he's got experience as I think as a trained dancer as well, which makes sense because this is very. Actually, this is probably the core of my criticism. This looks like a dance, not a fight. If you pause and slow down the movements, they're not aiming at each other's bodies. There's like lots of like aiming for each other's swords, lots of very weird, wild movements, and the fluidity and the trees in the way are kind of just being done to disguise the fact that this is not being terrible.
Well, and so that's a criticism that you'd see OT fans in like the early 2000s saying about the prequels. But again, like even with the prequels, it's like you have like actors who are actually training their asses off to like make it look like a real fight. It may be a lot more stylized and choreographed than you're used to from the originals, but like still, like it's not just a dance, really.
I don't even know if I agree that like the prequels, because the criticism made of the prequel fights was that they look like a dance. The difference is like if you actually slow down the majority of the prequels fights, they are for the most part, not always consistently, but they are for the most part actually sword fights. And they're like, if you slow down the blade strikes, you can see they're aiming for each other's bodies, and had they not been blocked, they would have killed each other. It's that kind of thing. Whereas there are lots of occasions. I mean, there are two real standout moments in the Soul and Jackie team up on Chimera, where like one of them is like grabbed or otherwise disabled Chimere's sword hand and given the other one a free shot at him, and then for whatever reason they kick him instead of like taking him out. It's bizarre.
Yeah.
Have you seen? Oh, sorry, Jolly. Go ahead.
No, I'd kind of finished. Go on.
Oh, Jolly, have you seen the video? Well, I guess this is to all three of you. Have you seen the video, the Totally Phantom Menace?
Yeah, you sent that to the chat. I think while I was working on my Phantom Menace video, actually, it does highlight a lot of issues with the Darth Maul fight versus Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon.
It's like a 15-year-old video, but I really enjoy it, and it's one of those things where it's like I think these are all pretty valid things that he points out like very quickly in a very humorous way within like just a few minutes.
Yeah.
But like the thing with the Acolyte, the thing with the Duel of the Fates is that I think that it passes the smell test in a way that like this new episode of the Acolyte doesn't.
Well, yeah, the thing is, I'm happy to criticize any of the films, even the good ones, for like having poor choreography in other places. That's one of the reasons why, like, when we make fun of the disappearing knife in The Last Jedi, like, it's mostly in good fun because that's really not that big of a deal. But then fans are always like, no, but the Force kick in Return of the Jedi, and it's like, okay, but like, my point is like, we're just being consistent because at the end of the day, like, it's not the end of the world if the choreography in these fights isn't the best, right? Like that's typically if it's in a bad show, like that's the least of the show's issues. And like I'd say the same is the case here, where like the issues I have with the fights in this episode are more to do with the fact that the power scaling is so inconsistent as to be completely worthless as like a metric to determine anything. Obviously, I still consider it a flaw if the choreography is flawed in any area, it's big or small, but like I don't know, I just think people take it a little too far or like take it too seriously when you criticize the choreography in a movie they personally like or in a fight that they personally like.
Yeah, and the thing is like the reason we want to be consistent with this is because it is possible to do better, and even if the gains are overall small, like it's still something like you want to highlight. Like, yeah, you could have done a better job with this. Like,
well, and the thing is
for the
that
future.
With the fight between May and Endara in episode 1, other than Endara being really casual about it and like allowing her several opportunities to like take hostages and endanger lives and things like and beat people up while she just kind of stood there and watched, I do think the choreography in that fight is pretty good. It's like a kind of blend between kung fu and like the martial arts you typically expect in a Jedi fight, but like, and it's pretty good. And it's like, okay, that tells me that this is a show that might actually take fighting choreography seriously, which is great because that's been severely lacking in basically all these other Disney Star Wars shows. So to have a fight that's hyped up to be this big thing that's going to rival, if not surpass, the Duel of the Fates, I'm hoping it's going to at least like, on a surface level, because I'm not the best at analyzing fight scenes, I'll admit, but like on a surface level, at least I'd hope it at least like goes over my head any of the issues that are there, but I caught so many and I'm a fucking novice when it comes to like analyzing these things.
Yeah. I think yeah, like there's. Sorry, I'm trying to gather my bearings with my notes because I briefly dropped them because I'm a klutz. So there we go. I'm like Osher. I'm like Osher and May. I keep tripping over Basil and things. I guess yeah. The next thing then is like during the well, I guess the very next thing is the cortosis discussion, right? Because during the fight we have situations where the blades of the Jedi will hit Kymir's helmet or his wrist gauntlet, and they'll sputter and fizzle out for a couple of seconds, and he can take advantage of that to strike at them. And this is clearly, I think this is now even confirmed. Like this is the canonical, or rather, this is the canonization of an EU material, which is cortosis. And Sheev, you've got the most experience, I think, with the EU. So why don't you explain to the good folks what cortosis is?
Yeah, so basically the idea behind cortosis, I remember like when we were watching this episode, Jolly was like, "What?" And I was like, "Oh, that's cortosis, isn't it?" The idea behind it is that if it's like an ore, a very rare metal ore that can only be mined in very specific ways on very specific planets. It's very hard to get a hold of. And if it makes contact with a lightsaber, it's able to temporarily short out that lightsaber. Now, it's not like invincible or anything, and if you hit it enough times or hard enough, like you can penetrate through that with your lightsaber. So the depiction of it here, where like every single time a lightsaber hits his helmet or his armor that has it, like it just always bounces off and shorts out the saber. I don't gel with that because like even with a cortosis blade, like there's limits to how well it can be used. It's actually heavily featured in the opening of the Plagueis novel because they're on the planet Baldimnik where Plagueis kills Tenebris, his master. And the idea there is like Baldimnik is one of the only planets in the galaxy where you can mine cortosis in any meaningful way. There's other planets like Apatros, which is where Bane grew up, mining cortosis. But like otherwise, yeah, it's a pretty rare substance. I still have issues with how it's displaced in the lore and how it's never been brought up before. And I also have issues with the fact that it's being applied as basically an arbitrary like catch-all for any time a lightsaber makes contact with Kymir's helmet in this episode, which happens a lot. It's just an arbitrary way of being like, cool, you're out of the fight now until your lightsaber can come back on. So whatever. It's just a fucking cooldown timer, and I don't like that very much. And I also don't like that even if this is cortosis, like the show has not set it up or explained it in any way. And obviously, if you're not someone who's like deeply familiar with the lore, you're just going to be confused by this and have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, like I know that I was confused about it when I first saw the episode until this was like Shiva explained
because I had to explain it because nobody fucking knows what cortosis is unless you've read the books.
Yeah,
I'd heard of it before, but I'd never seen it in action. So like this caught me off guard when I saw it. Like even as someone who knew of cortosis, I was like, what the hell is happening?
The idea of how rare cortosis is supposed to be is that like the Separatists got a hold of it and tried to mass produce like battle droids, but like they weren't able to make very many of them because just of how little they had on them.
Yeah, like
Andrew, didn't you? Sorry, Southpaw. Like I think Andrew tried to say something and then we cut him off.
With criticizing the choreography again, I don't know why Kymir, like as soon as you deactivate someone, they're completely vulnerable. So there's like multiple times where not multiple, but there's one key moment where he could have just killed these two Jedi immediately, but he just let them live.
Yeah.
And as agile as Kymir is and how fast he can move, he doesn't need to worry about any incoming attacks because he really could just run away from them and then kill those two Jedi. And also, I just don't like cortosis as a thing. It's just really lame.
It's something you have to be very careful with. It's not as bad as Beskar as a thing, especially the way Beskar has been handled by the Mandalorian show. But like, it does raise all these questions of like, why didn't Dooku give that to Grievous? Why didn't Vader, like Palpatine, give that to Vader? Like, you know, these are both characters whose entire job basically is killing Jedi.
Well, this is almost like I think we skipped over it with the last episode. This is almost like when we criticized the whole Kymir can fly thing, or like whenever we see a Force user use the Force to fly. The reason we think that's a problem because, you know, strictly speaking, there's no technical reason why someone can't use the Force on themselves to make themselves float. You know, just purely technically. The issue though is that like because that's not ever been something that's been shown to be possible for, and because very key moments actually depend on that not being possible, if you retroactively reintroduce it, you cause issues. And cortosis kind of falls into the same bracket of like, yeah, okay, we haven't seen it at all in the lore before, and now we're confirming that this thing does exist. That is very useful under very specific circumstances of fighting lightsaber wielding foes. And you're like, okay, well then, yeah, as you said, Chief, why wasn't Grievous's armor made out of this? Why doesn't Vader have this on his armor? Why don't Grievous's Magna Guards have this? I don't really understand
because
why
yes, it's rare,
and
but these
exists
are
on Chima's
all
arm.
these are all like very wealthy, powerful people who are able to get a hold of rare things. You know.
Well, also, I mean, like, there's world building issues with the mere like concept of cortosis, but I will say also just like that they're just like throwing this in with like no explanation of what this is. Like, you know what, say what you want about Beskar and the Mandalorian, but at least the Mandalorian explains Beskar, like establishes what Beskar is. Like, yeah, poorly,
Well, yeah,
but we understand what.
Yeah, well,
but,
and
but we
that's
also
the thing. It's like if
we
you're
have
not going
somewhat of an understanding of what Beskar is, and it's like without there being like, let's say, some sort of fucking Star Wars show about cortosis that then establishes what cortosis is, that then like the Acolyte comes after this. What?
Sorry, Puffin Crazy absolutely did not mean this. It's a misspelling, but he's written Beaker has been turned into a wonder weapon at this point, and I can just think of like Beaker from the Muppets, like climate, like
Beaker.
Smilo Ren takes off his helmet and it's just Beaker there with a lightsaber. Like, identify yourself, meep, 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 and just launches himself.
So I just saw this comment. People who aren't anal about stuff. I have friends who saw Smilo Ren deactivate lightsabers. They didn't think it was weird. They thought it was cool. Who wants to take this argument?
I'll take this. Okay, so
Shut
the
up.
thing. Oh my goodness.
No, you don't
Well,
take
this is
it
almost
because you wouldn't be mean enough. I want someone to be mean.
No, I think we need to be kind about this because I see this a lot, and it is to the point where like it is funny to be mean on Clan on this, but I think it does need to be addressed in a meaningful way because too many people seem to think this is an argument for it to not be taken seriously.
Yeah.
This is an argument from personal credulity. This is basically going like, well, some of my friends who are not as invested, who just view this more as like, casual entertainment, weren't bothered by this, therefore it's not a problem.
Mhm.
And that's a bit like saying, well, like, oh, my friend went and saw, someone vandalized a Van Gogh by just throwing crap all over it. But my friend really likes the color brown, so he didn't see a problem with that. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm glad for your friend. Like, truly, I'm glad that your friends didn't see a problem with that. But the issue is that a lot of people do notice these things. Your friends are not representative of the whole group.
Yeah, the thing is that like what you did and didn't notice is not really a factor in whether or not it's in the film, and then therefore can be discussed. Because the thing is, like, I had this frustration a few months ago when I was debating Andor on stream with JJ plagiarisms. I'm sure some of you guys tuned in for that. And a lot of the time it was very much me like pointing out, this thing happened and these were the themes and this was the characterization of this character and like and like how they arced in this episode and in this way. And then his response 9 out of 10 times was literally like, yeah, but like that wasn't really what I got out of it. That wasn't really what I noticed or like thought about whenever I was watching the show. And it's like, that doesn't actually, because so that's this, but in reverse, where I'm endlessly praising a thing and the only criticism you're giving is, well, I didn't notice that. And it's like, oh.
Well, the thing is, with a discussion like that, we're almost talking at cross purposes, right? Because when we say, like, you have to, when we're trying to analyze every detail and we're like, how does this all add up to a cohesive whole? It's because we're viewing this as like, and I don't want to sound pretentious, but a quote unquote art, right? We're like, this is a thing, this is a medium that is trying to communicate a message in a very specific way through metaphors, through analogy, through relational reasoning, basically. And so we're looking for every detail to see how those details add up to form that metaphor, to form that analogy that creates that communication, and whether it succeeds at doing that. And then someone comes along and goes, yeah, but I found it fun to watch. I found it entertaining. And I'm like, well, I'm glad that you found it entertaining, but entertainment and quality of art are two different things. So it's needlessly confusing the issue to be like, well, it didn't bother me because I had fun with that.
Yeah.
Prolast Media says, to be frank, you guys were just using your own personal anecdotes to highlight how cortosis was confusing for people who didn't know what it was. He was likely just countering yours with his own anecdote. So the thing is that, like, well, first off, the way that he put it, like he worded it, if you can highlight back Forsaken Krios's comment, Sheev, when he starts with people who aren't anal about stuff. So this indicates that, like, our issue is that we're anal about stuff. Is like, I am
like this is only an issue if you like hyper nitpick and get mad at every little detail and blah 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 blah, and you can never just enjoy things or have fun.
No, like the reason I was weirded out was just because, like, cortosis has never been, like, established in canon. This is the first time that's established in canon, and it comes out of nowhere. And so I'm confused about it. I don't care that some people think it's cool, even if they've never
let's address this like really head on, right? Because I mean, first of all, let's gloss over the fact that you're trying to say that we're over analyzing stuff while also trying to insult us in the same breath, which is a really weird place to take that conversation to. I don't know why you feel the need to do that. You can just tell us that you have a different opinion without trying to be rude about it. But separate to that, like weirdness, the idea that other people, like you guys were asking, arguing from personal anecdotes, and lots of other people weren't confused. And like, if they weren't confused, it's because they didn't notice that there was a lack of information, or they just didn't care that there was a lack of information. But the simple fact is, like, it is an inherently confusing. That is not a subjective opinion. If I tell you, if I point you towards like a nuclear power station's control, I don't know why I got nuclear power stations on the brain, but if I point you towards a nuclear power station's control panel and go like, is that confusing to you? And you go, well, I don't really care about nuclear power stations, so nah. I'm like, that's not answering my question. Like, you don't know how this works, so that is by the definition of confusing to you. If you don't have the relevant information, you don't know how it works. It is by definition confusing.
I can see. So if you're a casual person, you're watching this, and you've noticed, okay, they just hit his helmet with a lightsaber, and that caused their lightsaber to short circuit for a few seconds. Then I guess like I can see you as the casual audience member going, okay, he must have some kind of armor that allows him to do that. And then they just didn't think any further than that. So like on that metric, they weren't confused because they were just like, cool, I accept that as a thing. But like, if you think about it any deeper, as you would if you are trying to critically analyze the content, you would be like, okay, but like, why is that a thing that exists that we're only just now finding out about? And where was it in this instance, and in this instance, and in this instance, and with this character and this character who specialize in killing Jedi? You'd think that would be very helpful to their goal, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. Also, it's just like, I'm sorry, but I don't know if you're new to this channel or like to us four, but we kind of like being anal about things, whether it's like arguments or like movies or TV shows.
Well, hang on. Don't lump me into this.
What do you mean don't lump you into this? You love being anal.
No. But like,
I love anal.
This is the important. I love anal. That's right. But like, this is it's an important distinction to make, right? Because anal, I think, implies like needlessly hyper focused. And the thing is, like,
okay.
This is a channel where critics, whose job it is to be critical, are trying to critically analyze a piece of media. Now, if that is a level of depth you find unworthy of your attention, that is fine. But I'm not quite sure what you're doing here. Right, that's a bit like going into like a Michelin-star restaurant and being like, "Well, I just want to be fed. I don't care about the pretentious way you've arranged the food." I'm like, "Okay, then go to a burger stand. Why are you coming at me? Well, you're in the wrong place. I'm not in the wrong place."
Well, it's the same principle as like when talking about sacred cows, right? Where it's like you don't have to engage, like what you said in your Kenobi videos at the very beginning, right, Sheev? What I said at the beginning of my Spider-Man 2 video. If you don't want to hear arguments about why this is bad, you don't have to watch this. You can click away. It is fine.
Yep.
But like,
I'm gonna come to your house and force you to watch it Clockwork Orange.
I'm gonna be like, do you have time to talk about our Lord and Savior? The Acolyte sucks.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just like, no, sorry. Like, we're over here in our space and we're like talking about these things that we think don't make sense. It's like, it's cool if like casuals don't care for this. We're not casuals. But also we've got,
I don't even want to use the term casual for the same reason I don't like the term anal. Like, it's just, there's a needlessly dismissive attitude to this kind of conversation when we talk in these kind of terms. It's like, if you are just here for an entertaining time and you don't want to like think quote unquote deeply about stuff in this sphere of the world, cool. But like, don't have a go at the people who do, because it's just clear we're trying to get two different things out of this at the point, and I don't understand why you're therefore trying to come along and tell us that we shouldn't be doing our thing.
Yeah, it's this very reductive thing of like, oh well, that's what I'm getting at earlier. Like, when you criticize something, and then someone's like, you must be fun at parties, because like they're looking at it from a perspective of like, you must not have any fun.
Philosopher's party.
You must not have any fun if you want to criticize it at this level of depth, because that's not the level of depth that I like to criticize it at. And my way is apparently the only way you should do it, and also be a sociable person.
Well, it's like when people take issue with the concept of calling something a sacred cow, it's like, we're not trying to take away your love of something. We just think that nothing is above reproach. That's all that's literally all the term means. And in Music Here, by the way, when he says, what if someone considers enjoyment as the main reason for art being good? Cool.
Well, the thing is, like, at that point, you have a different definition of art than I do, and that's fine, by the way. It's just again, at that point, we're talking at cross purposes. We would need to then have a discussion about the nature of art and see if we could convince each other of each other's definitions, and that's not what we're doing in this stream.
Yeah. I don't enjoy Schindler's List, but so I guess that's bad.
You don't enjoy Schindler's
what?
List?
Whoa, stop the stream. What the hell?
No. Well, of course I don't think it's a movie you're supposed to enjoy is the thing, right?
Okay, well,
you mean it that way? Okay,
there-
right.
there's
I
a-
meant it that way.
Okay, because there's a difference between I
yeah.
enjoy this as a film and I enjoy what's happening in the film.
Yeah, I don't take glee in the contents of what's happening.
I love this movie.
Like, I don't enjoy the fact that the red wedding happened, but I enjoy the scene because of how well put together it is.
I just love the way I said that, and you guys are like, what? You guys
What?
don't enjoy the Holocaust? Like,
You don't love the Holocaust. Anyway, to circle back to separate to the people's personal standards, just to come back to the point about whether it's confusing. Like someone brought up Mithril in the chat, and I think that's a really good example, right? Like imagine you watch Lord of the Rings, and like Bilbo gives Frodo his shirt, and he doesn't say there's anything special about it. It's like, oh, I have some armor you could use, and gives him some armor, and then Frodo's stabbed by a troll and survives, and everyone's just like, oh, cool, Frodo's alive, and they walk on and just no mention it again. Like you could just sit there and go like, well, it didn't bother me. Clearly this is some kind of special armor. But like you can't then pretend that this is something that like the film did a good job of explaining was a thing that existed. And then there's presumably, again, if you stop to think about it for 5 seconds, you'd have all sorts of questions about why everyone doesn't have this armor.
Yeah, like I'd go so far as to say that like if you don't explain this, then you don't deserve to have the audience write in additional information that you didn't provide to make it make sense. Like that's just not that's never been how that works.
Right. Well, it's the whole thing like basic inferences versus doing the writer's job for them. Right.
Yeah.
We're not doing like we're not counting when you just like do a basic A to B like.
Well,
deduction.
yeah. Like if I didn't know what cortosis was when I watched the episode, like I could have made the inference of, oh, that must be like a special type of armor that causes lightsabers to do that. But then I'd be like, oh, well, that doesn't make sense though, because that would exist, and other characters would have used it here, and here. So that's not an inference I can make. That just doesn't make sense then.
Well, and then for sake
of hang on.
I
think we should move on because we've been on this point for a while now. No, sorry, Southpaw, but like we have been on this point for a while, and we
got to get through this. Yeah.
So the next thing that happens is like Chimera defeats these 5 Jedi. He kills them all except for Yord, whose leg he wounds. Yord is on the floor. Yord can't do anything. He's totally at Chimera's mercy. When Osha hits him with a stun blast, and nothing happens.
Mm-hmm.
Disgust.
Yeah. Okay. So there are a few different avenues you could potentially take with this, but like I don't think any of them work. So it could be that like his armor protected him, only we see that his armor really only covers his head and part of his arms. Just like a lot of exposed skin that the stun blast would have hit. So I don't think you can say that the armor like took the brunt of that, and that's why he was able to walk it off. Even if
also,
it was, just shoot him.
He's hitting the shoulder.
Yeah, shoot him multiple times too. If one didn't work, then fuck it, try a couple more. So I think what they're going for is that he's just such a powerhouse that he was able to just tank it. At which point, we're establishing he's very fucking strong because we're going to have a Jedi Master get hit by that exact same blast later and just go down. So,
what, a Jedi Master who overpowers Chimera?
Yeah.
So, well, again, we'll get to that when we'll get to that when we get to that. Yeah, the important thing is like so far, what we've seen of Chimera's power levels is that he can fly, tear apart 8 Jedi with the Force, killing one, and can kill 5 all at once using in combat and grievously injure, well, not grievously, but like injure Yord and take him out of the fight and be in a position to kill him until he's distracted by Osha. At which point, something weird happens. Osha runs off, and Chimera abandons killing Yord to go after her, which I'm not quite sure why. Just stab your lightsaber down and then go after her.
Go ahead, take 2 seconds.
Don't know why Yord is spared here. Also, if your goal is to kill Osha, why didn't you just kill her at the end of the last episode when you could have just sliced her head off?
The goal seems to be that because as she's running away, he fucking throws his lightsaber at her, and the only reason she doesn't die here is because Soul comes in, like spawns in at the last second and saves her.
Just teleports back into the plot. Like the writer's like, okay, we need you here now. Back you come, off stage.
Yeah, where the fuck was he?
He was on a smoke break. He was talking to what's the actress for Shin Hati called? Ivana Sakno. He was talking to Ivana Sakno over a smoke break.
Yeah. So I guess it's worth getting into this, right? Like, what exactly does Chimera want? Like, because he states his goal very plainly later on in the episode, but pretty much every action he takes throughout this episode is counter to those stated intentions. So,
well, every action he's taken in the entire show. is like
Well,
contradictory.
yeah, like anonymity is something that the Sith obviously prioritize because they have to continue to survive. But like everything he's done with May has only compromised her identity and by extension his own. So that's
and
a
this
bit
whole
weird.
thing, right? Because like literally if he just killed May when she had him up in the trees and then disappeared, that would have been the end of it. So they would never have traced him back.
Mm-hmm.
He could have just vanished. He could have just left.
Or waited for May in Kelnacca's home after killing Kelnacca, kill her there, and then just dip out the back, I guess.
Yeah, I don't really know. If his plan is just to remain anonymous and he has to kill anyone who's seen his face, then why put
Which
yourself
is
in a
what he
position to have
says
to show
he
your
needs
face
to
to a
do.
Jedi?
Later in the episode,
And I guess the counter argument, I think from some people is like, well, he's given up on May, so now he wants Osha. And I'm like, there are better ways to get at
he
Osha.
just tried
Like,
to
if you
kill
May,
her.
well, yeah, for a start, he tried to kill Osha, but like, if that is the plan, killing May ends this investigation, right? So you kill May, you leave, the Jedi are forced to close the cold case. Osha leaves back
Osha
on
goes
her own.
about her merry way. Yeah, you could just intercept
and then
her at that point.
Corner her then when she's working on a ship as a medneck or whatever she's called. Mechneck? That's
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
You know what? I would have commended the show if it had played out that way. They kill May, or like he kills May and they find her body. They assume that she and Kelnacca died like fighting each other or something, and then they just go back and they're like, "Well, that was a bust." And then Osha leaves and thinks it's over, and then bam, she gets captured by the Sith, and then the conflict from there is like, what does she do now?
Yeah, that would have been a much better direction than what we actually got.
That could have actually been cool as like a story, but whatever.
No.
Yeah, so Soul no.
No,
Soul then engages Chimera in combat, and
Yord
runs
also,
in.
teleports in from behind. So the way things are like laid out, right? The direction that Osha and the Sith came from, Yord would be behind the Sith. So I guess he like went around and came up from behind Soul and Osha, instead of just attacking him. Sure, fine.
I'll give it to Yord. Maybe he was trying to flank with an injured leg, which seems like silly, but okay, whatever. He comes in. Soul's like, okay, take the civilian to the ship, get Osha out of here. And so Yord grabs Osha and they run away. And Soul has a brief exchange of words with masked Chimera, where he's like, you carry a Jedi's weapon, but you are no Jedi. Which, like, yeah,
very
no shit.
Shitty generic dialogue, but yeah.
Dialogue.
Geriatric dialogue.
What's the other thing he says that's really strange? It's like, you don't. He's like, who are you? And Chimera goes, you don't remember me? And sort of like, you seem familiar. And I'm like, this is really weirdly stilted dialogue. Literally, the only time they've met is in a shop.
Yeah.
Like, you don't remember me, the potion guy,
the guy that you fucking ran into one
me?
time. The fact that he is Chimera, right? Like that means that like if they had actually read his mind in that scene, which they easily could have. This episode establishes that the only thing preventing them from doing that now is his Magneto helmet. So like if they'd read his mind, they would have gotten information out of him.
Well, I guess that's worth saying.
Also,
I guess that's worth pointing out, right? So during this conversation, Saul's like, what kind of bastard doesn't show their face to their apprentice? And he's like, you tell me. And he's like, why don't you take your helmet off? It's like, what, so you can read my mind? I'm like, that's the restriction? This helmet stops you from having your mind read?
Why? That's because, again, you can't call upon Cortosis to say that's... Because that's never been what Cortosis was capable of doing. I guess we're changing that in the canon, maybe. But also, you're not explaining that.
They did change that because... I went to the wiki just to see what Cortosis was in full, and one of its attributes is like anti mind reading.
Hang on.
Oh my goodness.
I'm pulling it up.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm pulling up the fucking article. Hang on.
Okay, that just adds the problem of like, if Cortosis is so good, like if Cortosis is so powerful that you can't even use the Force on it, why isn't Grievous made of this?
Yeah. Go to the attributes in like the
like
right hand section.
Imagine the version of Revenge of the Sith where like Grievous is made out of Cortosis and everyone's like, not this time, and then like tries to use a Force push and Grievous is like, lol, and just cuts his head off.
I don't think it's anti-force in general. I think it's just
anti-telepathy.
Yeah.
How very specific. Also, that kind of implies that the way that telepathy works with the Force is like your like electromagnetic spectrum. Like you're manipulating the electromagnetic spectrum somehow and using that to read their minds.
Properties. It's the properties area. I'll take a screenshot.
Oh my goodness.
I'm still not finding it. Yeah, there's not very much on this article either. So I don't know how I'm missing it. there's a part where it says, in a lightsaber duel on the planet Khofar, the stranger used his cortosis gear to great effect against several Jedi who found their lightsabers briefly short-circuited upon contact with their enemy's gear.
Andrew's put it
helmet
in the chat.
Oh, yeah, protection against so you meant in that part. My bad. The stranger's helmet also protected against telepathy, stating that removing it would allow Jedi Master Soul to read his thoughts. That's just a thing cortosis is canonically able to do now. That's fucking great.
Okay.
I like.
Well, I mean, to be fair, we introduced mind reading in this series. Like before, we could sense intentions, but we couldn't read people's minds. Now we fully could just read out like a wiki article. We can just read your mind. So,
I like
so we
to
had to
think
introduce
that
cortosis to prevent that from being possible.
I like to think that a Palpatine's skull is made of cortosis.
Yeah, he went through Logan's adamantium processing, but just with cortosis, like all his bones are just made of
Palpatine
cortosis.
walking through TSA and like all the metal detectors are just blaring. And he's like, "Oh, sorry, that's my hip."
Like cortosis, like Wolverine blades come out of his hand.
Fuck off, dude.
But also, I just want to clarify, because, like, yeah, now that I think about it, this kind of mind reading, like actual mind reading versus sensing intentions, is something the Acolyte introduced. So did we introduce this power to cortosis purely to get out of the hole that we dug ourselves by giving this mind reading power in an earlier episode?
I thought this like the mind reading thing. I thought that wasn't all the way back in Force Awakens with Poe. Wasn't that it?
Well, I guess that's still a problem, right? Although I think what he's actually doing with Poe is like seeing memories. Like he's not reading you like information on his mind. He's like you've seen the map.
Okay.
Yeah. They actually in the Battlefront 2 2017 game, they actually show what it's like from Kylo's perspective when he does that sort of thing.
Oh yeah, where it's like you're jumping through people's memories. You're not literally seeing the information. You have to wait for them to reveal it.
Yeah, you're actually playing as Kylo Ren as he does this.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's kind of neat.
But apparently, yeah, now that all you need. Apparently, Poe should have just had like a headband made of cortosis. He would have been fine. Which is very frustrating. Anyway, while this is all going on, May is doing a runner, and once again she trips over.
Well, no, this is when she gets attacked by Jeki, right?
Well, she still gets tripped over. She just trips over because Jeki sticks a foot out.
Well, yeah, Jeki spawns into existence and just kicks her.
Jeki then now Jeki's turn to teleport into the plot.
Yeah. What's May's? So, like, where are we with May right now in terms of like her character and like what she wants?
I don't know. Yeah.
Because like she was gonna turn herself into the Jedi, and now she's like, "Well, fuck! I'm just gonna run into the forest and hope for the best." I guess.
Okay, I'm gonna try and steel man the episode here. I think May's original plan, at least as far as the writers were concerned in the last episode, was she's gonna give herself up to Kelnacca and the Jedi. Unfortunately, the Master is literally here, and therefore she's like, "Okay, we're all dead. All these Jedi are dead. If I stick around, I'll die too. So I'm just trying to get away right now. Like surrendering myself to these Jedi would be pointless because that means I'm just gonna be handcuffed when the Master chops my head off."
Well, surely, right? Like helping them fight the Sith, like maybe they win, and then they realize, oh, she's on our side, or like that would help her significantly if she gets arrested by them.
Well, I guess she just doesn't think they stand a chance. Which, based on how he was been fighting at the start of this episode and the last end of the last one, I think she's right. There's no way.
But yeah, I guess it depends on how powerful Chimera is, which the episode refuses to tell me consistently anyway.
Yes. Anyway, May and Jeki have a fight where just as a little tidbit worth keeping in mind is that we see that May still has some knives on her, some actual honest to goodness metal knives.
Yeah, that's like her whole thing. It's knives.
Yeah, I wonder if that'll be relevant later. Anyway, that fight goes on and Jeki wins, which I think is about right. I think Jeki should probably just be about to shade May.
I'd wonder about that because it's like this is a young. Probably a pretty new Padawan. She probably hasn't been Soul's Padawan for more than a handful of years, right? She's probably maybe 16, 17. And
I believe she's 18.
Well, in any case, like that would put her at around 12 when Osha left the order, and he would have taken her maybe pretty soon after that. The point is, she's been training as a Padawan for about 6 years. She's I'd say probably like a medium level Padawan in terms of her fighting prowess. Well, and then we have May, who's been trained, presumably by this Sith in terms of combat and everything like that. And she's also, I would assume, pretty like powerful in the Force, considering otherwise she just wouldn't be a candidate.
Okay,
so
allow me to allow me to clarify then by what I mean by I think she should shade this. Like, we've had this conversation already about May's power levels. Like, the show has, like, at the very beginning, we're like, May should be a lot more powerful than the show seems to think she is, based on who's training her and why. Now, the show doesn't seem to agree with us, so I'm just going purely on what the show has said that May is capable of so far, which is a pretty klutzy assassin who's pretty bad at her job.
Yeah, we haven't seen her ever actually win a single fight against a Jedi, so I guess now we have her fighting a Padawan, and even that, she narrowly loses. So it's like, I guess that's where we're establishing her power levels to be.
Yeah, I think it's bollocks that her power levels are at that point, but that is what the show seems to think they are at, and to be fair, they at least seem to be keeping that vaguely consistent, so huzzah.
Well,
Fair.
also, May was not actively trying to kill Jackie at this point, right?
No, she was.
No, she was. She literally, she threw a knife at her, but also, like, the scene in question where Jackie defeats her is, like, she's being held by May, and the knife is being, like, pushed toward her throat, and she's, like, having to push it away, and then she does some bullshit, and that's how she ends up winning. But, like, yeah, she was trying to kill Jackie.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm looking at it now. Well, so then I'm not entirely sure if I'm actually on board with Jackie defeating May in the first place, then, because they've shown that May is capable of killing. When she killed, what was Carrie Ann Moss's character's name?
Well, she killed Indara by a trick.
Well, okay, let's be fair about this here. Like, she did kill Indara in a trick. There was no way she was going to win this fight, but also she did kind of hold her own a little bit against Indara.
Yeah, she did.
Time.
I'm not.
Well,
yeah,
she got one kick in, really. Other than that, Indara was dominating the fight.
Fair.
So, I don't know. I guess that maybe I'm overestimating May's fighting prowess then.
Yeah, well, again, we've said, like, she should be much more powerful and adept than she is shown to be in the show. But if we're just going by what the show's already told us, then, like, it kind of makes sense that she's about Jackie's level, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's stupid, but
anyway,
it's what the show's telling us.
All right.
Chima's fighting Soul. They appear to be evenly matched. Soul gets force pushed back, looks up, and Chimera has teleported off screen.
He's
just
gone.
He exited stage left.
See, we know he can fly, so I keep imagining him just, like, Superman takeoffing, like.
Do you think he's just hovering above Soul? Like, Soul looks up and he's like, oh, he's not in the clearing. But if he just, like, lifted his head a little bit, like, Chimera would have just been hovering in midair, hoping not to be noticed until Soul left the area.
In any case, it's worth getting into, like, you could have, again, like, the power levels are inconsistent, but, like, from what we've been shown, you should have been able to make pretty quick work of Soul. So I don't know how Soul lasted this long in this fight, or why you didn't just kill him real quick before abandoning the fight.
Yeah, this is the first real problem of the power scaling of, like, based on what we have seen so far, Soul should be dead. I don't believe Soul should be able to hold his own against this.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. And the thing is, the only reason it seems that he's abandoned this fight before finishing it is because he's suddenly been made aware of the fact that May exists, even though he already knew. Because the thing is, both times that he abandons the fight, it's because he wants to go after May. Like, he's prioritizing that over killing the Jedi for some reason.
Or Osha.
But May existed. She was in Kelnacca's hut. She was on his radar. So I don't understand why only now that the fight between her and Jackie is broken out, he's like, oh shit, I should probably go try to kill May. Like, it just seems very arbitrary.
I would say that until now he was distracted. Like, he had to immediately engage the Jedi and was distracted by that. But the problem is he then chased off Derosha rather than pursue May. That was a choice he made.
Yeah, he was still near Kelnacca's house because, like, Osha woke up outside of his house, and, like, Chimera and the Jedi were fighting pretty close to that. So as soon as you kill Yord real quick, since he's at your mercy, instead of going after Osha, just go and kill May real quick. She's like pretty much maybe a few yards away from you right now.
Yeah, a few dozen yards at most. And you know, maybe you'll even get Jackie into the bargain if she spawns in at the right point.
She spawns in right at that moment and kicks him and knocks him down.
Like Chima's like XP farming. He's just like, oh, this is the spawn point for Jackies. If I just hang around here, I can kill them one at a time. Yeah, just boost my leveling. But yeah,
TBH, it seems like he's more interested in Osha than May after the end of episode 5. But I generally agree. Thing is, I really don't know. I don't know what he's interested because again, he's I don't know why he would be. Yeah, but also he's prioritizing killing May above finishing fights with Jedi who can, escape and give testimonies to the Jedi that the Sith are back, which would be a lot more believed by the Jedi than anything May might say.
Yeah, the Jedi should be the first targets here.
Easily.
Given his own stated goals.
Yeah. But no, he abandoned
Anyway.
the fight with Soul, and then we get back to Jecki and May fighting. Jecki wins the fight through serious bullshit and goes to arrest her. And that's when Chimere like descends upon her. What the fuck?
Sorry?
Oh, there's a loud fucking noise from, I think, my neighbors. Whatever.
Well, but hang on. Between those scenes, we have the dialogue between Yord and Osha, where they're running towards the ship, and Osha's like, "We need to go." Like, Osha gets a little Force whisper again from the Forces, like leaning in to be like, "Osha." Osha's like, "We need to go back." Yord is like, "Nope, I said I'd take you to the ship." And they have a little dialogue where Yord's like, "Oh, he gets in your head and he stays there, and like he fights like his fighting has no pattern to it, no rhythm. I don't know, like it's."
And she goes, "My mom could do that. Get into a Jedi's head."
May I ask how is that it's bullshit that Jecki wins the fight with May, Sheev?
Oh, well, just the way it plays out, right? So she's being held like May's got her arm wrapped around Jecki and is trying to get the knife to her throat, and Jecki's like pushing it away. And so what Jecki does is like lunge forward a little bit so that she can sort of like wind up to headbutt her. Which somehow doesn't get her stabbed, but whatever, fine. And then there's like a sound effect that implies something happened when she lunged forward. I don't know what we're meant to believe happened. Then she headbutts her, and then she does this weird like twirl thing and like knocks her down.
Okay, so I might actually have some pushback for you here. So when Jecki basically like lunges her head forward, like it's off to the side of where the knife is, so I'm fine with her not getting stabbed there. But basically, it just simply it's a sudden movement that actually would catch May off guard before she then headbutts her. Which, if you get headbutted in the nose, that is going to like kind of like stun and confuse you for a bit, which then gives Jecki the time that she needs to, I guess, turn around and then do what seems to be, I'm not entirely sure what this technique is called. I used to practice this. Well, I used to practice what she does here in Krav Maga, actually. Like not the twirl itself, but like the exact trip.
I was say, you practice twirls in Krav Maga? Maga is very different from what I remember.
No, not the specific twirl from like having like to turn around after someone's tried to like stab you in the manner that they tries to stab Jecki. But I don't have a problem with the choreography here with what Jecki does with May. Like at least replaying this over and over again, I'm not seeing what the issue is here.
Okay.
Sure. I would argue that I think it's highly implausible that Jecki's headbutt forward because the thing is, like, once you headbutt forward to try and create space, you've given the game away for what you're about to do. And May is a trained combatant. I don't know if I believe that once Jecki's made that lunge forward, May doesn't know she's going to do that.
So I guess she
That's
just
true. May is also an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, hell, maybe Jecki didn't even do anything. Maybe she just pulled away and May fell over.
Yeah,
I'm not entirely sure what exactly it is that May could then do as soon as like Jecki like headbutts forward, because like she's got her arm wrapped around Jecki.
Yeah, she could have.
Just twist.
Just twist.
I suppose, but I mean, Jolly just like, I don't know. It's one of those things where I can believe that someone can make this mistake in a fight.
No, you're not allowed to make mistakes. Characters have to act perfectly all the time.
No. Yeah, no, I'm going to just
if
say
characters were perfectly logical all the time, they'd be Vulcans.
No, I have a lot of issues with this episode. This one moment right here, this one bit of choreography, I don't have an issue with.
Well, it's okay. Everyone gets to be wrong sometimes, even you.
I'm not wrong.
No. Don't say that.
It's fine.
No, it's gonna seem like we don't accept dissenting opinions. No,
I don't.
No!
They can burn. I line up my dissenters in front of my house and stake them.
Ban him.
We're supposed to be an echo chamber. No.
Yeah. Well, okay, that's fine. The thing is, like, it all happened in such a quick motion that I was like, fuck, what was that? And I watched it over and I was like, that doesn't seem right. But you know what? Fine, I'll accept your defenses.
What I would have
I want
liked
to go back
more
and talk
is
about the "my mother could do that" line because that's
What-
really funny.
Yeah,
that is funny.
that's what I really wanted to highlight before Southpaw rudely interrupted.
well, the one. I'll say this: the one thing where I think the criticism, where the choreography could have been improved, is instead of headbutting forward, what Jackie should have done is like there's a difference between like trying to like slowly like pull a person's like hand away in the way that she's doing with May, and then there's like doing a very quick jerking motion. We call that a pluck in Krav Maga, and that will actually like gain a considerable amount of distance, so it would actually keep the knife further distance away from Jackie. And then she honestly, like, I will say this, the headbutt forward really isn't necessary. I don't think it's a problem. I also think she could have easily
It's necessary for like giving more power to the hit, I guess.
I suppose, but also like even just simply like doing a pluck of May's hand and then headbutting straight backwards would have been enough to get the hit on May and then do exactly what I'm doing here is nitpicking. I'm nitpicking the choreography here a little bit. Like there's,
I think Jackie should have just teleported.
Yeah, she could just teleport. Yeah, true.
That would have been much more effective if she just teleported right behind me.
Yeah,
That's true.
Well, anyway,
so
So
my mother could do that.
It's so funny.
Jolly and I were laughing about this right before the stream began because we were just thinking about that line. Like Yord's talking about he's such a good fighter, but like he's also so unpredictable and he's so fast and he's fighting in ways that I've never been like I've never like been even thought to anticipate before, and it's really getting to me. And like he gets into your head, and she's like, my mom did that once. And it's like obviously that's not what he's talking. Like what you witnessed your mom do was like something very different and like literally getting into Torben's head, and he's talking about like this guy's psychologically like breaking through barriers and fucking with us and like I don't know what to do about it. And like her dialogue is just not helpful at all. There's a weird thing to say.
Sorry, there's one more. Go ahead.
We moved past that.
Hang on. Well, is this Krav Maga related? Because if it is, I'm cutting that off.
Yeah, we're trying to talk about the next scene now.
There's another way that like, I will say like the way that Jackie gets behind me is bullshit.
No. Stop. All right. Just don't make me pull out the water bottle and spray you. Don't make me do it. All right. So yeah, because the issue with the way the scene is played off, not the Krav Maga scene, the way the other scene is played off is that there's two interpretations here, right? One is that like Yord is literally saying, "Oh, he psychically got in my head, like Mother Anasaya," which, if that is what we're setting up, what a weird like I don't understand how what the weird connection is going to be between Chimera and the witches of Brendol.
I don't think they're saying bananas. That. I think the writers were literally just trying to be like, we can have her say this here, and then we can draw a parallel between the witches and Chimera.
I guess that's the thing. Is like the other reading is like this is just really incompetent writing of like we're going to do the most awkward segue into having a bit of a recollection here.
Like, but like you're just thinking about it from Ostra's perspective. It's like, why would you say that? What are you doing?
From Yord's perspective, he's probably like, what?
Yeah, my mother was a Sith Lord. He's like, I'm sorry.
Huh? There's more of them?
Yord.
Do you think Yord was like, oh my god, he gets in your head like a spider? And she's like, wow, my mother was like happened to my mother when she was researching spiders in the Amazon right before she died.
Can I just say, by the way, it's kind of confusing that Chimera only has one Cortosis gauntlet.
Does he I guess he couldn't afford the second one. I thought he had it on both arms.
No, he's only got one. Yeah, it's on his left.
He ran
out.
Well,
I guess that's supposed to speak to how rare it is, but like, it's like you're telling me that like this is something that a Sith in Bane's lineage, provided he is a Sith, which we'll get to, like was able to get access to. So like, I don't know. I feel like maybe Palpatine could have gotten a hold of that.
I also feel like I would personally, I think I'd rather have a second gauntlet than a helmet made of Cortosis.
Well, if the helmet protects your mind from fucking like getting read by Jedi,
right.
then that's probably better.
In that case,
that is probably better.
I'd rather have a Cortosis chest plate than a gauntlet.
Yeah,
that's true.
Because that means you can't stab me. Checkmate.
But I mean, then again, with the gauntlet, he's at least able to like swing it at lightsabers and quickly deactivate it. So
Well, I'm just curious about the list. Could you make Cortosis chainmail? Because like, could you have a Cortosis mithril shirt? Because
Oh,
that seems like
God.
a really
Actually,
useful thing
God.
to have.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
When I was reading the wiki just to get a grasp of what it was, it talks about the Thrawn book, and apparently Dooku was making clone armor for Order 66. So I mean, I guess you can.
Out of Cortosis?
Yeah.
Fuck me,
Clone
dude.
process.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
God, no, don't even like no, we're not even gonna we're not the thing is like when you look at the entirety of the Disney canon, like you gotta wonder like why Chimera isn't fully decked out in Beskar right now. Like sure, Cortosis too for the lightsaber deactivation stuff, but like Beskar would stop any lightsaber from penetrating you, and it's so common that you can get a full body suit of it.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, if you really want to do this, like, if you're, Palpatine, you've got the entire resources of the Empire at your disposal. Why not make Darth Vader's armor Beskar with an overlay of Cortosis?
Yep. Yeah, like spread the ore out over the armor, so that like it's not necessarily as strong and concentrated, but it's all over the armor.
Well,
Yeah,
like,
I mean, like,
the Beskar is
if
what
they
is what
penetrate the
actually-
Cortosis, yeah, if you penetrate the Cortosis, then like his Beskar will protect him, and the Cortosis stops any lightsaber blade from getting him. Seems useful. I don't know.
Stop introducing these things.
Anyway,
But
that
but
happens,
Sheev,
and that's
it's
funny.
cool. People who aren't anal about this think it's cool.
Dude,
Like,
it's fine.
people who don't love anal don't do this.
True.
Cortosis anal beads. There you go. That's the best for you. Anyway, moving swiftly on. Chimera attacks Jackie, and Jackie holds her own.
Yeah. Okay. So what
for
I
a
will
very
say,
long time.
what I will say is that this first little bit here where he attacks her, she only stands up for about 5 seconds, which I'd already argue is too much. But I at least
It's 4
appreciate.
seconds too long.
Yeah, I at least appreciate that he takes her down pretty immediately. But then, for some reason, he lets her get back up because I guess he doesn't care about killing her or killing May, who's right there. And
He's very chivalrous. Okay.
she picks up another lightsaber because hers got got short-circuited by the Cortosis. But then she that one finally comes back into commission. So now she's using 2 lightsabers. And for some reason, that means she's able to hold her own for a very long amount of time. She actually gives him a run for his money. I'm not going to lie. Which is fucking bullshit because she's a Padawan. And again, not as a very experienced one at that. She's like 18.
This is the Ahsoka versus Maul thing all over again. There's just no way. There's just no way you should be standing up to this guy.
Yeah.
He's a fully trained, potentially a fully trained Sith Lord.
And the thing is, I want to talk about the fact that Disney Star Wars seems to think that 2 lightsabers intrinsically just makes you superior as a fighter than 1.
Yeah.
I don't know where they've gotten that, or more powerful, because Rey does that with deflecting Palpatine's lightning in Rise of Skywalker, where 1 isn't cutting it, so she pulls out a second one, and then that's enough to make a difference and send it back to him, and it kills him. It's what are we doing? What is this?
Yeah, I mean, let's be fair. Chimera doesn't win the fight against Jackie until he has 2 lightsabers versus her 1.
Yeah, and it's two lightsabers just isn't automatically better. Yes, it has its advantages, right? You can do things
but it
with
also
it
has
that you
its
can't with
disadvantages.
one. But it has its disadvantages, and that's why different Jedi train in different ways depending on what they're more adept at. Okay.
Yeah, and she's trained in just single.
She's trained in single lightsaber combat
Yeah.
because she only fucking has 1.
I thought that in Attack of the Clones, when Obi-Wan throws his lightsaber at Anakin as he's wounded, that the point of that is to show how much
a
how
Jedi
much more
can still
deeply-
use 2 lightsabers. They're probably going to have at least a base
have you
level
seen the
training.
but also Anakin
No,
is
have
the
you seen
chosen
the
one.
comments?
The comments.
The power of 2.
The power of 2.
Um,
Oh God.
Yeah.
Grievous turns up. The power of many.
No, I just saw when Anakin pulls out gets the second lightsaber in Attack of the Clones against Dooku. That's just simply he's he trains for that because he's the chosen one.
No, I
certainly
think-
more
I think the implication is
specialized
that
training.
all the Jedi train
Have
at least
it-
to a certain
yeah.
extent in Jarkai, but I think that with Anakin's one, the two lightsabers is just to catch Dooku off guard. Like he briefly catches Dooku on the back foot, but then Dooku recovers almost immediately and just takes one out of the equation.
Yeah, and Anakin's
True,
just not as adept with it because he's mostly used to training with one lightsaber and using that in combat.
Not to mention that Anakin in Attack of the Clones should be head and shoulders above Jackie here, because A, he's older, and B, he's the chosen one.
He's about the
And
same
C, he's
age, but he is the chosen one.
Well, he's a lightsaber. Well, he's not. Well, hang on. He's because he's 20. Is he 19 or 18 in Attack of the Clones?
19.
He's 19.
Oh yeah, so I think we established she's 18. So like they're about the same age.
Okay, so he's a year older. He's got more experience, I think, in terms of like missions, and also like he's the chosen one and a lightsaber prodigy.
So
I guess I wonder how much experience Anakin has at this point, because obviously he would have never been in a lightsaber duel.
He killed
before
those
this.
Gundarks.
No.
Wait, okay, so then what? I guess what's the difference here between like how Anakin temporarily catches Dooku off guard? It catches Dooku off guard with 2.
Well,
and how Jackie does
the difference is that he doesn't hold his own against Dooku because Dooku's a far superior and more powerful duelist.
Also, he doesn't get better as a fighter because
He doesn't
has
get
2.
better as a fighter because he has 2, which is what we see with Jackie.
Right. Okay.
Like Jackie gets thoroughly beaten with 1 lightsaber. With 2, she's able to like hold her own
it's
like
like
footing with Kylo.
If she's more adept with 2, then why doesn't she have 2 just to begin with?
Yeah. Okay.
I don't care if she's
I'm
more adept with
rewatching
2.
this.
She should not be standing up to Kylo. Like he's
Yeah, it doesn't
much
matter.
older and much more powerful and a Sith.
And also, he can force push 8 Jedi at once.
Yeah, and hold his own against like Jedi
And
Master,
leave
like
an
several
orange
Jedi at a
powder
time.
behind.
Yeah, there's just too much. He's so fucking powerful, but at the same time, you're like, yeah, but you know, Jackie, the Padawan.
It's fine.
It's like, what are you doing? What is
Anyway,
this?
during the fight, May runs off. Jackie gets briefly pushed back, and she looks up and oh no,
he
Kylo's teleported again.
teleported again. No.
Yeah. Chimera destroys Kelnacca's lightsaber. I think it's Kelnacca's that he destroys.
Yeah, it's Kelnacca's.
And then she's pushed back. She looks down, and then she looks up, and he's pulled a Batman.
Again, why not just kill her quickly and before moving? Oh, never mind. Yeah,
Because
he's
apparently
gone
he
after
fucking
May.
can't. She has 2 lightsabers. It's checkmate.
Well, not anymore. He's just taken one out.
Well, remember when he pulls this one move in it, like early on in the fight when he stabs one Jedi and then he like force pulls another Jedi into the blade? Like, why isn't he doing that with Jackie right here?
I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, he goes after May. There's a really funny split-second shot of just like a close-up of his helmet as he glides, which is such
Coward.
The
editing for that is so weird because you're looking at May running for her fucking life, and then it just cuts briefly to a close up of his fucking helmet. He's a coward,
dude. It looks like he's riding a tricycle. Like,
yeah, because he's floating. I guess
it gives me like real like like Disney haunted house vibes where like you're on the ride and something just like on a I'm trying to think of the word, on a track just like zooms out like going wee towards you like some kind of Spookington out of the cupboard. It kind of felt like that. He's like a Halloween decoration. It's like just suddenly like hello.
Yeah.
Someone in chat said I burst out laughing when I saw that. So did I. And trust me, every single time I've watched over the episode again for like notes and stuff, I have, because it's just so funny.
Shiva and I had to rewind the scene because we were laughing so much. We didn't catch what he said.
You were going to betray me, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I like how he's like surprised about that. It's like, oh, you were disloyal. Like, isn't a whole Sith thing disloyalty? I'm amazed my apprentice wanted to betray and kill me, says the Sith.
Yeah, he should have been proud. If anything, he should have been like, "This is your first step into
well
Sithhood."
You've shown me you have what it takes to try and betray me. Good for you.
See, the Sith always have to keep a fine line because it's like, yeah, you're acting in the way that a Sith should by actively trying to kill me and betray me and undermine me. But also, if you fucking do that again, I will kick the shit out of you. So, like, know your place.
Well, it's if you're going to do that, succeed. If you fail, then I get to kill you, and it proves that you were not a good enough apprentice, and I look for anyone.
That's basically it. It's like, if you're going to fucking attack me, you better fucking win.
If you're going to come at the king, you best not miss.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and then when so I guess after this happens, we have Chimera is fighting Soul and Jackie.
Well, hang on. There's something that happens between that, which is when he's talking to May. He has a free shot at her and decides to cut her bracelets in half, her handcuffs in half, rather than just stab her or chop her head off.
Which would make you think, okay, well, because the thing is, she was begging his forgiveness. So, like, that, and then immediately followed by him cutting the handcuffs, telegraphed to me, oh, he doesn't want her dead anymore. He's going to give her another chance. But then immediately
He
he tries to kill her again.
And
He's
thankfully,
hunting for sport.
and luckily, Sol and Jeki have found him and stop him and engage in a quick little 2v1.
Which we already went over has just got a lot of weird moments of like, instead of taking shots that they have to kill him, they just kick him.
Yeah.
Well, again, I don't believe that even combined they should stand a chance against him, given what we've seen of him.
No.
But they do, and not only that, they outmatch him, and they have multiple opportunities to kill him and don't take them. There's also a kind of weird thing where, like, in the middle of this fight with the two Jedi, so he's like fighting for his own life. He keeps trying to kill May in ways that like keep on leading him directly into danger. Like maybe take care of the Jedi first and then kill May.
Well, it's so funny because like right here you see you've got Sol with like he's got Chimera dead to rights, and Jeki like it almost like opens him up for Jeki to take the kill. Like, get him, Jeki, get him, and then she kicks him instead of stabbing him.
That's the second time that happens. There's an earlier one where like the reverse happens, where like Jeki has his blade like caught essentially in a lock, and Sol has an opportunity just to stab him, but decides to kick him for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yeah.
Well, one thing I didn't want to gloss over as well, like right as this fight begins. So like as he's lunging to stab May, and Sol like pulls him back with the Force. That opens up Jeki for a shot to try to slice at him, but he just narrowly manages to duck. I don't know why she went for his head when she knows he's wearing a helmet that can like deactivate her lightsaber instead of going to like cut him in half. Because if she'd done that, he may not have been able to duck and would have just died there.
Well, that's also why generally
I also
you
don't
aim
know
for the
why he
torso,
would
because it's
duck.
much harder to dodge out of the way of that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I don't know why he would duck, because hitting his head would be the best option, because then
yeah,
that
that's what
leaves
you'd
her
want
open.
to happen.
Yeah,
because it takes her out of the fight temporarily, which is good for him.
Yeah, I got that other shot right there. He's like, yeah.
Sol could just kill him there.
Yeah, this fight is really weird because they're just like, well, I mean, we can't obviously have them kill the Sith, and by all rights, they shouldn't even be able to hold their own for more than a few seconds. But like, it needs to be somewhat of an even match for both parties because we can't let like the resolution of it happen quite yet. So we'll just have them kind of weirdly like avoid actually fatally hitting each other in any way.
Hang on. So we're about to get.
I was just gonna say, like, Jeki also has an open shot on him right here as well.
Yeah, you're sending screenshots. I'm not showing screenshots for the stream.
Like,
the audience is
Yeah, the screenshots, I'm afraid, don't mean anything to our audience who are listening. But yes, there are, suffice it to say, there are multiple chances where like this fight should have ended and didn't, because the choreography is a bit odd. But that's the least of this scene's problems, because we're about to get to the funniest, one of the two funniest fucking moments in this entire episode, which is Sol's blade hits one of the Cortosis things and is briefly taken out. But like Sol is still standing, like he's still there. He can still engage in this fight. He's got the Force, he's got his martial arts abilities, and like the blade will come back on. And like
we even know his martial arts abilities are very good. We see that.
We'll find out. Yeah, as we'll imminently find out. Yeah. But because his blades are not on, he decides to just sit down, I guess, and take a break, because Jeki then engages Chimera one-on-one for a good like 5 or 6
7 seconds. I counted. Yeah,
and like during that time, she knocks off Chimera's helmet, which I'm calling bullshit on, because like if you have the ability to strike him with the pommel of your sword, you have the ability just to like bend and slice his head off twice. Actually, I don't know why he didn't do that, but yeah, she knocks his helmet off, and then he immediately pulls the saber into 2 sabers and like stabs her 3 times in the torso, once through the spine, killing her. And Sol's like, no, and I'm like, Sol, what were you doing?
Where were you?
Well,
it's that Last of Us 2 scene all over again. It's like, Ellie, what were you doing?
I like to imagine how like the writers keep just like spawning them in and out of existence. So Sol was about to help, but then like this giant hand just reached down and picked them up.
He was sent to the Phantom Zone.
Well, also like right before this moment when May's running away and Chimera he disengages from Sol and Jeki to like come after her, and he catches up, and instead of force pulling her into his saber like he did that one Jedi, he decides to then like force push her over to a rock and then go in for the kill there. That's like if you just force pulled her away to, like into your sword, she would be dead.
Yeah. There's lots of choreography, and that's whack.
Yeah.
I think we've dealt thoroughly with that fight.
And we've covered it, but it's just a matter of like, do you want to kill May or not? Because when you don't actually have the opportunity to abandon a fight, you will go out of your way to try to kill her. But then when it's just you and her, and you have all the time in the world, you just kind of prolong it for some reason. So I don't know.
Well,
He's fucking with her, Sheev. It's psychological warfare. That's obviously the intent.
To what end? She's just gonna die. End of it anyway. If you get what you want, so like
to no end except seemingly his own.
Yeah. I was also kind of confusing when he deactivates Soul's lightsaber with Cortosis in like Soul's lightsaber seems to be deactivated for a much longer time than Jeki's was, because like Jeki's last, like she was deactivated for like 3 seconds tops.
Yeah, and you even have like at the beginning of the episode when he deactivated those 2 Jedi's lightsabers, like they came back on within what, like 3 seconds?
Yeah, it was like 3 seconds, and then Soul
for Soul, he's just kind of standing there waiting for it to come back. And in that time, Jeki's able to die, and then like he's able, like skipping ahead a bit, he's able to take May hostage and all these things before like Soul can actually turn his lightsaber back on.
Oh, I didn't even realize that like that Chimere that his lightsaber actually like splits up into 2.
Yeah,
he does that. That's
like when he's
which is weird that he didn't do that
like,
earlier.
Pulls out a little Shoto blade that's within his hilt and uses that to stab her 3 times. It's very strange.
You'd think that would have been a useful thing to pull out when he was fighting 5 Jedi at once, but I guess he's whatever. He didn't need it then. He lost a bunch of skill points after that fight.
Oh, it would have been funny if when Jeki pulls out the second lightsaber, he's just like, "I've got 2 lightsabers too, bitch." Big whoop.
I guess the next thing is just like the quote unquote the reveal, because like she drops dead and like we see Darth Jean Yu or Darth Jason or Chimere, as we all
throughout my video.
as we have all come to know and love him. He's just actually side note, man, he's a good looking actor. Like I don't want to let that pass that comment. He's a good looking bloke.
Those fucking bicep.
Yeah, there's a shot when he's fighting Yord and like his bicep. I was like, oh damn.
I'm sorry. This is the hottest Darksider ever.
He's got a
Hayden's up there, but yes.
I mean, Shin
as well. Yeah, Shin. Fuck me. Basically, the dark side makes you hot. This is you heard it here first.
The dark side either makes you really hot or grotesquely ugly. You just have to kind of
in between.
We're just weird, wrinkly, man.
But yeah, so it's Chimera, everyone. Oh my god!
I can't believe it! Oh my god!
Literally the only character in the show it could have been, because we've literally been introduced to no one else.
There's like a part where he, when he takes May like by the throat, he's like, "You really didn't know it was me, not even deep down." And I'm like, "That's a good question, actually. How the fuck did you not figure that out?" Like, especially after he pulled out those moves on you in episode 2.
May is really stupid. This is consistent. Like, May is just really incompetent.
And he was able to overpower and like turn the fight around on you and pin you against a wall. Like, clearly he's the Sith Lord. Like, what the fuck else would he be?
Yeah. Now, I guess we now have to deal with the consequences of the fact that a Sith Lord is Chimera, because this throws a lot of episode 2 into completely different context. Like, we kind of joked about this at the time, like, if it turns out he is the Sith, we've got problems. And lo and behold, he is, and we have problems.
Like that scene where he revealed information to Osha, knowing full well that the Jedi might be listening in.
Yeah, or the fact that he lays a trap for May with the Jedi's help. Or the fact that he hands the poison, or like lets her just do things incredibly incompetently and just passes out drunk in a shop. And even if he's faking that, like it's just kind of funny. He's just hanging around, waiting for that to go down. He stayed to make a joke about Yord in front of Soul, and I guess banked on the idea that none of them were going to sense a powerful dark side presence. Which, okay, so here's the thing: like we know that's possible because Palpatine can do that, but Palpatine is really powerful and really experienced.
I kind of don't get that impression with Chimera.
Chimera seems like very wildly. I mean, I'd argue that it's inconsistent with being a Sith that he's actually like this, given how the Sith should be operating right now. But what we have been shown of him is that he's very undisciplined, and like his entire shtick is that basically he wants to let his emotions run rampant and be free. And you're telling me this guy had the wherewithal to, and the power and the skill to mask his presence completely from 5 Jedi literally right next to him? I have trouble believing that.
Yeah, like you're simultaneously telling me that he's super reckless and just kind of, like super flippant with his identity to the point where he'll just like do all these things that make it obvious, like compromise him in significant ways. And it's just generally like a caution to the wind sort of guy. But then also he's got such a grasp on his discipline and on his power that he's able to just mask himself in front of a bunch of Jedi.
There's also the line that they kind of do this to address that exact point, and it really pisses me off because it's such a flippant fuck you to the audience. Where he's like, Saul's like, "Why would you risk exposure?" And he's like, "Well, I did.
Mask.
Yeah, I did wear a mask." I was like, "Oh, get fucked."
Fuck you, because no, you didn't in the fucking scene in episode 2 where you were confronted by the Jedi, and we now know that they could have read your mind and would have found out information that you didn't want them to know. So, like, man, that was risky.
It's amazing they didn't.
He's the one that had the Cortosis skull.
He had the Cortosis skull.
He has like a cortosis microchip in his brain.
He's gone through the procedure that Wolverine went through to coat his.
I already made that joke.
I feel like we already made that joke. We're just running in circles at this point.
Oh shit!
That's fine. That's fine. Just steal my jokes. It's always funnier when another person says them loudly. That's how jokes work, right?
I really didn't hear you say that. Sorry.
Oh, it's fine. You didn't really hear me. It's like you bastard, you. Anyway. So yes, what happens next is like he's got May by the throat, and he's got his lightsaber, deactivated, of course. Pressed to temple to like back off.
When Jackie died, so I was like, Jackie, and he was like, was that its name?
He's already called her she before, so I guess he's just doing this to like.
He's just doing it fully. Yeah, like I'm fine.
Yeah, he's just doing it to get a rise out of Soul, which sure he's trying to get Soul off balance. There's a weird thing though here, which is that when he has his saber to May's head, Soul throws his lightsaber away, and I'm not sure why.
I don't know. Like he wanted to. Look, I'm fine with him wanting to save May's life because, like, I guess he feels he owes it to her after whatever the fuck happened on Bryndock. But, like, Jason didn't even demand that he do that. He just did it of his own volition. So
yeah.
Well, I mean, the only reason that, like, there's no way throwing a saber away is going to save May because there's no version of events here where Jason's going to let. Sorry, I can't Jason. Where Kaima's going to let May go. Kaima's entire, and he even says it in the scene, like, "I'm going to kill everyone. I'm going to kill all of you because you've seen my face." So, like, this is not a hostage situation. This is just I'm going to kill her imminently, and I'm just monologuing before I do. So throwing your saber away does nothing here, other than disarm
you sly dog. You caught me monologuing. I can't.
And then we have this is the line we need to discuss. So Saul's like basically like, "Who the fuck are you?" And Kaima's like, "I don't really have a name,
but a Jedi
you might call me Sith.
Call me Sith."
And just like at this
so
point,
many alarm bells.
At this point, it's all over. Like this is the thing because like either like two possibilities. Kaima's not actually a Sith, and he's just doing this whole like, "Oh, the Jedi just think of everyone as a Sith who isn't a Jedi and is a Darksider," which we've already gone over multiple reasons why that's bullshit, and all the reasons that doesn't work either way. He spin it. So like, let's not deal with that. But the other possibility is like he is a Sith. I guess there's one more we need to talk about, which is if he isn't a Sith. What a weird thing to say. "Oh, I'm a Sith." Like that's gonna say like considering the Sith's history in this galaxy, to the point where like apparently it's illegal to even write their language 1,000 years later. Or have a droid translate it. Calling yourself a Sith is a big putting a red flag on your back. Red target on your back. Like, why are you doing that? What a weird thing to try and describe yourself as.
I just said I'm a silly little guy who's just trying to do my thing.
I'm just a simple man trying to make his way through the universe.
Yep.
Yeah. The other thing is like he actually is a Sith. In which case, why would you tell them this? What are you doing?
It's one of those things where it's like it doesn't matter if he is or he isn't, because like from the Jedi's perspective.
They think
he's a Sith.
Yeah.
Like he's just confirmed himself to be one, and you know what? He's got pretty good evidence considering all the shit that he was just able to pull off. So like, again, it's
and considering this episode
when talking about whether or not this is maintained canonically, it's like what the Jedi believe absolutely fucking matters, even if he's not a Sith.
Yeah, because the thing is, like, Soul gets away at the end of this episode. He gets into a ship, which means that he can send a message to Venestra and the Council, the Small Council, even if it's not the High Council for some reason, saying, like, this guy is a Sith. We have found a Sith is here. And at that point, any you want to give me for why the Council and the Jedi at large don't know the Sith are back is bullshit. We're done now. It's done. It's over.
And also, Venestra ends up on Khofar. Is that the plan?
Well, I guess that could just be like trailer trickery in the way that they did with Avengers, like Infinity War,
or maybe just like a different forest planet for all we know.
It could be Bryndock for all we know.
They go back. We're back.
Or Venestra was there the whole time. Who knows?
she was secret. She's the Jedi that messed everything up on Bryndock.
Venestra is the Sith Lord.
Honestly,
oh my god, I can see them pulling that, and that's gonna drive me nuts.
It probably won't happen, but I won't be surprised.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, at this point, if they said Basil was the Sith Lord, I wouldn't even be shocked. Like, if they were like Pip is the Sith Lord, I'd be like, yeah, you know what, whatever.
Unironically, that is something that went through my mind. Like
What,
Basil
Pip
being
is the Sith Lord.
No, Basil. Like with just with the way things played out in episode 4, I was like, Basil just mysteriously disappeared from the group for some reason. Then Kelnacca turned up dead. And then he's like Basil's outside of Kelnacca's home right in front of May. And none of that made any sense. So I was like, are they trying to say he's the Sith Lord? Because that'd be really stupid, but also really funny.
I'm just hoping for hilarity. I guess to go back to the scene, right? There's another line which is quite funny that we should talk about, which is like when Saul's like, why, basically like, you know, to cut a long story short, why you want to kill May? Kaima's response is, she exposed me, so now I have to kill every last one of you. And I'm like, okay, so if the criteria for killing May is that she exposed you, she should have died at the end of episode 1.
Yep.
This is the whole, like, May's ongoing ineptitude should have had her mocked for death much earlier than this. I don't know why he's waited this long. That's nuts. If that is truly your goal, just to avoid exposure so that you don't have to worry about the Jedi come after you, then the last 3 episodes shouldn't have happened. That's nuts.
Yeah.
Yep, and then Yord turns up and attacks. Yord and Osha make it back, and Yord flies in, yellow lightsaber blaring.
Well, hang on. I feel like we're jumping ahead a little bit here. Was that everything we wanted to say about him being the Sith?
That's all I have.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you know what?
I don't have anything to add.
I'll move on from that because I had a few extra notes, but like it's fine. But before we even talk about Yord attacking, like we should go over the fact that like so there was a scene where Yord and Osha finally decided to turn back, and there's a lot that I have to say about that scene. First and foremost, being that like that's I think when she gets the Force notification, I guess that like May's in trouble,
like a phone notification, like you have danger.
Like May's in danger, and then like it does like a zoom in on her face, and then it cuts to Osha, and it's like the Force calling out to her through May's voice or whatever. Which I still don't know what to make of that because I don't know if like we're saying May is somehow inadvertently reaching out to Osha, and that's why they've been having this connection, or if it's really just the Force going like, "Hey, go do this, this information, do this." I still have no idea.
Prequels, we know there's no meaningful difference because whatever's happening is by the Force as well.
But then secondly, so she tells Yord that she needs to go back. Like they need to go back because like he's going to kill them all, which is information that Yord already knew and had like discarded as like, oh, yeah, but I have to follow my duty or whatever. But I guess he's had a character arc because he decides to go along with her. He doesn't try to subdue her, which he said earlier. He's perfectly willing to do if he has to. She wants to go help out. And so he's like, yep, we're going to do it. We're going to go back. What do we think of that? Yeah.
Well, there's no moment of growth. There's no moment where Osha says anything that would convince him. She's like, we're going back now. And he's like, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
But then also this scene, it sets up that she has noted that the massive bug monsters are still a thing that exist and that they're attracted to light. So like she turns on her flashlight and kind of looks up before running off as if to imply she has a plan that involves these bugs.
Ugh.
So, okay, you guys remember in Kenobi episode 5, I mentioned this to Jolly before the stream, but in Kenobi episode 5, you have Obi-Wan turning himself over to Reva and basically being like, we should team up. I know you want to get at Vader, so do I. If we work together, he won't see us coming, that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. And she's like, yeah, you know what? Cool, let's do that. And then she sends him back inside and they don't actually talk out like logistics or come up with a plan. He just leaves and then she attacks Vader by herself and obviously fails. And it's like, well, that was really dumb. I don't know why you guys didn't communicate at all. I have the exact same issue with Yord and Osha here, where they're like, all right, cool, we're going to go back and we're going to help fight the Sith. But then, like, the plan seems to be we're going to stick these bugs on him. But then when they actually show up, what happens instead is Yord just fucking attacks him and then dies immediately because, yeah, obviously. And it's like, what?
Spoilers.
What was the plan?
Yeah, I don't know what the plan was. The plan was nonsense. Like, I guess Osha had a plan, but didn't bother cluing Yord in. She was like, "We're gonna go back and help," and Yord was like, okay,
tell him
now."
But also, we established in the last episode that these bugs are everywhere and that they're attracted to the light. So I don't know why they haven't been attacking the Jedi and the Sith this whole time. Seeing as they're making a lot of noise and swinging around flashy swords.
I guess they were away, and Yeah, they got led there by Osha running with a light. Which at that point I'm like, why didn't they catch up to Osha and just eat her? Because they seem to be moving faster than she does. I guess she ran really quickly.
Even if they followed Osha, now they're in this area and there's characters like with lightsabers out. So like, why are they not attacking them?
Is it a stupid question, by the way, to ask like, how dangerous are these things to the Jedi if they come straight for the lightsabers that will kill them?
Well, I mean, if you get overwhelmed by like too many at one time, you're not going to be able to chop up all of them, I guess.
I suppose,
that's the plan they got. Yeah, it's just a Zerg rush, like Chimera, a bunch of them.
One bug is nothing because, like, as we saw with Soul, like you can just cut it up. It's fine. But like if a bunch of them are fucking swarming you from all directions, like you're fucked.
Okay,
but that doesn't matter because Yord ignores all that just to run in head first and attack. And he picks up the helmet that's on the floor to use as a cortosis thing. And in the melee, both his lightsaber and Kaima's lightsaber get turned off. So Kaima switches to hand and promptly breaks Yord's neck.
Throws him off to the side.
Over.
And Soul, what were you doing?
Nothing.
Okay. Once again, literally just standing there doing nothing. And at least with Jeki, he like reacted. With Yord, he was just like, "Oh shit, all right."
Like no one liked Yord. Like Yord dies, and Soul's like, "Oh no, not
Yeah,
he just like sighs in relief, and Osha's like, "What the fuck, Soul?"
Yeah, there's like
Osha doesn't react either, and she apparently knew Yord since she was a kid.
Yeah. There's a crazy long period of time where Yord and Chimera are just like in a lockdown. Yeah, awkwardly staring at each other, like you said. And Soul is just even more awkwardly staring at this. And he's got his lightsaber. His lightsaber surely isn't deactivated by the cortosis anymore. So it's like,
well, we know it's not because he lights it later.
I think.
Yeah, but also it's been too fucking long since it hit the cortosis. So
I do think it's worth noting though that he killed Yord without a weapon. He did it with his own fucking bare arms. You know.
He did the thing.
So, that's worth noting. This is a very dangerous man who, even if he doesn't have a active lightsaber, can still fucking kill you because he's very powerful and very fast and strong.
He did the thing that May was supposed to do and kill a Jedi without a weapon.
Now pay attention, May. This is what you're doing.
Yeah.
Like in the middle of all this, like May tries to run away again, and Osha stuns her.
Yeah.
Oh wait. Hold on, I'm sorry. Osha has like a stun blaster in
she doesn't use
have
on
a
him.
lightsaber.
Well, she tried it once and it didn't work, so no reason to fucking try again.
It's the same principle as when Superman tried to take Doomsday to space in BVS. He tried it once and it didn't work, so we can't do that again. I guess.
No more.
Well, this time he's not even wearing his helmet, so like maybe this will work.
Yeah, like
no,
this would be Chimera like several minutes, if not hours later, after being presumably worn down by a fight. Like he just doesn't have as much energy as he might have whenever she first tried it. So like, maybe it will work this time.
His saber is deactivated, so we can't block it. Just take him out now.
Can you even block like a stun blast with a lightsaber? I think we see that in the Clone Wars a few times.
I think you can. I think it happens in Rebels as well. I just like at this point spam him with stun shots.
Mm-hmm.
But no, she takes out May. Now let's keep track of how long May is unconscious for, because this will be interesting. She stuns May.
Well, I don't even want to skip past like the plan was bad, but like what Yord could easily have done instead of just attacking him like that is like take the fucking flashlight droid and stick it on his back, which is what Osha does a few minutes later, and then maybe dodge and weave like Osha does, and then the bugs will swarm him. Like if that's the plan that they'd come up with, then like that's a much better plan than I'm going to pick up his mask and I'm going to fucking attack him.
You would think that... Oh, you go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Okay.
Mine is...
I
have
you.
Yeah,
Andrew, please.
Okay. You would think that Yord would be the one that would say, no, give me the flashlight. I'll do it, because of how he is with Osha. Like he would want him to do it rather than her. Because he's just the more capable one, I guess.
Well, he's been training much longer and like much more recently as a Jedi.
The plan requires
Osha just didn't tell him the plan, and also Yord didn't know just the horde of bugs following her with the light.
Yeah,
he's like, hey, why do you have that flashlight on?
And yeah, the plan kind of requires getting in close with Chimera and putting it on his back. So give it to the Jedi Knight, who like this same episode literally established that he is concerned for Osha's safety. Supposedly, or so it seems. By the way, so Soul decides to engage in hand-to-hand with Chimere, even though he's got a working lightsaber.
Yeah,
Like,
well,
both
he
of them have
threw it on the
working
ground,
lightsabers.
and
Yeah.
Okay,
he can't be bothered
only-
to pick it back up.
if only the
Southpaw.
Jedi had access to a thing that enabled them to, summon their lightsaber back to them when it's
Well-
on the ground.
Well, you see, Southpaw, a Jedi would never attack an unarmed opponent.
Okay, so yeah, basically they engage in hand-to-hand combat. He beats the shit out of the Chimere for some reason, somehow. Fine. And then that's when he picks up his lightsaber with the Force, turns it on, and is about to decapitate Chimere when he stops right at the last moment.
Osha stops him.
Yeah, she goes, "So!" And that causes him to freeze up right before the fucking frustration I'm feeling even just describing
But
this
also,
scene.
why is Osha trying to protect Chimere's life here?
She's very virtuous, you see.
She just watched him kill Yord, her
And
childhood
so many
friend.
other people.
I also
Yeah,
just,
I kill her.
And he's the one who corrupted May from her perspective as well.
And he
I'm
basically ruined her fucking life by getting her involved in this in the first place.
I also just don't buy this defense of Jedi don't use their lightsabers on unarmed opponents when this is literally Soul's facial expression as he's going to engage with Chimere.
Well, okay, so there's an interesting discussion to be had here about like Soul is obviously giving into anger, and obviously because he's tired and worked up, and like and Chimere has said all the right things to get under his skin. So like he is attacking him out of anger, which yes is a very dark side thing, and it could be argued that like killing Chimere in this moment would have been a very dark thing for Soul to do. I still think it would have been justified, like morally speaking, just getting rid of this fucking danger. But like there's a conversation to be had there. And you know what? I'd honestly argue that like Soul, being the unorthodox, more emotional Jedi that he's been established to be, wouldn't be stopped from killing him just because Osha yells his name. I think he would have just gone through with it.
Also, I'm sorry, but like Chimere has just killed Soul is the sole survivor now. He's the sole survivor. Sorry, I like that. Just
he killed Soul's Padawan and then referred to her as it.
Yeah.
Like,
Also, and even then, even once you've refrained from like just I won't chop off Chimere's head, like you just chop off his hands.
Chop off his.
Like,
Okay, so that's the other
hands,
thing.
his legs.
I would actually argue that it is a tactically smart decision to keep Chimere alive because you want to arrest him, detain him, bring him back to the Jedi Temple and interrogate him for everything he knows. Not even just Sith Master. Like there could be so many other Sith out there that you have no way of knowing. You want to get all the information you can. Like the original mission was to capture May and get what information they could out of her, but like he's the fucking source. Like he's way more valuable as a prisoner.
I just think it's so strange to clearly establish here that Soul is attacking Chimere in anger, but he's also committing to basically a half measure. He's taking a half measure by not just picking his lightsaber up and attacking him. And then Chimere also doesn't summon his lightsaber to him while Soul's attacking him.
I guess the idea is his lightsaber is still deactivated because of the cortosis. I don't know.
But like again,
I don't believe that.
Jekki's lightsaber reactivated within 3 seconds. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but they're pretending it takes longer now, so just deal with it.
That's not consistency. It's supposed to be consistent.
No, it's not. Stop being able.
Consistency is for fools. I know writers who use subtext and they're all cowards.
Right, okay, but like it's worth getting into like so it makes sense to detain and arrest Chimere and bring him back. That's not why he spares Chimere though. It's very bizarre because the wording he uses is that the Jedi don't attack the unarmed. And so he steps back and turns off his lightsaber, and then guess what? Chimere gets back up and arms himself. But also I made sure to establish earlier he is the weapon. He can fucking kill you with his hands and with the Force.
This is just a general problem I have with the don't attack an unarmed opponent. Like, is a Sith who has use of his hands ever unarmed?
No,
because they can use the Force.
Well, they can use the Force, and they can use their fucking hands to choke you out or snap your neck.
So I'm sorry,
Dooku is subdued because he's missing his arms.
I'm sorry, but like, if I see someone literally like kill someone with their bare hands, and I like it, like if my friend has just been killed by this opponent with his bare hands, I'm just pulling out the gun and shooting him. It's like, oh, I'm not fucking engaging.
No, yeah, he's dead.
Like,
Well, again, it's tactically smart to keep him alive and take him as a prisoner, but that's not why he spares his life. Or
no,
like what happens is that like Osha signals to him like what her original bug plan was that she apparently didn't let Yord in on, and then he kind of notices the bugs overhead who haven't decided to descend and attack him despite the fact that he has his lightsaber out, and so he steps back and lets Jason get back up and rearm himself so that Osha can then run up from behind, stick the flashlight on his back, somehow dodge being decapitated by Chimere, and then the bugs can do the dirty work for him, which I would argue isn't any more or less moral.
I want to run through this sequence because there's a lot that happens here, and it deserves to be taken apart piece by piece. So the first thing that happens, is like Sol backs off. Chimere gets up and rearms himself. Which, well done, Sol, and well done, May. Not May, sorry, Osha, with your stun blaster. And he's like, then he says to Osha, like, oh, you shouldn't trust your master. He's full of darkness, and he did this thing I'm going to allude to, like, oh, and trying to sow doubt. And then Osha runs up and puts a light on his back. Chimere does a wild swing and misses her. I don't know how he did that, considering how skilled he is.
He also just can't reach the flashlight on his back for some reason, so...
Yeah, I guess it's really awkwardly placed. But the bugs then descend, and they carry off Chimere into the middle distance. So there's two things here. One... as you pointed out, what is this any more moral than just like chopping his hands off and taking him prisoner, or just killing him? Like
it's not.
You're feeding him to bugs.
It's also tactical bullshit because A, he dies and you lose any information about potential other Sith that are out there, or B, he survives and then he's escaped and he's still going to be a problem for you. Yeah.
Which lo and behold is what happens. But yeah, that's part one. But then part two is like once he's been carried off into the canopy, being like, we'll meet again, Spider-Man. Osha turns to Sol and is like, what did he mean when he said you did X, Y, Z? I'm like, Osha, why are you trusting the word of the maniac who just killed all your friends? Why are we listening to this guy?
I think there was a line. I picked up on a line in episode 4. I can't remember what it was. But I think it was like Sol basically saying like to Osha, you're about to face not just May, you're going to face the past, and there's some things that are going to come to light, and like I will explain it all to you in time. So I guess she already has it in mind that he's keeping something from her. I don't know why, like if this is information that she needs to be armed with when she faces May, you wouldn't have just already told her it, but sure.
Yeah, that's all very odd. Anyway, this conversation is cut short because before Sol can really say anything, May force pulls the stun blaster out of Osha's holster and stuns Sol.
She was out for like what, 3 minutes?
Yeah, this stun blaster is really selectively effective. Also, because like Sol is out for a good long while, so
it also works on Sol. So I guess that establishes power levels there between him and Chimere.
Yep. So this is all like this stun gun is anyway. Yeah, that's all nonsense. Then May walk. Osha joins May on the weird little platform of rock she's on. Also, I want to note distances. Like May is on a platform of rock, like a good 20 meters behind where Yord was killed. I just want this noted because of what happens later. So Osha then goes up to talk to May. They have a conversation where May is essentially trying to convince Osha to like come away with her and like, oh, it's so good to have you back and like choose me, don't choose the Jedi, and I love you. And Osha's like, you trying to fucking murder me? What's up with that? And like, I should arrest you because you're a murderer who's killed all my friends. And May's response isn't, oh yeah, to deny that I burnt down the house and try to kill you. It's been like, oh, they've brainwashed you against me. Which is a very strange response, as we've already discussed. And then May uses the Force to push Osha off the ledge, and Osha gets knocked out cold, which I guess it's a good thing that she didn't like crack her head on the rock and die.
Yeah.
That's lucky. And she just got knocked out. Or I guess it's also super lucky for May that she was knocked out at all and wasn't just winded or something. But yeah, so that happens, and then May has an idea, a terrible, wonderful idea.
Yeah. Not only characters too. We now have like lightsabers kind of just spawning into existence.
Yeah. Suddenly she has Yord's lightsaber. I don't know where that came from. But yeah, she has it. That's the thing she's got. And she comes up with a little plan. And the plan starts off with she leans over so that her longer dreadlocks, which Osha doesn't have, are leaning out in front of her. And then she uses the saber to cut her hair. Now, I guess there's two things to talk about this. One is the really bad, shitty criticisms that people online seem to have made of the scene, and then the much more salient criticism that should have been made.
I mean,
So
it's very silly to cut your hair with a lightsaber, but it's really not the end of the world if that's. I mean, she could have just used her knives that we know she has, but fine, she used the lightsaber.
That's the thing, right? She has her knives, but she used this saber. Now, the saber and being used to cut her hair should have had issues. We'll come into in a second for her plan. But it's a relatively. It looks goofy, but it's a relatively minor thing. The actual criticism here is that her plan is to take May's clothes, take Osha's clothes, get Osha's hair, and essentially pretend to be Osha. And
despite
May
having a fucking tattoo on her forehead that Osha doesn't have.
I want to run through the entire list of reasons why this wouldn't work because they are extensive.
Okay, you go ahead.
I guess the first question is why? Why is this a thing she's doing? If she's no longer interested in killing the Jedi and she doesn't think that
you're confused about why May is doing any given action.
I am, yes.
I've never been confused. She's so consistent.
She's a beacon of of certainty. She's a rock of fortitude.
I don't understand this fucking woman.
But so this is a decision she takes just to impersonate Osha. Now, let's run through all the reasons this wouldn't work. One, you just cut your hair with a lightsaber, so you would stink of burnt hair and have clearly burnt hair ends, because that's how that works. It's weird that Sol doesn't notice or mention this. The other thing there is how quickly she changed her damn clothes with May and then hid May's body from Sol, who's like 10 feet away.
Osha's body.
Sorry, Osha's body, rather. And then the other thing here is so Sol wakes up and is like, where's May? And, May as Osha was like, oh, she's gone. And I'm like, Sol, you've already had a situation where you failed to check on where May was and haven't come back to bite you once. It's weird that you don't even look around to see if there's clues as to where she went.
You know what? I had a defense for that, like I mentioned earlier, but I'm actually curious. What defense do you think I'm going to present? Because you said you'd thought of one too, and then immediately realized it was bad.
I guess the defense that would be. I guess the defense that we made here is when quote unquote Osha is like, oh, May's gone. She means May has fled and has gone beyond our ability to find her. So there's no way for us to pick up her trail now, and we should just leave. Which bollocks. And also, I don't think Sol would leave without checking that was true. Also, Basil is around. Find Basil and use him to track her.
Well, so the defense that I was thinking of was like, okay, so you're Sol. You are the only, you and who you believe for whatever reason is Osha, are the only ones who just survived this encounter with Chimere, who you don't know for a certainty is dead because of the really stupid bug thing. But if you die, this information dies with you. At the very least, you need to get back to the ship so that you can call the Jedi and let them know what all information you've discovered before you do anything else on this planet. Don't necessarily leave, but call the Jedi, let them know what happened so that that's something that they know about. And then you're like, I'd like to go hunt for May now because she's still out there.
I guess the problem with that is May will almost, if you leave May in this jungle, she will almost certainly be, and you think Chimera is really walking around and alive, then May's dead when you leave her, as far as you're concerned.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the thing is I don't know if he believes Chimera's alive or if he thinks the bugs really took care of it.
Well, but then there's a problem because if he thinks Chimera's dead, go hunting for May.
But what I'm getting at is that this is a dangerous forest, right? Where anything can happen to you. So it's better. Priority. Okay, but it's better that you make sure that the Jedi know that there is a Sith out there before anything else, just in case you die, just in case May gets the jump on you when you're chasing her, just in case you get attacked by a swarm of bugs, whatever the case. You need to be alive so long as you can report this to the council, and then from there you can hunt May to your heart's content.
I don't believe that. I don't believe, based on what we've seen of Sol, that would be his priority, considering how hellbent he is on saving May. He really seems to feel like he owes it to her to like above and beyond anything else.
I also think just based on if he goes to the Jedi first, I mean that's just more distance that he gives May to run away. I kind of agree with Jolly here. He should prioritize May.
You'll never find May again potentially at that point. But forgetting that, there's also just two other practical reasons why this deception can't work, other than that you stink of burnt hair and look like burnt hair, quote unquote Osha. But the other one is, as you pointed out, Osha and May have one distinctive physical difference, which is that May has a giant fucking tattoo on her forehead of a yin yang symbol, which again, I guess we're back to this is the most contrived hairstyle ever to walk planet Earth, because it's really lucky that this has a fringe to hide that, and that no one ever takes a close look at her forehead.
Well, and also
I don't know
speaking of
what the long-term plan
tattoos,
is here.
we also know that Osha has a tattoo on her arm that
Yeah.
May doesn't, which this episode makes sure to point out, really have in focus of a shot toward the end. But it's also one that they specifically had Soul remark on in a previous episode. So I feel like that's going to be how he figures it out. He's going to see her arm and be like, "There's no tattoo there. Holy shit!" Even though there's a much more visible tattoo on her forehead that would be the dead giveaway.
In order for that to be the payoff, Soul's gonna have to be really dense about everything else. Because also there's another one here, which is like, surely they sense differently in the Force.
Yeah, so like the Clone Wars actually established through Yoda talking to the clones that even if you look exactly like someone else, you still have a very unique signature in the Force that like anyone worth their salt who has the Force can pick up on. So
yeah, and as we know, if presuming again that May's plan is to kill Soul here, which I don't understand what other reason she'd be doing this, the Force moves darkly around a creature that's going to kill.
Right. remember when in the Mando season 1 finale when Cara Dune walks up to the Imperial remnants with a Rebel Alliance tattoo on her cheek?
They have to hide it.
Yeah. Because tattoos can be distinguishing features.
Yeah.
Tattoos can be used for goods and services. No,
tattoos are a literary device.
Tattoos are a literary device which can be used to obtain goods and services. But yeah, like there's a whole bunch of reasons why this just can't possibly work. That this only functions because Soul is, to call him incompetent is, I think, like a mercy at this point. This episode has completely destroyed him as any kind of vaguely sensible, sane character.
Stupid decision after stupid decision after stupid decision that have gotten so many characters killed. Also, just to cap it off too, like the cherry on top of his stupid decisions, he does decide to leave, and he doesn't even pick up Chimere's mask, which is laying right there,
or Jackie's body.
Yeah,
well, yeah. The thing is, like, again, like if we're saying he's prioritizing getting to the ship so that he can call the Jedi, like, and then coming back to this spot later, then maybe.
What, and hoping the bugs don't eat them.
Yeah, but the problem is that, like, you want to pick up that mask because there's probably DNA on there that you can search, and like you can maybe even find out Chimere's real identity.
Yep. Or his cloak, which is also on the ground. Just take both of those as proof that like we faced this dark warrior who called himself Sith.
Mm-hmm.
Also, taking the mask. Also taking the mask. You take away some of his cortosis. That's pretty important.
Yeah, sure. I guess that's why I hope he doesn't have any more. But anyway, the next scene is Chimere has survived, and he falls. He chops down the last of the bugs and falls to the ground, and he's walking away. And literally 10 feet behind him, or 20 feet at most, Basil wanders back in.
He spawned in again.
And like in time to pick up Pip's head from where it's fallen off of Chimere. And okay, so the first thing is you're telling me Chimere didn't sense Basil behind him, because I'm pretty sure Basil falls into the category of no witnesses. But no, Chimere doesn't give a shit. And Basil not only spawns in at this point to be lucky and find this thing and see this thing, but he also then like magically makes it back to the ship at the same time as Soul and Osha, and none of them notice him. Like they didn't even seem to register that he was still out in the forest. I guess Soul just wrote him off.
Soul was just not, like this civilian that we brought in to hunt a Jedi killer. We're just not going to fucking bother trying to like find and save him.
I guess he just mentally checked out. It's like he wasn't even thinking about it. Like I like that he's like so consumed with what's happened. He's like on the way back to Coruscant, and like halfway through, he's like, "Where's Basil? Oh God,
fuck." Okay, but also to the point about him picking up Pip, like there's two ways you can look at this. Either Pip is going to somehow be important later, in which case it's supremely contrived that he like was there to find him and pick him up and take him back to the ship. But like alternatively. Yeah, or that like he might be in need of repair, but like Basil surely maybe can whatever. Either that, or the alternative is like they just couldn't stomach killing off the cute little the little sidekick droid, so they were like, no, we're just gonna have him get like found. And it's like that's not as contrived or anything, but it's still annoying because it's like, come on, you couldn't even commit to that.
Oh dear. And then there's the last scene, which is Chimere then happens upon May's still like prone body.
Osha.
Osha's still prone body.
It gets confusing.
Then
she disguises her own twin. Genius.
Yeah.
Jolly, you're acting
from like Game of Thrones was like, it's brilliant.
Jolly, you're acting like all black people look alike or something. You're racist.
Okay, Jesus.
Why is that where your fucking mind went?
No, I'm acting like two twins look alike, you fucking racist.
That's
Two
the
twins
joke.
who were played by the same actor.
Jesus.
Where's
to
that
be
Marvel
fair,
effect? I am fucking with you, Jolly.
I know.
In a comedy sketch, that'd be really funny if like you saw like two black twins and you're like, oh, you look the same. And they're like, yeah, we're twins. Like, no, you're both black. It's like, anyway, Chimera happens upon Osha's body, uses the Force to heal a wound, and like at this point, is Anakin the only one who didn't know this ability existed?
No, Obi-Wan didn't either.
Like, except in that really funny sketch where he's like, "I'll just heal myself." Like, you'll do what now? Yeah, I'll just use Force healing. Can I switch back? No, you killed children.
We can force heal them.
we can bring them back. We have the technology.
But also, again, the Kylo Ren theme plays here. So what do we make of that?
The complete Kylo Ren theme plays here. There's also one other thing, which is the line from Chimera, which is a bit. I really hope this is just him being flowery and it's not meant to be foreshadowing. So he says, "What extraordinary creatures we are." And I'm like, do you mean Force sensitives or do you mean people made by the Force? Because if you're one of those people, we're going to have real problems.
I think it's just Force users, is what I read.
I'm hoping he's just being flowery. Like,
the other, it can be the other one that's open, but I really hope they don't.
I guess we'll see what happens. But yeah, like the Kylo Ren theme playing is another weird one. So I guess
one of the theories about like what the fact that he's not actually a Sith is that he's like the original Ren, I guess, like the Knight of Ren. Maybe I don't know.
And he's this powerful?
That's the thing. It doesn't make sense if he's not a Sith. It doesn't even make sense if he is a Sith. But like, it makes more sense, I guess.
The one thing that like
increasing orders of magnitude less sense if he isn't.
I mean, the one thing there's a couple things that make this theory seem a little bit more credible besides the theme. It's the helmet with the voice modulator it seems very, more of a Knight of Ren thing than the Sith thing, and also the lack of Sith eyes. And
Dooku didn't have Sith eyes.
Yeah,
either.
not every Sith has Sith eyes. So
true, there is that. I guess that the other thing, another thing though would be when he says that Jedi, like, you would call me a Sith. That could potentially be a sign that maybe he's a poser, like he wants, like he's a Sith wannabe. Maybe I'm not entirely
like Kylo.
That's the one thing where like it would make sense for him to say that if that's his motivation, right? But like,
the problem is that the Knights of Ren's ideology of like total freedom is like diametrically opposed to the Sith. Like, well, not diametrically opposed, but is opposed to Sith ideology. Like, the Knights of Ren would not be Sith wannabes. Like, even Kylo, to be fair to Kylo, isn't a Sith wannabe. Like, he doesn't want to be the Sith. He actively shits on their legacy in TLJ. He just wants to be his own guy and be the ruler of his own destiny.
Vader.
Yeah, but that's more just in terms of like Vader is a very powerful Force user who is also his grandfather. He doesn't believe in Sith ideology, as far as we can tell. In fact, he actively rejects it. When he's like, the Sith, the Jedi, let it all die. The Knights of Ren are not Sith wannabes until the Rise of Skywalker had them all following Palpatine for some reason.
Okay, maybe the Knights of Ren in the sequel trilogy aren't Sith wannabes, but maybe this guy is.
Right, but the problem there is like the Ren mantle is a whole ideology in and of itself, and that's passed down. So if he is the original Ren, I mean, maybe he started off as a Sith wannabe, but I don't know why. And again, that's the other thing, like, what a target to put on your back to say that you're a Sith. Why would you tell them that?
Well, yeah, like there is a possibility that that's where we're going. That he starts out as a Sith wannabe, and then he starts his own thing. I don't know. I'm not trying to defend the show. The show is shit, but like we've got 3 episodes left, and I'm
already mentally checked out. Yeah,
it's all pie in the sky. Like these next 3 episodes, who knows like where the story is going to go, and it's not going to make the show good. Like we're well past the point of no return with the show. But like
we still run into the issue. Like, if he is this powerful and he's not a Sith, then how the fuck is he this powerful and well trained? Who trained him?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Well,
like, this doesn't make any sense.
Honestly, that would then make the idea of the Sith returning not the worst case scenario if he's this powerful, right? that would indicate that like then there's dark side users that aren't Sith that are actually more powerful than the Sith.
That are more powerful, or at least as powerful. Yeah, it's all a bit weird.
When that one line from Ki-Adi-Mundi with what we talked about like extensively earlier was like indicative that the Sith returning would be the worst case scenario.
I like the by the way that like that they're gonna find out he's not a real Sith at the end, and they're like, oh, okay, the Sith haven't returned, and then like Ki-Adi-Mundi is what he says is now like a technicality rather than like a fair comment. He's like, well, technically the last Kobe Fist wasn't technically a Sith.
Yeah.
So it all checks out. It's like, I don't know, man. What's the meaningful difference? He's extremely powerful with the dark side, has a red lightsaber, and wants to kill you all.
Well, then you know what? I mean, his reaction to what Qui-Gon says, like, well, at least it wasn't that one fucker that killed eight of our Jedi by himself.
I guess this is the other. I guess this is the other thing. Like, if he's not a Sith, then like, what's the meaningful difference? Like, and I paint this as like a decision by the showrunners and also by the sequel trilogy when they did this with Kylo. Like, if you're going to have these Darksiders who are functionally performing the role of the Sith in the story, and they are not Sith, and you want to make it like, and you want to make a thing of the idea that they're not Sith, you need to give me a reason to like separate the two. Because right now they're just like they're functionally the same thing. Like this guy is a red lightsaber wielding maniac who uses the dark side, is extremely powerful, and wants to kill all the Jedi. What's the difference?
I know nothing about like the Knights of Ren and what their ideology is.
Well, yeah, because the fucking movies don't tell us anything about them.
I was gonna say
that's not true. That stormtrooper says they're ghouls.
I was gonna say, what are the Knights of Ren? I thought the Knights of Ren only formed because of Kylo Ren. I thought that was the whole thing. Like, oh, they're just
if you delve into like the canon material, like they existed before he was even born, and like he kind of just became their leader.
This? The shows don't give a shit about the comics of the books, so why do we care?
I don't fucking know.
The Knights of Ren.
This is ultimately the problem I have with this whole Ren theory, right? Is it all depends on like stuff that's canon to comics that the films themselves refuse to acknowledge and don't give a shit about. And like these shows and these movies have actually shit on these comics and books from their own continuity multiple times. So why the fuck are we giving them this credence?
With the Acolyte, you're in this weird spot where like there's a lot of references to the books. Like Vernestra is a character from the books, and you have like, they brought in the Barash vow and that sort of thing, but they also contradict it. So it's like, yes, the books exist, but like, can we even take them as canon? Like, for all intents and purposes, this and the Vernestra from the books are just not the same character, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's been a huge time difference to explain that. Well, not explain, but like to account for that, I should say. But yeah, it is. She's functionally a different character, just with the same name. The idea that these books exist not to be points in the continuity, but just to be like resources to be like scavenged from, I find really distasteful and disrespectful to the writers of those works. Like, fuck off.
Oh, absolutely, it is, and that's why I've been constantly like every single time it happens, I'm like, nope, fuck you, don't do that, fuck you. Because like, I mean, you're encouraging fans of this multimedia franchise to like not consume literature. Don't read books, only watch shows and movies.
Yeah, don't buy our products that aren't visual media, because it's just going to be worthless in a few years.
Mm-hmm.
The second Dave Filoni decides his writing matters more than somebody else's. It's really distasteful is the word. Like I dislike it intensely. One last thing, by the way, because we have obviously reached now the end of the episode. Thank God, because fuck this episode. But don't worry, I'm sure the next one will be even worse. But there's a thing we haven't talked about in terms of characterization, which is like Yord and Jackie's deaths and what that says about the writing.
Mm-hmm.
And how they view these characters, because however thin they were like two of the only characters that like two of the main characters, two of the only characters we had any kind of like history on, interactions with, backstory for, who were woven into the world in interesting ways. And again, to be fair to both the actors, they were putting in a shift to do the best they could with the material they were given, to give nuances to their performance and add depth to what was on the screen. And we had all these like little mini arcs, like Jackie's burgeoning respect and maybe even crush on Osha, and Yord's slow character arc in terms of learning to, maybe a bit more flexible with the rules and be a bit more like Soul. Well, as in like, I'm getting at like these hints of an arc, even if we didn't get an arc, like the kind of like pretense of one at least. And the resolution for both those characters is to be unceremoniously killed off in episode 5 and never be heard of or seen again.
Yeah, like this was done for the sake of like shock value and to artificially make it seem like stakes exist.
Yeah, like these characters were never real characters in a meaningful sense. Like looking back, what they were was like cardboard cutouts with a little bit of meat added onto the bones to make it seem like there was something there, to try and bait you into interaction when they were killed off, to create the illusion of stakes for the real characters. And that is so fundamentally, again, to go to like the perfectly good example of this, which is the Red Wedding. The reason why the Red Wedding is like shocking and effective is because the characters who are killed were actual characters. They had meat on the bones. There was lots to work with there. They were plot relevant. They'd been around for ages. They were protagonists. They were important to us. We had built up an emotional connection to them. Their loss to that world meant something to that world.
Yeah, and like the thing is, like what adds to the tragedy as well is like when you go back and rewatch like seasons 2 and 3, where you're watching Rob make all these mistakes and do all these things that are leading him down the path to the Red Wedding. You know, like these are all decisions that he would make that are in line with his character, but you know where that's ultimately leading and the consequences that are going to follow, and it makes it even more tragic. But like, I can't rewatch the show and look at all the great character traits and arcs and moments for Jeki or Yord and be like, man, it's sad that like this is so in line with what they would do, and it's all leading to this, and it's like, because it's like, no, they were just kind of there.
They're parachuted into being killed. Like they're like, oh, we want to kill some characters to create this feeling, so we're gonna like just drop them in here to be killed. There's an actual word for this in tropes, right? Where like you create a character to be the cutesy character that you then just kill for shock value.
Yeah, I call it the Glum from Walking Dead trope, but
so
yeah, it's things like that. Where they only exist to be the cutesy thing that gets beaten to death on screen to make the audience go, no.
No, it's not fridging. That's different, right?
No, fridging is just like killing a character unceremoniously, because to create shock value,
or to motivate another character too, right?
Yeah,
like reducing the character's character to a plot device for another character, basically.
Well, the thing is, this is like these two things are fridging. Like Soul and Jeki and Yord were fridged. The problem is like they were never really characters, so like I don't know if the fridging applies.
Yeah, they weren't really diminished, were they? Because there was nothing there to begin with.
Are you talking about
the illusion of
fodder?
fridging? It could be canon fodder.
It's literally they were introduced into the story specifically to pad the cast so that we can kill off some, and that would elevate like the rest of the cast who will survive this big encounter.
I suppose the question would then be, right, like when when Chimere reveals himself, when the stranger reveals himself to all the Jedi, right? It's like, well, all these characters have to die. So like, at which point is like, I guess that then like, how do we would have to have Jeki and Yord like avoid the situation entirely then, so that they don't have to die, right?
Well, you say that, but like, and you're right, they do all have to die, but then Soul doesn't. So like, if you're already like willing to let even one of these characters live, then like there is no real reason to kill off Jeki or Yord.
Not to mention that, like, yeah, they all have to die canonically, I guess, in order to preserve the canon, provided that Chimera actually is a Sith, or even if he isn't, because he's just told them he is. But like, just because they have to die doesn't mean you have to kill them off in such a pointless and senseless way. And in the way that you do, like, you can have deaths that mean something. This is not that.
Mm-hmm.
And you can build them up beforehand, like properly build them up beforehand to actually make their deaths impactful.
Yeah, well, like there is something to be said about like deaths that kind of do come out of nowhere for a character, but like in a way that works effectively. Like it's the fact that it's so sudden.
I just want to make sure that
shit, like wow, like, and they were such a good character and they had all this meaningful development, but like
I have
just
the
cut
perfect
short.
example. I have the
Okay,
perfect
go for
example.
it.
So I don't know if has anyone here watched Buffy other than me?
I think I know which one you're talking about. I haven't seen the show, but I think I know who you're talking about.
Are you talking JC?
It's a very famous. What?
Are you talking about JC? The initials?
No.
No? Oh, okay.
No.
Okay. Jesus Christ.
I don't even know who you're referring to with JC.
Jenny Calendar?
Anyway.
Oh, no, not Jenny.
Your
Jenny
example.
I was trying to avoid spoilers, but whatever. Oh, okay. Tara, yeah.
Tara is like the go-to example of this. Like, Tara is a character. Oh, sorry, if anyone hasn't watched Buffy, spoiler alert: Tara dies. Tara is introduced, I think, in season 4 as like the show's first lesbian love interest. Like, she's a love interest for Willow, and they go to great lengths to like actually build her as a character in her own right. We go on like arcs with her and her relevance to the gang, and we see like into her inner life, and she's involved and heavily involved in everything that goes on. She loses her mind at one point, and they manage to like save her from that fate. And like Willow goes on an arc of self-destruction in season 6. And just when it all looks like they've managed to like pull Willow out of that hole, and Tara and her have got back together, and like things are looking up. She like stands up whilst doing laundry, and she's like talking and chatting to one of the characters, and suddenly like a bullet comes through the window and just like through her chest and like kills her because one of the joke bad guys of the season who they weren't taking seriously decided to like just pick up a gun and go to their house and shoot them. And she's just caught as collateral and dies. And it's so sudden, and it cuts. It's such a deliberate cutting short of all this like build up of like the repair of the relationship, but it's done so well. This isn't just like, oh, we killed a random character for shock value. There's like, no, this character and the senselessness of her death and the jarringness of that cutoff of all the potential she had is a deliberate choice that is reflected in the show. Like everyone is particularly broken up because of that.
And I can't speak to that like example because I haven't seen it, but what I would imagine is like the reason it works so well and so effectively is because like that is then used to actually develop the characters that she meant something to.
Not only that, but Tara is also a character by then. Like we know this character well. We don't know Jeki and Yord.
Well, yeah, but what I'm getting at is that like it's not an arbitrary decision to kill Tara because of like what the writers chose her specifically for like arcs that they could then take characters surrounding her on. Meanwhile, like Glenn from The Walking Dead, like they literally killed him off. They basically flipped a coin and were like, all right, we'll figure out. We'll have like a big cliffhanger or whatever, and then like
I was supposed to say, didn't they film death scenes for like basically everyone? And they were like, yeah. We'll just go with Glenn.
Yeah, they just like basically picked Glenn's name out of a hat, and it's like that's not how you fucking do this, man.
Right after the dumpster bullshit that they did too. After that.
And so like with Jeki and Yord, it's like one of them could die, both of them could die. Like it's so matter. Arbitrary. It doesn't matter.
This is the thing, like with Tara, it's like her death is a very deliberate choice by the writers to facilitate very specific arcs that like are meaningful and purposeful and well executed. On top of that, the level of the level of the loss is so much greater because there was so much work that's been put into making her like a really beloved part of this universe and an integrally tied in thing. So much work has been done to establish the depth of her that like her loss is a much deeper wound to an audience. Whereas with Jeki and Yord, it's the illusion of death. Like they've died, and like literally, we were watching, and I speak as someone who actually quite liked Jeki on a superficial level. But like when Jeki died, I was like, oh, okay, I guess she's gone then. All right.
Well, yeah, like the most they have like the Yord memes and the fact that Jeki is played by Daphne Keane.
Yeah, I guess the thing. Like,
if you've seen Logan,
if season 2 of Ahsoka started off with like Shin just having her neck broken randomly,
no,
like, oh, isn't that shocking? I just be like, oh,
no,
okay,
not my wife.
Yeah. Like that's the thing. Like it would be more of a meta sadness than like a sadness for the character. Like, oh no, we don't get more of Anna Sakno in the show.
I'm pretty sure that's why most people like Andrew's being ironic, but like I'm pretty sure that's why he's like quote unquote sad about Yord because it's like he was like a funny meme.
Yeah, he was.
Yord
There's no more Yord memes.
Yeah,
like, I'm more attached to the meta of these characters as a joke than I am to the characters themselves. Like I mourn the loss of the actors and the memes.
Yeah,
not the
and that's indicative of a fucking problem.
Well,
yeah,
it also doesn't help.
Terrible.
It also doesn't help that like the way the in which both Yord and Jeki die is because Soul was right there and could have saved them.
Just stands around him.
Like it's the same way that like Joel's death in The Last of Us 2 is frustrating because it happened like so much
bullshit has to happen to get him there.
So much bullshit. Like when it's facilitated by bullshit, that's when it's particularly annoying, right? So
unfortunately, they happened to be on patrol that day. Unfortunately, it happened to be the day when a gazillion zombies were on the prowl. Unfortunately, that's the day that Joel decided to slip up and give away his name. And it just carries on and on and on, and you're like, my god,
it's such a good.
Unfortunately, Ellie forgot how to do breach and entry.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Yord forgot the plan. Unfortunately, Sol didn't intervene. Unfortunately, I was just like, come on.
Unfortunately, Joel decided that it would be a good idea to just go into this basement with a bunch of strangers.
Yeah, because that's what Joel would do.
Yeah. Yo, act like you heard of us or something.
This is the point. I don't know if I believe that Yord would have done this, even with the little we have of him. Like, I don't know that Yord, considering how badly he got thrashed the last time he had this fight, he would just bluster in randomly when he knows there's a plan.
Brazenly just fucking rush him. Like
he literally got a gash on his leg, right?
Yeah, he's wounded.
He was injured for the whole episode, yeah.
But then he engages Chimera like he wasn't.
If anything,
more
even if he
people.
doesn't know the plan, right? Like, at least like try to get around Chimera and like, you know, be with Soul and be like, we're gonna take him together. You know, something like that.
We're gonna do a repeat of Attack of the Clones where Saul's like, "We'll take him together." You go
I'm
in slower
taking
than
him
the
now!
and you're like, "I'm taking him now!" Just runs
Yeah.
in and gets his neck broken.
No, no.
You think that like Yord, like it wouldn't be in Yord's character to be this brash too?
No, it's not.
No, because
But you know what? He's
Yord-
making all sorts of crazy, wild, spontaneous decisions now that he's decided to disobey orders.
Well, yeah, like
On a
like
whim.
wasn't this the thing like you mentioned where it's like Yord's arc was that he was very by the book and followed orders, and then he disobeys an order and then he dies for it.
Yep.
I just thought
That's
the
the whole
perfect meme
thing.
you should. The perfect meme you should use is just like have Yord, like just play the clip of Yord running in and having his neck broken, and then just like pause it and play the like with the over the frozen frame, play the intro theme to The Good Place.
Well, well, also,
You're in the good place.
Yord in The Good Place.
So yeah, that was the Acolyte.
That was the Acolytes episodes 3 through 5, and I guess this is an interesting point in the season, given we've only got 3 left to make a judgment call, which is like better or worse than Ahsoka so far.
I'd say better, mainly down to presentation.
I think it's just purely because of the presentation. It's mildly more bearable to watch, but
Better acting, better choreography generally.
yeah. But in terms of like plotting and characterization and essentially the actual hearty, like solid core of what makes a story, this thing is a hot pile of radioactive dog shit.
I think so.
Tell us how you really feel, John.
Well, you know what's also funny? I forgot to mention this. The fact that like when you somehow like Yord's arc is that he dies like once he disobeys an order. You also got to highlight how like in The Last Jedi, Poe's arc is that he should have obeyed Leia's orders at the beginning of the movie, even though if he had done so, the entire resistance would have been wiped out by the Dreadnought. It's like, man, I guess that like Kathleen Kennedy really wants to like drill it into our heads that like we should just obey orders from our higher ups no matter what, and we shouldn't disobey orders.
Well, I guess what's interesting is like the funny thing is with both is like they're both telling you the opposite message, and they're both the in both cases the actions on screen contradict the theme. Like with Yord, it's like, oh, you need to let go of the rules a little bit and like be a bit more orthodoxy. Orthopraxis needs to overtake orthodoxy at some points. Like you can't just dogmatically follow the rules all the time. That's literally what causes the downfall of the Jedi. But the problem is the moment he literally decides to take an action for himself and obey the spirit of the Jedi rather than the letter of the law, he gets fucking murked.
Yeah.
So,
well, can we blame that on the like the theme or just his general stupidity?
but it doesn't matter. Like, the point is like if the theme they're going for is like the Jedi need to be less dogmatic. The downfall of the Jedi is based on them being dogmatic, which is a part of what this show is ostensibly, according to its writers, going for, which is the downfall of the Jedi and the seeds of that. Then Yord being killed for doing the thing that would actually make him a good Jedi senselessly for no reason, while Saul just stands there like gaping like a guppy fish, is
it is
a decision.
interesting. It is interesting too. Like I think about it, and I'm just like, so Yord, like, provided that he didn't have a change of heart, like he and Osha would have just run off and gotten back to the ship, and then like, meanwhile, Chimere's distracted trying to kill May and fighting all these other Jedi, and like, so Yord would have just gotten away, and like, good fucking going, Chimere.
That's the thing, right? Because like the Osha's like, oh, he's gonna kill Saul. I'm like, well, based on what we've seen, Saul's winning that fight. Like he literally does win the fight.
Yeah.
So,
Go ahead. Sorry.
no, I mean, like that so was just going to lead into like an ellipsis of just despair.
Yeah.
Oh. I didn't really watch Ahsoka. I think that like so
Southpaw, no one watches Ahsoka. We merely endure it.
It's hard for me to like say whether this is better or worse. All I know is like I agree with Joe. Like it's just shit.
Yeah.
I don't really care whether it's like better or worse. I guess that like the question for me is like, is this like better or worse than I don't know Mando season 3?
Boy. About the same level.
Yeah, about the same level.
The thing about like Ahsoka as well is like if you're a Rebels fan, I'd bet that like Ahsoka is like more annoying on top of like
Yeah.
how
Well, that's I don't have any prior
non-functional
investment in
it
these
is.
characters.
Right. That's the other thing, right? Like, I think like when I tried to argue with, I think it was it the C or someone else about whether Lightyear is worse than Toy Story 4. Is like I think that Lightyear is worse than Toy Story 4, but Toy Story 4 is more annoying to me.
I genuinely again, maybe because we're getting to the point where it's quite like late/early for me. Like when you said the sea, I forgot about the YouTuber and just thought you meant like I was yelling at the ocean about Toy Story.
And it's asked me what I thought was better.
The sea is always right.
So since Jolly is clearly fucking loopy, we should probably wrap this up soon. So I got to get through some super chats before we can, though.
Yeah, let's do the super chats, and then we can talk one last time about the fundraising and the Madvocate stream we've got coming up.
Yeah, hang on.
I guess we should also lay out the last schedule, right, for because obviously we had a bit of a few weeks gap break schedule for this. So we'll redo the schedule as well.
I think what we might do for that is literally just try to pack all three of the last, like the next ones up into one stream after the show's out.
Yeah, that works, I think.
If we can do it as timely as we did here, just under 5 hours, then I think we should be fine.
I agree.
All right,
super chats first.
Super chat from Jocelyn for £5. Thank you for the super chat. Not gonna lie, seeing what the Sith dude looks like has honestly made me want to check out the show.
I mean, he's a hot man.
Yeah, he's very good. Dude, just watch The Good Place. He's a main cast member there, and he's really good looking.
He's not
His
as hot in The Good Place, but I mean,
it's the hair does really help. Yeah, and he doesn't have that in The Good Place.
Well, he's also fucking ripped in The Acolyte.
Yeah,
dude.
to be fair, he's ripped in The Good Place as well.
He's ripped in The Good Place. You just don't typically notice it as much because he's like wearing a lot of clothes.
Yeah. Monk robes.
Monk robes.
I don't know the guns in The Acolyte.
Yeah, no. We're in agreement. I think we're in agreement for different reasons, but.
Yeah, like we got two bisexuals in the chat who are just like thirsting, and two other people who are just like admiring him. Like, yes, that is a good workout.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm like, damn, we gotta hit the gym.
Yeah,
and then me and Jolly are like, we gotta hit that.
we gotta hit that.
We're gonna Andrew. We're gonna hit the gym and we're gonna get Jack to light.
Oh my god.
Jackie.
All right, that's it.
Boy, that's just
your host privileges are revoked. Your host privileges are revoked. That's it. We're done.
The super chat also says props to Jolly. He's been popping off on Twitter lately. He has.
I have been taking no prisoners recently. I kind of just had like a shitty week, and I'm like, I've lost my patience for it.
I've been seeing that shit like on my timeline, and I'm like, damn, Jolly, chill.
So let him cook.
It's so funny because I'm in Twitter jail right now, so it's like Jolly's like taking my place. Like basically.
The funniest thing as well is like, so my sister like works her 9 to 5 as doing digital advertising, and like she'll just check her phone during the day to like look at the Twitter drama I'm causing and be like, this is my entertainment. No, but every single one of them deserve what I gave.
Yes,
every single one.
We got one from Gonzalez Sky Talker for $5. $5. Thank you for the super chat.
Is that Luke's Mexican cousin?
While watching the episode, I spotted many chances for either the Jedi or a Chimera to kill their opponents, but just don't. Yep, it's just
don't
weird.
Don't stop to kick.
They gotta
Chimera
talk.
literally fucking stops to talk when he has May at lightsaber point, and he's like, "Yeah, so I need to kill her now," and it's like, "Okay, so do it."
Yeah,
just kill her, then, mate. What are you doing?
I'm gonna play a clip in my Acolyte episode 5 video. I'm gonna play a clip of like so Jason has said he wants to kill May. He's tried a couple different times now, ineffectively. Now he has her at lightsaber point. So like surely he's gonna what? And I'm just gonna play the clip from Incredibles where Bob's like he starts monologuing. Yeah. Sam Montgomery, £4.99. Thank you for the super chat. To those who say that, I say we had a watch party of X-Men Apocalypse on Chief's Discord yesterday. Terrible film. Had a laugh, ripping it to shreds. I'm assuming this is in reference to the fact that I don't advertise my Discord. So I have a Discord.
I actually think it was in response to when we were talking about that guy being like, oh, if it's entertaining, that's the mark of a good movie.
It might have been us talking about the Magneto helmet too.
Oh, that is also true, yeah. Man, Michael Fassbender's wasted in those movies.
Oh my god, dude! Yeah, that one scene from X-Men Apocalypse where like
Oh,
his
they're
family
not my
dies.
babies. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that scene is fucking spectacular, dude.
Oh,
Yeah.
when,
Like, why is this in this movie?
Mhm.
yeah, when she was going through the X-Men movies, I'm like, I really want to watch X-Men Days of Future Past with you, and so we did, and it was really fun because like I like that movie a lot.
Plot of shit. The plot's
The
bad.
plot is so fucking bad.
There's some
but then
really good
occasionally-
character
Dude,
work.
we
though.
could-
Yeah.
We
Then
could make
occasionally get some great scenes, like the
Yeah.
one on the beach where I actually love this for multiple reasons for how clever it is. Like obviously, like Charles is trying to talk Magneto down from like attacking all the ships and like can't use his powers on him because he's wearing his helmet. And like
Yeah.
without the benefit of being able to read someone's mind, he doesn't know what to say to actually like be like
Oh,
charming.
He's talking about in First Class. Yeah, we're talking
Yeah,
about
sorry,
Days
yeah,
of Future
sorry.
Past.
Oh, sorry. Like, yeah, the first class scene rather, and like I just love that like whole like they're good, honest, innocent men. They're just following orders.
Ah,
The worst thing you could
That's-
possibly
yeah.
have said.
Yeah, I honestly like I've got so many things that like so many videos I have to make, but Days of Future Past being the
Dude.
sacred cow that it is, I'm going to
That
cover
fucking-
it.
Dude, that fucking scene with the two Charleses talking to each other, like man,
Yeah.
that fucking
Oh,
gets
yeah.
to me.
There's so
Or
much.
even
Yeah,
the bit where old Magneto, they're falling under the Sentinel attack, and Magneto's like been fatally wounded, and he's like, all those years we wasted fighting each other, Charles, to have a precious friend come back again.
I love that movie so much.
It's-
There's a lot I love about it, but the plot is shit, and I got to talk about it. It's just like
I've told Sheev this before. I presume you other two have seen Logan, right?
Yes. Fucking
Yeah.
Do you know about
movie.
do you know about the deleted scene in that with the Charles deleted scene that they
Yeah.
didn't put in the movie? It's not even, so there's a scene. It's not in the deleted scenes on the DVD. There's a scene they filmed but never put in, which is during the opening with Charles when he's in the silo. There was going to be a scene of him
Right, yeah.
in the middle of the night playing chess against someone who wasn't there and talking about how he feels like he's failed everyone. And the implication was like, is he's talking to Magneto, who has long since been killed.
yeah.
And it's just
Oh
like,
my
man, that
God.
would have been
Man,
really good.
don't cut that out. Why? Why would you cut that out?
Well, I mean, we still had the, Sunseeker, our boat.
It's got water.
Oh my god, that movie's so good. That Daphne Keen's in that. It's great. You should watch
Yeah.
that. That's
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to
good
see
stuff.
something good with Daphne Keane in it? Watch Logan.
True.
yeah.
I was just listening to Man Comes Around by Johnny Cash earlier today and just thinking about that movie.
Oh, it's just what a movie. What a movie.
That's
Fucking-
the end credits song, right?
Yeah.
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 I mean, spoilers for Logan, I guess, to anyone who hasn't seen it, but like it shows the grave for Logan, and then X-23 fucking like turns it over into an X, and it just kind of fades out, and then that song starts playing.
Well,
Mhm.
New York.
But aren't you looking forward to having Logan return in Wolverine versus Deadpool?
Oh,
Isn't
no,
that the
I'm
send-off you wanted?
I'm not gonna watch that, so I don't care.
Neo Arcadia said Days of Future Past is a sacred cow. I mean, anything can be a sacred cow technically, but like what I mean by calling it that is just that
Well,
it's
a sheep
often
can't be a sacred
considered-
cow.
Well, yeah. Well, okay, so Days of Future Past is just like regarded by maybe to be like the best X-Men movie outside like Logan, basically. So
Yeah.
it's just
Oh, no,
like
And I can see why a
X1
lot of people like it because man,
X1 and 2 are much better.
yeah,
to
X2 is
criticize-
great. X2 is phenomenal.
to criticize Days of Future Past is like that's not a low hanging fruit. But like maybe, but I mean, whether something is a sacred cow to you just depends on whether you think it's above reproach.
Days of Future Past is one of those movies where, like, if I were to do a video on it, it's kind of like with the Suicide Squad. I would be really nice to it because I'd be like, okay, look, the plot's bad, and we'll go over the plot, but like, there's also
It's
so much
a lot
to
of good
praise
stuff there.
about this, and that's not worth, like, we shouldn't ignore that or overlook that.
Yeah.
Where were you, Charles? Hiding.
Just because
You
someone
abandoned us
stumbles,
all.
loses their way, doesn't mean they're lost forever.
Man, Patrick Stewart should just exist to give like inspirational monologues to people.
Mm.
Like, that's just in the UK we have a brand called Yorkshire Tea, which is like like a tea company, and like he does the adverts for those. And the advert at the moment doing is like they're like someone's from their office is leaving, and they're like doing an office party for her. It's like, oh, we have Charles here to say a few words. And he just like stands up with his tea and like monologues like this beautiful poetry at her. And he's like, by the way, we're all going to the pub after. It's like, yay!
Sheev,
I swear to God, this next super chat from Odrin, you had better read it out in your best Palpy impression.
Oh, of course I will.
Good.
All right, from Odrin. Thank you very much for the super chat for $5. Ahem. Weak. I'm too weak. Money. Unlimited money.
Wow, you sound like a Supreme Court justice.
I almost spit out my drink. Thanks, Jolly.
Yeah, you're right. Like for legal purposes, I won't. Actually, I'm in the country he can't touch. Fuck you, Clarence Thomas.
Okay, then.
Anyway, moving on.
And one last one from Groppy. Hello. I don't know what that symbol is, but it's 40 something.
That's rupees.
Rupees? Okay.
Yep.
40 rupees. Thank
Republic Dactari.
you. Sheev, so you keep these people trapped in your basement? I have no idea what this is referencing, but
The 10
Maybe the three of us.
I mean, yeah, obviously you guys are trapped in my basement, but like,
No,
Well,
I live in
I'm
his
obviously
attic.
trapped because I'm his puppet.
yeah, where else do you think I store my puppets? What?
Yeah, I mean, like if I recall from your Redditors, I'm puppeteering you, Sheev. So if anything, you're in my basement.
Right.
I'm infecting him with my wokeism. You see, that's
Yeah.
how that works.
Man, wow, that was a voice crack. I could fucking praise
Man.
the X-Men movies that are good. Like, man, I could just praise shit like Days of Future Past all day.
But
Just phenomenal stuff.
I honestly haven't seen these Reddit comments accusing Jolly of like puppeteering she, but this sounds funny.
Oh, have you not? That's
Oh
fine.
yeah, I think it was on Drinker's subreddit. I can't remember.
What?
Baller or Drinkers.
Yeah,
Reddit.
it's on Drinkers on Reddit. I'm fairly sure.
Oh,
Like someone who's
Basically, Jolly apparently is like puppeteering me and indoctrinating me into like spewing all these left wing beliefs on my streams.
oh, well, they're gonna fucking love us after the fucking drinker critique is made.
That'll be fun.
Yeah.
yeah.
And
Oh,
also his movie comes out. We'll
yeah,
just bully that.
So I've got a couple of videos that I want to make. Hey Sheev, I'm going to make a video. I'm going to be critiquing you in a take that you made, a video that you made. You are next on the chopping block, buddy. After that is the.
I'm quaking in my custom-made Navy SEAL leather boot.
Is it gonna be the time that he said the Clone Wars was untouchable?
You'll see. You'll see. You might be caught off guard. Yeah.
It'll be that time he said TLJ was a masterpiece.
Yeah, I've been on record saying that totally.
But yeah, Sheev's aware that I'm actually going to critique him in because he's a big boy who can handle criticism. He is all cool with it. But then
I'm going to.
If I recall correctly, your hottest take, I think, Sheev, was when you said that Jaime Lannister in season 8 was the best piece of characterization you'd ever seen in a piece of media.
Fuck you.
You said it.
Like you phoned me up, you wept salty tears. You're like, I can't believe how well they handled him. I'm so happy that his story ended in such a satisfying and narratively coherent way. This is what themes should aspire to.
Yeah. But then after that, I want to talk about Drinker's Midsummer take because it's a very silly. It's a very silly take. And what's so funny is that there was a follow-up video that I discovered after we watched that video, Sheev, and we watched it and. The homework I had to do, like this rabbit hole I followed into with the Drinker's Midsummer take. Listen, the homework that we had to do for this video included me and Sheev and Andrew and a couple other guys doing a double feature of The Shining and Paul Blart Mall Cop. And
it's the best double feature ever.
Midsummer is like between Midsummer, Paul Blart Mall Cop, and The Shining. Drinker did not understand any of these three movies. It's actually really funny.
I'm trying to imagine what The Shining would have been like if instead of Jack Torrance it had been Paul Blart Mall Cop.
Oh my god!
Just like walks into the bar.
Sheet is a sacred cow. I agree.
Sheet.
Well, anyway, so that was all the super chats, and I think we've said everything we need to say about.
Yeah, so it just
Acolyte.
just-
So
the last thing is just the fundraising thing. Then just one last time to plug it. So
yeah,
everyone who's been very kind to stick with us to the end, thank you very much. We hope you've enjoyed this stream as much as we've enjoyed making it. We're always so glad to have you with us. You're such a lovely fan base. You really are. And a lot of you have already been extremely generous as well in helping Sheev out with this, battling the fucking catastrophe that Americans call a healthcare system, and keeping his head above water. So we're all very grateful to you. But if in case you joined late and didn't hear, Sheev's been having some medical bill issues that are quite scary in the way that medical bills often are. And so if you could see your way clear to, maybe if you can spare it, obviously only if you can spare it, but if you can, sparing $1 or $2 to Sheev's fundraiser, which we put the link to in the description and which is pinned in the chat, we would be beyond grateful. You guys are already fantastic and have already contributed so fantastically. So thank you already for everything you've done. But every little bit helps. And just to add to that, Madvocate has very kindly agreed to host a fundraising stream for Sheev, which will be happening on Tuesday at 5 o'clock Central Standard Time. And it will involve us tearing apart a video of someone attacking Madvocate's view on the Flash, which should be quite funny. And then we'll be playing a group game of Among Us. So if you want to see me getting repeatedly murdered by people who don't like my silly hat, pop in and watch me flail. That should be fun.
There might be a second video that we cover, right?
Yes, if we have time, we'll also be. If the first one doesn't take too long, we'll also be covering a video from is it Axeman or Ant-Man? I don't know. I can never remember.
Something
Ant-Man. So that should be interesting. But yes, that concludes this evening's festivities. So thank you very much all for coming and joining us, and we very much look forward to seeing you next time. And as always, Sheev, thank you so much for having us on. It's always such a pleasure to get to do these streams with you. So
yeah, it's always a pleasure that I can cover these things that drive me insane without having to sit here by myself and talk about it endlessly.
It's a pleasure for you all to be co-witnesses to my mental breakdown.
Well, it's just it's better to go insane together, is what I always say.
Mm-hmm.
When we go, it was like songs like "When we go, we'll go together."
It's like the end of Guardians 1 when they're all holding hands while getting fucking obliterated by a power stone.
Titanic, when like the ship's going down and the band just carries on playing, like we're that band. Trying to keep morale up as it all goes to hell.
But thank you guys for coming on, and you guys can find Jolly, Southpaw, and Andrew's stuff all linked in the description below. Check them out; they make good stuff. And then there's also Andrew.
Well, wait a second. Jolly doesn't even make anything.
He's working on it.
I make the world a better. I make the world a better place, and frankly, who amongst you can say that?
I mean, he puppeteers me, and I make videos. So
yeah, exactly.
Okay. I'm sorry. So, at what point did Tony Stark become Iron Man? While he was making Mark 1, or after he had made it?
Tony
Mark
Stark
1 and fitted up in it.
Iron Man was conceived. Was Iron Man at conception?
Tony Stark built this in a cave with a box of scraps, and that concludes our Acolyte stream.
Anyway,
thank you very much. Good night, everyone.
Thanks for watching. Hope to see you guys at Madvocate stream as well. By the way, be there.
Absolutely. All right.
We'll be very fun.
Bye, y'all.